It's my duty to please the booty.
And Muzz got mad at me, the coach, and he goes, Jesus Christ, why don't you just wear 2 nines? And I went, okay.
Switch the call.
Please never do that.
Yep. So.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode 461 of Spittin' Chiclets, presented by Pink Whitney from our friends at New Amsterdam Vodka here in the Barstool Sports podcast family. What is up, gang? Time for another season with Spittin' Chiclets. NHL starting up soon, but we got to get to the boys. We haven't seen them in a little bit. Let's check in across the pond. Mr. Murley, Woodshaking, my man.
What's going on? Great intro, RA. I can tell a difference from the summer series when it's me and G to today when we got these other two guys here. I'll let you get to them.
A little more electricity in the air. Next up, Paul, Biznasty Bissonette out in the dirty desert. What is shaking, my man?
Buddy, have you been working on your VO2 Max? How long did you hold that fucking
what's that?
thing?
Little bit.
Boys, I am so fucking fired up to be back. It was an unbelievable summer. I was all over the place, traveling like a madman, but I cannot wait for hockey season. The Leafs have locked up Austin Matthews. This year is the year. And G also said it while we were gone. And I think it was a couple pods ago, as soon as they locked him in. I can't wait to talk about it. But overall, great summer, great recharge. Probably the first time since I retired that I actually took the summer off and got some time away. So it was much needed. And like I said, I'm very, very excited to be back in the saddle. Yeehaw!
Yeah, we all are. Last but not least, actually, the Whit Dog, Ryan Whitney. We still got our producer I got to get to, but the Whit Dog, Ryan Whitney.
Well, he's on the IR, so I don't know if he's coming on, actually. But we'll
exactly.
go over to
I got
Whit.
a little fucked up there, but what's going on with you, Whit Dog?
5 holes killing him, poor guy. I mean, I don't know if that was supposed to be public knowledge, but gee, I love you. You're absolutely grinding it out today. What's up, buddy?
What's up, boys? Yeah, it can be public knowledge here. I got surgery on my colon on Friday. Everyone out there, go get a colonoscopy. It could save your life. But yeah, I'm hurting today, but I'm so happy to be back with you guys. It's tough because the one thing the doctor said is try not to laugh too much. Try not to laugh too much. So I'm like, fuck, I got to record the podcast on Sunday. These guys are gonna have me dying. So hopefully you guys can make me laugh today and make my cornhole.
Were you getting the digits up your cornhole? Like what happened? Like what was the surgery for?
I would say a little ass play can always be a little enjoyable, but it sounds like a surgery is nothing to fuck with, G.
But it was actually funny though. So as I'm going
that's...
into the surgery, and the lady's basically telling me like, hey, like when you get in there, like unbutton the back of your thing, like lay on all fours, basically like lay doggy style.
Oh fuck! Hey, let me get my hands down my pants here.
And then the lady's like, so what do you do for a living? And I was like, oh, I'm a podcast producer. And then the kid that's walking me in there, that's supposed to like basically lube up my asshole, looks at me and goes, Granelli?
No.
He's like, Granelli? I'm like, oh,
did he
God,
finger your
no.
5-hole?
He's like, I'm a huge Chiclets fan. I listened to you guys on the way into the office today. And I'm like, no, the guy that's going in my cornhole right now
is requested a new one.
This guy.
I know. But then we're lying there, and he's like, so what are Biz and Whit like? And
imagine
like,
this guy's photo, like reel on his phone. He probably had every angle.
Like as I'm going to sleep too, as the anesthesia's going in, I'm just like, yeah, like Biz is the man. He's a cool guy, great dude to work with. And then I'm like out.
Yeah. He's used to getting this kind of treatment. Did you have to shave your bin for that? Like, did you prep?
No, the guy did it for him.
Oh, nice. Okay, great.
There's already a Reddit thread. Granelli's retied balloon knot, I heard. So
yeah, let the old leather Cheerios retie.
Enough about my cornhole, boys. Let's talk about your summer.
I kind of wanted to do it.
Well, we wanted to make
minutes.
sure you were okay, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're sitting there on the couch. It's just you're in rehab. So I'm glad that you're feeling okay.
There's going to be a Portnoy video coming out of this Chiclets fan with the strap on fucking dummy and fucking Granelli's ass. Just got the collar on him.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
The old dog collar.
Yeah. Welcome back, boys. What the hell did you get up to?
Not much, guys. Actually, I'm taking a little sip of wine. It is Sunday, right? Football's back. And Biz, you said it best. I cannot explain to you how excited I am to be doing this again. And you know what they say, find something to do as a job that you love and you'll never work a day in your life, right? Well, granted, I didn't work the last like 58 days, but still, I don't consider this work. I just consider it being back and in action with you guys with so much to chat about. But the red wine. So I've long talked about Camus, right? Special selection being my kind of go-to. I got a new one.
Ooh.
Quintessa. So I'm just throwing this out there. I mean, I think it blows Camus out of the water, right? So it's Quintessessa, I think.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
Nice spelling. And no, this is not an ad. I don't get shit for free. But if they want to send me a couple cases, I would completely be of thanks. But the summer biz, it was phenomenal. And it was, I think 5 days ago, I said I got to call Biz. I just want to catch up. I hadn't talked in a while. And then I said, no, I wanted to leave it be. I wanted to let it lie. I wanted to just kind of take in your summer, RA's summer in person on the pod. I didn't want to chat in private. I'd rather hear about like, what's your life like now? I saw the pictures of your house you're building. Holy shit. That place is going to be incredible.
It's going to be a party palace, especially now that I'm single and
Jesus,
and ready to mingle. Just
okay.
The old Pea Palace. I'm actually going to put that in flowers at the front. Spell it, the Pea Palace. Paul's Pussy Palace. Come on in. But buddy, for me, it was a great summer. I got to travel around. I mean, I started out, it was cooking here in Arizona. So we got done at the draft. I came back here. I was maybe going to stay a little bit longer, but there was like a streak for 30 straight days of 115 degrees in Phoenix. So I left a little bit early. I think I ended up leaving on about July 18th. I went and
it was
checked
115 degrees.
30 straight days in Arizona. It set like records.
Is there like water there still? Like, is there any sort of water issues going on there?
So I think they have like 3 different water reserves, one of which is the Colorado River. I think that they said that the Colorado River one could last another like 30 to 40 years.
Oh,
but
sick.
But then they're actually talking about building what do you call that? Not a tunnel. Help me out here.
A dam?
You know, not a dam, like a...
like an underneath thing?
Yeah, like a pipe.
A trench?
Yeah, something like that that's coming over from Mexico or something like that. I'm probably the last guy to ask about how they're going to get the water into Arizona, but that's why I hedged my bet and I bought in Jackson Hole as to why I traveled there on the way up north. Now, I like to drive. I'm a driver. I like to hit the open road.
You'll get in a car and you'll drive 4,000 miles. You're a nut.
Yeah. Across country, up and down, anywhere you want to go. So I get to pack my car full of all my stuff, my golf clubs, like any of my, my training gear, my hiking gear. So I ended up going to Jackson Hole. I actually met a couple guys. Remember the night at the All-Star game when I didn't go to sleep and I did woof till 8 a.m. and then we had
You
Rob
saw them again?
Buddy, I got their numbers because the one guy who I was doing woof with had $1 million cowboy hat on. And I was like, oh, you live in Jackson? He's like, yeah, born and raised. I'm not going to drop their names just because, I said that we were doing woof till 8 a.m. But exchange numbers with them. Great guys. The one guy ended up bringing me to one of the nicest golf courses in all the United States called Shooting Star. Have you ever heard of this place?
Yeah.
Did you see the picture I posted?
It was nuts.
Stunning.
It was nuts. And doesn't the ball fly like
buddy, I was
an extra like 30 yards?
I would have got a membership, but I think they're about $1 million there now. And you have to buy a lot in there where it is insane how expensive it is there. So I'm glad
one schmil for a membership.
I would say it's at least $750 at this point. So he was kind enough. His father-in-law, it's like a barbecue chain in the States. I'd never even heard of it. And they own about 105 of them. So these guys are just printing money.
What are the big barbecue chains?
I'm not a big
I can't think of any.
No, I'm not a big barbecue guy. I mean, I like eating it, but I'm not like, oh yeah, this barbecue sauce or this
I think it was Martinsmer in Nashville. That was our spot.
That was our spot.
But that's not a chain. Sorry, go ahead, Biz.
Oh, no, you're good, buddy. Chime in whenever you want. So stopped off there, went hiking. I actually, I got to meet my neighbor why are you laughing?
It's just funny. Like I got to meet my neighbor like on a hike.
Buddy, these are like my acreage is 13 acres. And this guy is like two parcels over. And sure as shit, he's from Saginaw, Michigan, where I used to play junior. and he's a big hockey guy, and he plays in like the local beer league, and they got a cool thing going on there. They got a senior A team, and it completely sells out. We got to go there for like a content piece because Jackson Hole is just a blast. You guys got to go there at some point. But this guy, he built his own house from scratch, and he's now built an arena, like a rink, on his property. So we can go there and play like a men's league game whenever you guys want to go maybe film a content piece with. I don't know if you want to get the blades back on, but come wintertime, it gets super cold there, and we're completely surrounded by mountains and stuff like that. So the scene is just incredible. So he's been at that, unbelievable guy, and he owns a company called like Off Grid Experience. So he owns 100 snowmobiles. So if we go there in the winter, we're protected by national land right behind our house. So you can drive right into the national forest. Like we have an elk reserve that all these elk walk through our properties. So you have to build the fences a certain height so they can walk over.
And you can't hunt those fuckers, right? Like
you have to get a tag, but you can't hunt them while you're just like sitting on your land. You have to go to certain areas.
Just hammering Pink Whitney in a lawn chair.
Just so back in the summertime having a fucking big deal brew. Just bring out the gat. I got the barbecue.
Your neighbor's actually like a weapon guy. He's got a bazooka over his shoulder.
He comes out of his bunker.
I sold one of the barbecue chains to pay for that bazooka.
I was just going to say, I call my other buddy up, bring the barbecue sauce. We got one. But I don't even know where I was now. But so wintertime, he's going to bring me snowmobiling. I've been one time with that Sheldon Walitsky who donated to the ECHL Player Relief Fund. And he also had a boat where he brought me on the river. So we do these we're right by the Snake River. So you just grab a bunch of beers, and it's so beautiful out, and the river's going. You got to be careful. You got to wear a vest in case you don't get sucked.
Oh, you got some of the tides are bananas, no?
Yeah, they are. Like a few weeks, I think, before I got there, unfortunately, somebody had passed away. But he brought me to do that experience. So just overall, living off the land there is just a blast. And I was there for 5 days. Boys, I ended up, oh God. I mean, it's been a while. I know I'm single again.
We did catch up about this.
Buddy, I went to the $1 Million Cowboy, and I was talking to a girl like the whole night, but her father was with her, right? So I'm like, there's no way this is going down. And the whole time I was talking
to her, how much is your dad worth?
No, they were there traveling. So, nice girl. But I could tell that there was this other one with huge fake bombs, so pretty, but it looked like she was sitting next to her boyfriend. So the whole night we're kind of giving each other
you're
the
catching
eye.
You're catching eye. It's eye to eye all night.
Oh yeah, we were just eye fucking each other like crazy. And sure enough, last call, and she has the balls to walk up, and she comes up and says something, and she's you know what they say about like some of the freakiest girls on the planet? There's a list of what their jobs are. Flight attendants are probably number one, and I can vouch for this because I've been with a lot of flight attendants. But so she's like, "Hey, I got to fly out in the morning, so this guy can't see me stay with you." So she went back to the hotel, but then got to the hotel and then ended up meeting me back
so she
out.
was with her boyfriend.
No, it was no. She's a flight attendant. It was one of the pilots, so she didn't want to. She didn't want to be out too late and be unprofessional. So
yeah, and then you were like Denzel and his girl in flight all night.
So she goes back to the hotel and then meets me back out. Boys, she could have got me to saw my cock off. That's how dirty she was talking to me. Like it was insane. It
had you
wow.
going. How horrible was the first performance?
Not bad.
Really?
Not bad. Not bad. Ended up going 3 rounds in that night. Like oftentimes are you going 3 rounds, buddy, but the shit she was saying to me and saying in my ear, buddy, it was like shing. And we're talking no performance enhancers either. So I might be bringing her back over to Scottsdale
Is
for
she
round 2.
Coming to Chiclets Cup? Like, am I gonna?
I should bring her in.
We're gonna get to meet this girl.
We should make her
all about you on the pod.
Big Deal selects water boy. You're just getting the boys fired up, whispering sweet nothings before the game to get the pistons going. But boys,
I need somebody for my Chiclets airplane idea. I need a flight attendant. Sign her up.
It's all coming full circle.
Chiclets there for next year's finals, guys. Already we're seeing the end of this season. We got our flight attendant lined up.
But in all my years, boys, I had never been with somebody who'd spoken to me like that in the rapper. Where like, I mean, I want to put a ring on her finger.
Yeah, it was probably her first time too. Just like luck of the draw. She's that good at talking.
Really,
to you.
she really came out of her shell.
It's like,
Really,
wow,
something about the $1 Million Cowboy
this
that'll make
girl's
you
a
come out of your shell.
natural. She's never even done this before.
Oh my God. She could have had me join a fucking cult. That's like, I would have done anything she asked me to do that night. Just eat. Hey, but the one thing about, I didn't have the jam to ask her. I think she might have had those like little ass implants at the top.
Oh, I was
I don't
always
know if-
wondering. So you see pictures on Instagram and you could tell it's obviously fake, but
Hers, it was very subtle. But like I said, I don't know if she's doing a lot of glute activation and actually working them and they're natural and I didn't want to offend her. But the night was going too smoothly. I wasn't going to ruin it by saying, hey, do you got fake ass implants?
Yeah.
And put her on the spot. But
She had the same
overall-
surgeon that Grinelli had.
yeah.
Looks like they got a diaper on sometimes when they
She's
get that
got a
shit.
huge dumper when we see him in Buffalo.
Imagine G shows up. He's just got the biggest dumper on him.
Quick BBL surgery.
That's what it's called, G.
What does that
BBL?
stand for?
Yeah, Brazilian butt lift, I believe.
Gosh, probably should have known
Okay.
that one.
Okay, that's maybe the bet we should make Pasha do if his Devils don't make the conference finals. Considering I might have to get an ass tattoo, but
I would actually like do it for free. I got a pizza box bum these days. Secretary bum.
But
From my shoulders to my ankles, RA style.
enough with the flight attendant having me join the cult. But overall, though, if you've never been to Jackson, Wyoming, you have
need to go there, Biz.
The Tetons, if you enjoy hiking, the outdoors, awesome people, great restaurants. It's 10 out of 10, one of the most beautiful places on the planet. Guys, I went there. I'd landed in less than 24 hours from landing the first time I went there. I bought this lot and very fortunate where the neighbors I have are awesome. So pumped about that. And on from there, I went up to, I drove off to Gosser to go see Wayne and work at the Wayne Gretzky Hockey School with Ty Gretzky, who he's carrying on the family tradition. He does about 12 stops a summer. And he does a full week, and I think they offer it for like $999, and these kids get the full day there. They're getting the off ice training.
How old are the kids?
They do 3 different groups. Like they do a young group, like a group that's probably like, I don't know, like 8 to 11, and then one that's like 11 to 14. So, and they just accommodate these kids. They deck them out with all this Adidas Wayne Gretzky gear, and they really take care of them. Wayne stops by and says hi to him on the Friday usually. So I wanted to go help out there for a couple of days, and then obviously go up to Gosser and golf with everybody. And I was fortunate enough, and there's no rules on this course. You could wear no shirt. You could be in flip flops. You can go bare feet for crying out loud. They have all these comfort stations where they got all these snacks, and I ended up getting paired up with Coop the one night, and I drained this birdie putt. We posted the edited version of the video because he didn't want the full video coming out because we were just going bananas. But hey, maybe if we maybe at some point we'll drop it when they're playing the Leafs, like the day of the game, just to throw them off so we get a couple easy 2 points. And then from there it was on to Vancouver to see all my friends, and then I ended up going over back to Welland for a couple days before we went to Boston. It was my dad's 75th birthday, so happy
He looks
birthday!
great for 75.
Yeah, happy
B-Day.
so, yeah, happy belated B
No
to
shit.
Camille. And we did the first ever Ontario stop for Big Deal Brew at Trappers in Welland. So that was a good time. Played shuffleboard till like 4 a.m. We were all fucked up, smoking dope. It was a blast. And then we did the 20th anniversary of the Barstool thing, and then flew back over to Victoria to kind of end the summer. That's going to be where I eventually retire. Got to play some rounds at VGC. And then my good buddy Callahan threw an awesome, it was like a going away party for the summer with that same Tenfei band, the one that I was pumping up, the Super Rich.
The one that Jans was dogging you for?
Fuck Jans. He fucking hates my music selections, but I don't give a fuck. You know how many, I got a DM from them after I'd mentioned them because their downloads on that Super Rich song had flown up. So if you're listening right now and you haven't heard me talk about this, it's Tenfei, Ten, and then space E apostrophe, and they're a British band. We're actually in talks about maybe investing in them and bringing them over to do a Canadian tour next summer for Big Deal Brew. So we might sign these guys to like a I don't know, like a record contract. So all of a sudden I'm a record producer, like Rick Rubin over here, just taking afternoon naps. But that was it. And then I came down here, guys, because I'm sober right now. I got here on
you're sober again.
I'm sober again. So
How long's that been?
I started on September 1.
And when are you going till?
No weed, no booze. I think I'm gonna try to go the entire hockey season. But we do have Chiclets Cup, and that's the main reason I went sober. I've been running 3 miles every single morning. I've been chucking weights. I am going into Chiclets Cup in the best shape that I've been in since I retired, and I'm going to curb stomp that fucking nose face killer. It's my last
dance.
dance.
Is like one of those things where, and I'm rooting for you considering I'm on the bench, opening the door, firing guys up, but you don't score goals in the weight room. Your boy Wayne Gretzky's the one who said it. It's like nose face could be drinking, smoking, doing God knows what else he's doing out in
Fucking
Leominster or Fitchburg, Massachusetts. And then show up and light it up. Like you being in ridiculous shape, it's not going to give you great hands around the net, you know?
I'm a third liner in
offense.
ball hockey. I know, but I'm a third liner in ball hockey, and I think that I'm going to provide a lot more than I have in previous Chiclets Cups. I think I've been decent, but I'm taking the accountability by saying that the depth on our team, myself, Ollie, and Jacob, the on the bench guys, will be manning that third line, and we're going to elevate our play, and we're going to bring home our first ever Chiclets Cup for the Big Deal Selects. And of course, Terry Ryan, our captain, congratulations to him. A couple clicks, guys. He's a world champion,
right?
World champion in ball hockey. So he will be there. We're stacking the squad and we're ready. And that will be in Buffalo again at Riverworks. And I don't know, RA, if a little bit later on you will be mentioning we have a couple big surprises for all you people who signed up and for just any locals that want to come on the Saturday. Do you want to talk about that now?
Yeah. Hold on. Are we bringing back that mutant, that defenseman, that like Darian Hatcher with a cannon? Remember that guy? What's his name again?
Pender. Isn't it Pender?
Yeah,
G can help me out.
Is it Pender? Yeah, Justin Pender.
Yeah, Justin Pender. He's a
that
mutant
machine.
How about the Hobbit Bishop? He's coming back.
The Hobbit.
and then the con man who went up. Whose concert did he interrupt in Vegas when we were there?
Lionel Richie, which is one of the funniest things I've ever seen. He just walked up mid-concert. Lionel Richie gave him the mic. He's like, "Oh, let him talk." And he's like, "You're the man." Shook his hand, and off he went and continued the concert. And then this summer,
he was on another planet when he did that. I think.
Oh, and then this summer, I don't know if you saw the video. It was, I think it was Noel Gallagher. I get the Gallaghers confused from Oasis. I think it was Noel who was touring solo. Well, he brought an album to the show with him. Somehow got his album onto the stage, middle of the concert. Noel Gallagher like autographs the album, mentions them, sings a song, and like the whole fucking arena was going crazy for him. Like I've never seen anybody get an autograph on an album during a concert anytime. The con man got it done from friggin' Noel Gallagher.
I think those newfies are just so kind in the way that they look at you. You're just like so drawn in where you're like, what's this innocent man want? And they're willing to deliver.
Why is this guy so fucked up? And what does he want right now as he's right in my grill as I perform in front of thousands? But it is true. Once you talk to them, especially the con man, one of the nicest guys in the world. But at the beginning, you had to think Lionel Richie or Noel Gallagher was just like, what is this drunk newfie doing in my grill? I would think.
And they both took the bait. They both, interacted with him in the middle of the show. That's what kills me. It's just in the middle of the concert, they usually tune everything out. So that kills me. Wait, you mentioned Terry Ryan. One of his castmates and my castmates, I'm sure he's going to be joining us a little while later. John Nasty Mirasty. You guys are in for a treat. It's, I'd say, like an old school Chiclets interview, some hilarious stories. We'll get to them a little bit later.
For you people listening, I had to fight this maniac in the AHL. I was not a fighter. I was changed from a defenseman to fourth line left wing, and these were the type of meatballs that I had to fight. Punching his head was like punching Ty Domi's head. And he's one of the toughest guys to ever play in the American Hockey League. Love to fight. And he has some of the craziest off-ice hockey stories that we have ever heard in this podcast. So we love getting the old school guys on. We're going to be doing plenty more of that coming up in the near future. And we're fucking so thrilled to be back in the swing of things, folks.
Absolutely. We'll get to the Chiclets Cup a little bit, Biz. We still got to see what the Wit Dog did on his little break. But before that, I know you wanted to mention your friend Donnie Superstein, Joey's dad.
I'm glad that thank you for bringing that up. One of the places I actually went this summer was I went to Desolation Sound, which is a beautiful place in British Columbia. And it's a place where you go boat where, it's protected by the Pacific Ocean. And then you have a Vancouver Island and it's like on the intercoastal. So there's some water in there that's like some of the warmest, like compared to like San Diego. And we ended up catching wind that my good friend Donnie Superstein lost his battle with pancreatic cancer. And I've talked about him before on the podcast, boys, and just not only an unbelievable friend of mine, but just a mentor and somebody I really leaned on during some of the most difficult times of my life. And it was. And I'm really good close with his son Joey Superstein, and I met him first, and he introduced me to his dad, and it was such a nasty battle. And he was just salt of the earth.
He battled though, huh, man?
He fucking battled, man. He fucking battled. And one of the hardest losses I've ever had to deal with in my life. And we miss him. I loved him. And he had a kid later in life too, 10-year-old Rafi. And just to try to carry on his legacy, I'm going to be helping out with Rafi's team this year. He plays hockey locally with the Junior Coyotes. And I just want to be involved in his life, because I couldn't imagine as a 10-year-old losing your father at such a young age, to not be there for those types of moments, for hockey practice, for everything, to lean on for advice. You think about it and you're just like, fuck, I was blessed. I had both parents of mine growing up, and I still got them. So, Donnie, we love you. Your legacy will go on, and I appreciate and thank you for bringing that up, RA, because I'd forgotten to mention it. But I appreciate you guys letting me speak about Donnie and Joey. Our heart goes out to you too, because he lost his father as well, and his best friend. So just a nasty fucking disease, and it's got a very I think it's only a 5 to 10% survival rate.
I don't even think it's that, dude. With
pancreatic,
it's
it's awful. And RA, crazy. I think oftentimes when things like this are brought up, you say go get checked out, make sure you're staying on top of things. And I know we were joking around about G earlier, but that's advice that you guys should take seriously, especially as you're getting to, over the age of 30, 40 years old. You should be going for regular checkups and making sure everything's all right, because it can be a nasty one. So thank you.
Absolutely, Biz. Our condolences to you and Joey and his family as well. We're terribly sorry to hear about that. So
yeah, and Janelle, his wife, of course, as well. So my heart goes out to all of them. We love them, and we're gonna help out.
Well said, Biz. Well said.
Really well said, buddy.
Thank
really
you.
Well said.
Thanks, buddy. Oh, I made a donation to the team too, and then they got the practice jerseys have a Spittin' Chiclets patch on the back too, so it's cool. So we're invested in this minor hockey now, not just Colby Armstrong with his kids.
We'll be able to get him on the pod because we paid for half their equipment.
NIL deal. I got Raph signed to an NIL deal early on.
What you do on your break? I know you were down in Nantucket for a bit. Were you down there when that lady drove her car legit straight into the harbor? I think she was dead sober too.
What?
Yeah, it was my wife. No,
she had a new Escalade.
I got down there that day, but I can admit that, maybe sometimes, come after me all you want, I think that women aren't the best drivers compared to men. That's just an opinion. You can get upset with me.
I'll die on that hill.
Maybe there's something going on there. I'm also there to defend her in a little bit, that some of these Waze and Google Maps things, they take you to take a right turn. You take the right turn a little too literally, and all of a sudden you're in Nantucket Harbor. So I was surprised that she wasn't loaded. It seems like that is something that, especially at that time, that you might realize, isn't the play. But who knows? I don't know how old she was. But yeah, that was funny. Our summer was great. It really was. I was saying to my friend the other day, we went pretty hard, especially in the playoffs. And granted, all you people rolling your eyes out there, yeah, pretty hard is not that hard. We're not digging ditches. We're not out there actually having real jobs. But for us, whatever, it's a lot of effort for me, who doesn't have to do shit anyways, but I want to because I love the show. But we were working hard. And then, we really ripped it up and crushed it at the draft. And then finally, boom, we had our time off. And I was ready for it, right? I was ready for it. Went over for 2 weeks in Nantucket then in July. then came back and really just kind of hung out, dude. We didn't do too much at all. Didn't travel at all. I don't like traveling in the summer here. Although, let me like go on the soapbox for a minute. I actually am willing to argue anyone else that Massachusetts is the worst weather in the country. I'm not kidding. It sucks. It blows. I hate living here, but I'll never move at the same time as I say that. It's disgusting out. It's been the worst summer. It's been raining. Usually September and October, the 2 months that are good. It's gross. It's 95 degrees here right now, Biz. It's like September 8th. The hell's going on? But sorry, I don't mean to complain, but I don't like traveling during the summer because usually, that's our time off, and like I'm moving around so much during the season. So we just kind of hung out. And then, summer all of a sudden kind of comes to an end. And just the other day I put out the tweet, Ryder went off to kindergarten, dude. And holy shit.
He's a stallion, by the way. That might be one of the best looking kids I've ever seen. Like his
I know.
head of hair. Where did he get that head of hair?
I'm not saying I know as in like, yeah, he's really good looking. I'm saying like, I know, thank God he doesn't look like me type thing. And Wyatt looks even less like me. I'm like, what's the mailman look like? Does he have really good
Paternity
hair?
Tests, yeah. Yeah.
But no, but man, dropping him off at kindergarten, and I knew it would be hard for my wife, right? Like, and I get over there and I'm fine. And I didn't even notice she had the sunglasses on. She was like crying the whole time, but I was very excited. He wasn't nervous. He was super fired up, which made it like a lot better for me. Like knowing that, not that he's personable, but that he's like willing to kind of try new things, unless it's like sports. The other day he goes, I hate hockey, Dad. We're getting dressed. I go, why?
Oh.
He goes, it takes so long and it's freezing cold in there. And then he was crying too. I said, buddy, you got to play till Christmas. If you want to quit, then you can quit. I'm like, please quit, please quit, please quit. But I didn't have like, not expectation. I didn't really know what to expect for myself personally as he went off to kindergarten. So Bree, she's kind of a mess. And the bus pulls up and he's been asking to go on the bus. The bus drives right by our house 2 years. When am I going on the bus? When am I going on the bus? I'm like, buddy, time will come. So he bus pulls up. He runs up there first. There's like 8 kids over there. And he turns around. Bye, Mom. Bye, Dad. Have a great day. Dude, I'm like, oh my God. Now, at this point, like my wife's bawling. Our neighbor who was sending off her twins, a boy and a girl to kindergarten, she's bawling, crying. And I'm kind of okay, but I'm just like feeling a little weird. And I'm like, oh, babe, I'm going to go get us some coffees. And I started driving down the road. And buddy, I was absolutely bawling.
Oh, that's
I was bawling.
awesome.
I mean, I guess this is an emotional episode, right? Like we've been through a lot. It's like, it's, and I say a lot, obviously it's nothing compared to what the Super Seeds have gone through, but like, I'm just saying life in general. And what hit me was I started thinking, I actually was driving down this road that like we'll like rollerblade or, try to go for a bike ride. And I just kind of thought about him when he was so little, like pushing him in the carriage on that street right as he got on the bus. And it hit me that you drop your kid off to kindergarten, and I can't imagine people that send their kids off to college. That's a totally different thing, and they're probably laughing at me. But you send your kid off to kindergarten, and it hit me like for 12 years now, 9 months a year, he's gone all day. And you just kind of, you're like, the next 12 years, from 8 to 350, this kid, he's gone. And it just like makes you super grateful for the type of kid Ryder is. He's like the sweetest boy, like too sweet in a way. Like it's just, he's the nicest, most thoughtful kid. And I know every parent loves their kid, but it just kind of hit me like, oh my God, like he's just, he's growing up so fast. And I tweeted out that the not cliche, like the saying that with kids that the days go by so slowly and the years just fucking rocket ship. And like, there's days, even with Wyatt, he's a friggin' lunatic. Wyatt.
Those
He's
photo bombs
nuts.
are great.
He's nuts. But there's some days and I look at the clock and I'm like, please be 6:30, please be 6:30. And it's like 3:15.
Oh, no.
I'm like, oh my God. But just yesterday, the kid was born. So it was a really special moment. And like I was just real proud of him, how he was fired up. And of course, this kid is such a space cadet. And I have a friends who have kids, the same age. They say their kids are space cadet too. He gets home, I'm like, Bud, who'd you sit with at lunch? I don't know. Bud, think. remember opening your lunchbox, who was sitting next to you, who was sitting across from you. Oh, Trevor doesn't go to your school, bud. That wasn't Trevor. It's just like, that's what kind of sucks about.
Maybe he's got an imaginary friend.
Yeah, no
Do
shit.
you ever think of that? Do you ever think of that one?
Maybe we got to look into that one.
Well, I mean,
because if
he's
there's
as
an
good
imaginary
looking,
friend going on.
He's as good looking as the Sixth Sense kid, so maybe he's got some Sixth Sense shit going on.
Well, that's what people are like. Oh, your son's good looking. Yeah, well, the Sixth Sense kid's ugly as shit now. So just because you're cute at 5 doesn't mean you'll be good looking when you're 25. That's a fact. So we'll see. We'll see how he progresses in the looks department. Wyatt's tan though. I'm pale. Ryder's pale. Wyatt's a tan dog. He's I call him Squanto. So that's the other guy. But and then the other night, I got to spend the night with Jake Tebow. And RA knows Jake really well. Yeah. And 2 years ago, I think today, if not yesterday, Jake had a tragic accident where he was paralyzed from the waist down playing hockey. He was a senior at Milton Academy. He's now at Babs, and this kid is a beast. And he had sent out a tweet that actually went pretty viral. He's like, I had no expectations of his workout videos since that kid was out of Spalding Rehab Hospital, I think 2 to 3 months after he's paralyzed. And since then, dude, he's 5 hours a day, Biz. And
wow.
And it's just like, and it's really nice to get to know him. He's such a good kid. So he's a part of the Babson hockey team. They had a great year last year. They lost in the finals to a team that ended up, I think, winning the national title. And
I'd love to get him back on just to talk about the rehabilitation. And
I told him that.
It's a grind, but like, I mean, it's an inspirational story. But do you think there's an opportunity he could ever get back to walking?
I think
100%.
Wow.
I'm telling you, Biz. And Biz, he was over my house, and all of a sudden he's like, look, and his legs, they're moving a little bit. Like there's something in there, right? Like he's going. I think he's going to walk again. And part of it is his attitude, where he's like he talks to me about being in college and all the guys are getting after it, drinking, and he's like, no, one night a week I pick, and I only have Tito's, but he's like, I'm not doing all this, and I'm not, and he talks about what's really crazy and interesting to me is, I guess over here in America and then over in Europe even more so, they have a lot of different like surgeries they're trying. Where, what's the word I'm looking for, RA? When it's like experimental type stuff, and they've had crazy success. And he talked about staying in such good shape and keeping the muscles strong enough that you can keep strong enough so that when he can walk again, he'll be able to, and be more likely to be able to get that possible trial stuff and things that he mentioned, like why he's working so hard is what really got me. And it just like puts everything in perspective. And I think that's a kind of a good lesson for my summer is when you think about, troubles you're having or stuff you're going through, it's just like, it's all so relative, right? And there's so many people fighting the fight and going at it as hard as they can every single day that would do anything to be in your place. And it's important, I think, sometimes to realize that when you're going through tough times in life, that it could be a hell of a lot worse. And that doesn't speak to everyone. By no means does that speak to everyone, but for a lot of people, that's kind of one of the things. And so it sounds selfish, but when I hang out with Jake, like I get so much out of it because, and I told him as he was leaving, I said, dude, you're an inspiration. Not just to me, but to so many different people. And I think there's definitely days where it's harder for him to kind of stay up and fight that fight, but he's doing it. And so that was a really cool night. That was just the other night. He came over for dinner in the NFL season opener. So that was a blast. And more than anything, I got recharged, dude. Like I said, I'm so excited to do this again. What a season we have in store in the NHL in front of us. Holy shit. We'll get into some of the storylines in a little bit, but more than anything, as we said to end the season, you guys are like a family. Merles is going to have his second kid in a couple weeks here.
No way.
All you guys are like a family.
Now.
And so when you miss guys for 2 months, right? You're excited to get back going. And I think, more than anything, it's to all you guys listening. We're back in action. You'll be hearing from us every week for the next, 8 months, 9 months, 10 months. So I'm excited. Before we continue, guys, I'm here to be back and talk to you about Pink Whitney. New Amsterdam's own Pink Whitney vodka, the tastiest vodka you've ever had in your life. the pink drink, the pink stuff. And with football beginning, what gets brought up in football? Tailgates. Tailgate sessions. Just today, the New England Patriots opened their season at home. I had a bunch of buddies going over, and I stacked them up with nips and nips and nips on ice of Pink Whitney vodka. You can pass them out at the tailgates. You can maybe even, don't tell them I said it, maybe even sneak one into the game under your pants, right? Right in your pocket, right in your waistband. Pink Whitney. Because whether it's cold, hot, rain, or sunshine that is, Pink Whitney's where it's at. You can mix it up. I've mentioned many times, it's the energy drink with the Pink Whit for me. Little hop in your step. Just gives you that courage to talk to that girl you like. Maybe gives you the courage to stand and cheer a little louder for your favorite football team because you've been buzzing up on the Pink Whitney at the tailgate. So head on over to your local liquor store. Get involved now. We got the nips. That's everyone's favorite. We got the big-ass bottles, too. Those beasts. Those ones that the true diehards could still finish in a day, but most normal humans will take a little while to finish it off. Drop it down and enjoy your Pink Whitney. New Amsterdam's own. Thanks to them, and thanks to you guys for buying.
There were a few things that were going on conversation-wise during the offseason, RA. Like this Elon Musk feud. Like what's going to happen with this Elon Musk feud?
Oh, sorry.
So
before Elon Musk, all right.
Yeah.
The fact you slept through that fucking episode, dude, was something else, buddy. If you didn't think that was getting brought up, you and I texted that morning all fired up to be the whole band back together, and you didn't have to answer to me or Biz. You slept through that motherfucker.
What happened?
Bullshit.
I said it. I set this motherfucker.
So does this go into Elon Musk? Is he part of the Apple phone thing?
No, fuck no.
What's with the army time excuse? What was the army time excuse? You said that your phone was on army time where it was like on a 24-hour thing or that.
No.
Not the case?
I set three
so
separate
you had
alarms.
it set for AM. You had it set for AM for sure.
But it was PM. Like I said, I don't know what happened. And you could goof on me all you want. I Googled iPhone 14 alarm thing. And there wasn't one or two things. There's like hundreds or thousands of people who had issues. Now, I don't know if that's what happened. Trust me, dude, I was as fucking bummed out as anybody. The last thing I want to do is that. Oh, actually, this is kind of funny.
I was happy in a sense because I thought you were dead. So I was like, fucking thank God he's alive. Now I can be furious at him.
I actually got a text from Whitney saying, I think RA's dead. I was
so
like,
funny.
No. Oh, I was
funny.
I was calling Grinnell. I was calling everybody.
I was like, no. What the fuck are we going to do?
Was blowing up like crazy, too, because when we stopped the show, when you guys finished the show, you still hadn't heard from me yet. So when everyone listened to it, I was kind of still in limbo. So it was nice to be appreciated and have all those people worried about me, I guess. But actually, we had a meeting, what was it, Tuesday at 6 o'clock?
You'll be like the guy who fakes his death. Did you guys see that story in the summertime?
No.
Some guy faked his own death. Like they had a funeral and then he
I did see that.
He showed up in a helicopter. Like that's the craziest shit I've ever heard of.
That guy's got some issues.
Oh yeah, you think?
Talk about self-conscious.
RA, don't get any ideas. Like, don't expense the helicopter to Barstool.
Yeah, I can't expense a fucking Uber.
Were you about to say you slept through something else this week?
No, we had a little meeting Tuesday at 6 o'clock. So, when you wake up, sometimes you just, a little discombobulated. I got up and I didn't even know if it was light or dark out. I picked up my phone and I saw 7:38 or something. And I shit my pants. I was like, oh no, I'm done. They're going to fucking crucify, blah, blah, blah. It was only 7:30 in the morning. I thought it was 7:30 at night when I first woke up because in my head,
that brings me to my next question. The fact you didn't know what to... So what, right now, when are you going to sleep? What is your 24-hour sleep pattern right now?
There is none.
No, I'm going to guess that you sleep from 4 a.m. to like noon and then like nap at like 5 p.m. to 7 and then you're up kind of 7 to 4?
Minus the nap, that's pretty accurate. Yeah, I'm usually up till at least 3 to 4. I don't need as much sleep as I used to. Sometimes 6 hours is good, 7 hours, but I get up and start whatever I need to do. I mean, obviously, I don't have the same schedule as a 9 to 5 person. I usually don't take a nap, but that's why
Do you eat breakfast at like noon, or do you go right into like a BLT?
Yeah, he gets that. What's your uncle's sandwich there?
The GG special.
The GG special.
I just honestly, dude, I eat when I'm hungry. I don't necessarily have dinner every day. I just like eat, a snack or a fruit or vegetable, whatever. I just kind of eat whenever.
Yeah.
I don't have like a 3-meal day, like breakfast, lunch, dinner, none of that shit. I just eat when I'm hungry, and I'm typically not hungry for a few hours when I get up.
Vegetable?
Yeah. No, I do. I know.
Hey, by the way,
He has
when
to smoke before he eats to get hungry from the weed.
our new recording time is at 3 a.m. every Monday.
Hey, well, I mean, those West Coast games.
He's like, hey
I
guys,
gotta be
how you
in
doing?
shape.
What's going on, boys?
Hello, everybody.
All of a sudden into the
everybody.
all of a sudden into the screen comes the guy from Jackson you met in Lauderdale with like all the blow. We're like, oh shit, here we go.
It's like a full-on fucking concert. Hello, everybody.
Yeah. So wait, ever since that time when I fell back asleep, like a rap
Everybody.
Everybody.
All right, here.
Everybody.
Let's check in with the fellas. Busy in Scottsdale.
Getting some tail.
I'm going to take
boom,
a
there we go.
line, and here's your line for RA's Gambling Corner.
Give me two, Utah.
We got the Bees minus 145 money line.
The Bruins aren't playing tonight, all right? Oh, fuck. I met UCLA.
All right, double down next game then. Yeah, weird schedule, but I love it, man. I've always been a night owl, had weird schedule. So, I mean, it's great season, dude. We got those late West Coast games.
We should do live streams of you movie watching, because that's when you're consuming all your movies. Now, and that's another thing. So did you end up going to see Barbie? I know you were huge on Oppenheimer, and then you were going at Stephen Shea's throat about what his breakdown of Oppenheimer was. Now, I haven't seen either of them. I was going to wait till they come out via Netflix or any type of streaming service, because I don't really like going to the movie theater. But you said it's 10 out of 10.
Oh, yeah. Incredible. One of the best movies this century, no doubt about it. Christopher Nolan, a filmmaking genius, and what he did and how he did it was just stunned. Now, Wit Dog, I know when I missed that show, we didn't get to really chat about it, but you enjoyed it as well, correct?
I thought it was incredible.
Yeah.
And it really, I said on the Minahan show, my boy Kirk, I said, he's been chirping me since. I said it was very thought-provoking. How deep of me is that, Biz? It's a thought-provoking movie.
Big word, man.
Like the whole aspect of them creating this bomb that'll probably at some point end the world, right? I mean, I don't know. That's maybe an aggressive statement, but the fact that it has the ability to, and that they were creating it, it's just. And I will say, I ended up leaving the movie. I was like, I don't know if we had to drop the second one. We did the first one. The second one was probably a tad aggressive. But the scene when they fucking put off that test one, I think that guy, he's so good at the music in the movies. It's the music.
Hans Zimmer?
No, Zimmer didn't
I actually don't know the musician, but it's the director, and every scene, the music involved in it brings it up at my wife leaned over to me the countdown of the test bomb. She's like I've never been on the edge of my seat like this, watching a movie, and it's music related, Biz, if you know what I mean by that.
Yeah, I mean, there's certain movies you watch where the music just not the No Country for Old Men. What's it? There Will Be Blood. The one with Daniel Day-Lewis.
Yep.
I don't know who did the music for that one,
yeah.
but it just captivates you, and just the cinematography and all of it combined. And we should probably try to get Sean Avery back on soon to talk about
it, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I heard
it.
he had a talking role in it.
Yeah, when he and he's in that scene that they have to delay it because of the weather. Spoiler alerts. They have to delay the test because of the weather, and then he's there and it's shitty out. And I saw him I know him. And I didn't expect him. And all of a sudden, dude, he's in. Yeah, he's talking. He's talking to what's his name, the Irish guy, Oppenheim. The Irish actor. Oppenheim was not Irish. Other takeaway from the movie that was amazing, and thank God, is that Hitler was such a scumbag piece of shit that if he had allowed the Jewish scientists to be a part of Germany trying to build this thing, they would have beat us to it. They probably would have dropped one on us. So the fact that he was that horrible of a human basically saved a lot of people, saved a lot of Americans, I should say. And the whole movie in itself, I guess this is kind of old news talking about Oppenheim, but it was fantastic. I haven't seen Barbie. I don't really. I probably maybe watch it at home, but no, I'm not going to the theater for that.
And then going back to the Elon Musk riff. Now you're convinced that he's deleting some of your followers.
No, let me just clarify.
We got to set up a rough and rowdy Elon Musk.
I feel like you think he's actually going after you though.
No, and I thought I clarified that when we talked about it. Like I said, stopped giving a fuck about my follow count on Twitter. Like once I passed 300, 400, I never thought it was gonna, get over that.
Oh, not a big deal.
But not a big,
not
but
a big deal.
I know, you notice it because it's right there. It's, like I said, slowly, steadily, just kept going up. It was like 183 and change, and then when he came on board, it kind of plateaued, and then it actually dipped a little bit.
So,
and
all
then,
right, you have 183,000 followers.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
But it was like 183.3, I think, at one point, and then it went down to 0.1. Everyone's like, oh, he got rid of the bots. I'm like, whatever. Like, it's still there. I'm not saying I need more followers. Again, I don't give a shit at the end of the day of my follow count. And it wasn't me. I think he has a thing set up where people who have him blocked, that he fucks with those accounts that have him blocked, dude. Biz, have you noticed any? I know you're not on Twitter as much. Anything different? Just and when you use it at all?
Yeah,
have you noticed
Elon
anything?
coming for your throat, and that's why I think you should challenge him to a rough and rowdy right now.
I mean,
All
Cut
right,
the
go
fucking
on.
promo.
be-
Do one of your 4 a.m. leanos and fucking get it going right now.
All right. I will
I'm
say
off the bench
this
for that.
about Twitter. I can't get rid of it, right, for our job.
Right.
I really would like to, though, because all it is porn bots.
That's why I like it.
It's probably like Biz's Delta Lips Tits 69 flight attendant like bots, but and I've lost followers too, RA. So and I don't have them blocked. So I think your kind of argument there is a little foolish. But it's all porn bots. Every day, every mention I click on, it's just a porn bot. So I mean, maybe I should start blocking them, but.
People are like,
Sometimes
oh,
it's not bad.
that's because what you search. It's like, no, it's not. Like, I
No,
clicked
it's not.
on
I don't search porn on that thing.
Me neither. Go elsewhere. But you click on like a hashtag, like earlier, Las Vegas, I clicked on it. Next thing I know, I seen a guy taking it up the balloon, like Grinelli's earlier. It was like, holy fuck, dude.
Guy on guy?
Yeah.
The
Boom.
guy
I was
had
like,
a Chiclet shirt on. Grinelli's passed out on the laughing gas, just thumping away. Or he's like, oh shit, this one's personalized.
Here's your colonoscopy.
you're getting the bonus plan, buddy.
Oh.
But yeah, it's just that. And the amount of shitheads, too. I mean, there's always been dingbats at social media, but it just feels like the level of idiots on there has gone up. And yeah, I mean, we're going to be on there. It's still a great news feed, a great way to aggregate your news. But yeah, I just think the user experience for a lot of people has changed quite a bit. But enough of that, Peckerhead. Let's talk about some good shit. Boys, tomorrow night, a big drop. Sandbag at 18 from Nashville versus Kevin Bieksa. Ryan Getzlaff dropping on our YouTube channel at 6 o'clock, I believe. Boys, this was
All right,
outrageous.
your first ever sandbagger.
First ever sandbagger, yeah. I mean, we got a little bit of a snippet.
You
back
were
when
a treat. The way that these guys were carving you was like next level. Easily the drunkest sandbagger we've ever done. Now, keep in mind, this is after a full week in Nashville, and we were doing net birdie juice. So
No. So that's how it started. On the 1, 2, 3. On the 4th hole we played, there was a net birdie made. And yes, as Biz said, it was 4 nights in a row. Madness. That city, we've talked about it. Banana lands. It happened to be the 4th hole where there was a net birdie. We're like, let's get it going again. But Biz, we were drinking like big deals like early, and then it's the shampoo effect, right? If you've been getting after it and you don't sleep well, you have one beer. Yes, the net birdie shot, and then I want to say I think there's 8 or 9, possibly more birdies made. So by the end of it, Juice and I had a cigarette after. We were crippled. I was like, great match, man. He said, oh, it was a lot of fun. I was like, no, you're a great golfer, man. I was like, what the fuck? What is this going to look like? So I watched it, and yeah, it's fantastic. Those two are hilarious.
some of the best golf I think ever played in a sandbagger. For the first 9 holes, darts were being thrown.
You were unreal. Yeah, I think there's some good golf being played on there. I would say that. There's also some horrible golf, but that's kind of standard for when we do these things. But it's more about the fact that these guys, I think there's an aspect of like retired, a little bit older, and things are just let loose a little bit more, right? Like these guys, like Juice and Getsy are going to say a lot more than Zegras and Caulfield will. That's just how it goes, right? That's just the sport we're in and the age those guys are. So I think people are going to really enjoy this. We're looking to keep the streak alive. We're in one a little bit, but it's phenomenal.
Currently 8 in a row. Looking for 9, by the way.
Yeah, it was hilarious. I mean, we know BXer anyways. He's a funny bastard. But Getzlaff, he reminds me like a guy from around here. He looks like he could be from like Dorchester or Salty. He's kind of like a smart ass. He's got that smirk smile.
He's a
about him.
chirper. He's a chirper. Right.
Yeah.
And he's one of those Saskatchewan guys, my favorite province. But he's got that. Yeah. I agree with you. He's got that East Coast sense of humor, sarcastic. Just gave me the business when I played with him for like 6 minutes in Anaheim. But we wanted to thank those guys, and I think you guys will really enjoy this one. I've been getting asked a lot, when's the next sandbag? I say, boo, we got 2 in the bank. We got 1 dropping tomorrow. Someone asked me today, actually. And then I said, and then we already did one that's going to be probably out early November. So
Jack Eichel and Noah Hannafin.
Eichel and Hannafin, Stanley Cup champion Jack Eichel. So yeah, the sandbaggers are rolling on. We got other ones planned. It's a great little side gig we got going with this.
What time does that drop on Wednesday on the Spittin' Chiclets YouTube channel? So for all you listening, make sure you subscribe to that so you don't miss it. It'll give you the alert. Will you be live in the chat, Merles?
Yeah,
usually
I'll
you
be
are
in there. It'll be midnight over here, but I haven't watched it. I got it in the email, but I want to be in there and live with it with the fans. I heard RA was just out of control, so I hope there was an RA cam. I'm real excited for it.
Yeah.
Biz,
What time
that's
is it?
6 p.m. That's 6 p.m. on the YouTube
Eastern
channel.
time on Wednesday. Don't miss it, folks. We'll see you there in the chat. We're going to have some fun. Kevin Bieksa, Ryan Getzlaff. And Getzlaff just took a new job, didn't he?
I think the day before we played, he took director of player development. So one of those fancy gigs that they give to Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
That basically means you just show up when you want to show up.
And they cut
Am I
his
wrong?
range fees.
Advisor to the assistant general manager or something.
Advisor to the owner.
All right, we mentioned our buddy Terry Ryan earlier won the Ball Hockey World Championships in Buffalo at the Riverworks. And boys, we're going to be there in just over 3 weeks for the next Chiclets Cup. It's going to be even bigger this year. Every player at the Chiclets Cup is going to be given a ticket to the last Sabres exhibition game versus the Penguins on Friday night, 7 o'clock. And then on Saturday, we're having a party at Riverworks. It's going to be open to the public. We're having Dirty Honey perform. That's the band I met briefly a couple summers ago. I can't wait to finally check them out. They opened for Guns N' Roses this summer. They got a new album dropping November 3rd titled Can't Find the Breaks. They've been touring in support of. It's the second album. They actually filmed it over in Australia. First single off the album, Won't Take Me Alive, is good stuff. So go to mudhoney.com to see when they come to your neck of the woods. Gee, what do you got?
Something I just want to clarify, we've been getting asked a ton, is the Chiclets Cup is fully open to the public. If you want to come and watch during the day, what we like to call it a hockey festival, and the hockey festival is free to everyone. To play, that's a different story, but come hang out. We have basketball hoops, golf simulators. There's so many different fun things we have planned. We have bars, everything, and it's going to be at Riverworks. It's going to be a blast, so come by.
Well, the sign up is on Thursday, and actually in Buffalo they have like a special hockey weekend going on. So we're throwing like our little a little pre-party on Thursday for sign up, and then we're all going to head over to there after we do our little party on Thursday. Correct?
Yeah. So that's the welcome party, and then that's Thursday, and then like RA said, Saturday's the big night with Dirty Honey at Riverworks, which is going to be incredible.
And once again, open to the public. So if you're around the area, come. It's going to be an awesome concert on Saturday. That's when all the semifinals and finals are going to be. So there'll be a full day of ball hockey, and then right over to where the concert setup is inside of Riverworks. It's actually the same place where they held the World Championships of ball hockey. And then shout out to the Sabres. I mean, they're going to be a wagon this year. They're
my squad.
They're on the up and up right now.
My Eastern Conference squad right there, Biz.
It's playoffs or bust. So for them to be able to make tickets available for all the people who are involved with the Chiclets Cup to go on Friday night to check out the Pittsburgh Penguins, I would imagine you're probably going to see majority of the guys in the lineup because it's the last exhibition game before the season starts. So I'm fired up. I'm sure Buffalo's fired up, and it's going to be a great weekend to kick off the NHL season.
Gee. Did they figure out that VIP section that was the most fake VIP section of all time?
We're not doing a VIP. Everybody's staying downstairs this year.
Oh, shit. All right.
Oh. Yeah, she deserves
Jen's
it.
the best.
She's been there 19 years.
Wow.
That's
So that would be, what is
haul.
that? So so maybe it was her second year, Merles, when we were there. Remember we'd go in and hang out with her in her office. Actually, she was just starting her rise to stardom within the Penguins organization. So that's great for her. No surprise either.
Actually, one more thing's Penguins related. What was the comment during the offseason that you made about, was it Letang, G, or was it Carlson?
So
let's talk about this quick before we move on.
I was on this show, I think.
Yeah, you joined the next show. So I just said that I still don't think that getting Erik Karlsson makes the Pittsburgh Penguins a Stanley Cup contender. I said
you said he's a Walmart
and I'm getting to that. And then
that's what you should address.
When I justified it, I said you have a Walmart version of Erik Karlsson in Chris Letang. And the next pod, I took it back.
The guy's got 3 fucking Stanley Cups.
But we're talking. What have you done for me lately?
What do you mean? What has he done for you lately? Like
we're talking about. Okay, and my point was, and I clarified this on the next pod, was I didn't mean to go at Chris Letang as much as I did just the overall build of the roster. Like I remember last season, Biz, you in particular were pissed that Sidney Crosby had to goon it up every single game for them, and they did nothing to address that.
They got a Chari, dude.
Well, yeah, he's a cigarette machine, but he's also not chucking knuckles every night.
He will.
Sure.
How many teams have guys who chuck knucks all the time?
The Leafs just added about 15.
I mean,
who? I mean, they got Revo. That's
Revo,
like one of like
Domi,
the 5 guys.
They got Domi, Revo, Bertuzzi.
You're trying to tell me Bertuzzi's willing to fight more than a Chari? I'm just saying that he just said they did nothing.
I would say yes. And I would say that Jake McCabe would probably chuck him. Giordano's nothing to fucking sneeze at either. If he I'm not saying he is fighting because most guys won't go to the net when he's there because he's fucking tough as nails. So yeah, as far as toughness is concerned, I don't think that they address that category. Now, yeah, I don't think that anybody was going to consider them a cup contender, but I think that move by Kyle Dubas and what he had to do in order to get Karlsson over, I think it makes them a lot more relevant than they were right before it happened. I always go back to this.
did not win the Norris, by the way. I don't see a Norris.
But that's what I said, though, Biz, too. I'm like,
Norris.
they are a much better hockey team than they were before, but they're still not built properly to make a Stanley Cup run. That's the only point I was making.
So I disagree with that because of the guys that you have involved. You have those 3 guys, and then you bring in a guy like Karlsson who can alleviate that offensive pressure from Letang. And, of course, I mean, for what he's been through health-wise, he can kind of take a back seat maybe in that role, as far as like the number 1 PP guy, and focus on his game a little bit more defensively. They lost Dumoulin, correct? He's not there anymore. Correct. I felt that he was pretty solid them for a long time. I think that the moves that Hextall made in order to blow up their back end with Matheson wasn't back, and then the Marino trade, like that smoked them. But they definitely got better on the back end. And I'm not saying that there's one right way to win a Stanley Cup. If you might as well push your chips in the middle as far as trying to go all offensive, they needed a puck-moving defenseman who can feed those offensive threats. But as far as cup contender, if you have those other guys in the lineup, and I don't think that the East is particularly that strong outside of Toronto and outside of New Jersey, I mean, yeah, don't call them a cup contender, but they're relevant now. They're going to make playoffs.
So you're not even throwing in Carolina. You're putting Toronto and Jersey ahead of Carolina. You are the most deranged, typical Leafs fan I've ever fucking heard of in my life, dude. You just, in your mind, imagine the East and
what's
Toronto
happened the last
first, and then you thought Devils, and you didn't even think of Carolina.
You know what happened the last 2 times the Carolina Hurricanes have been to the conference finals? They've gotten swept.
Okay.
They're a fancy regular season.
Toronto hasn't gotten to the fucking conference finals in 400 years.
And
you're throwing it out there like...
It doesn't matter. Washington couldn't get past the second round for how fucking long? I would compare Ovechkin and fucking Austin Matthews as basically same fucking category. Everybody wants to shit on him.
Defense?
No, I would say Austin Matthews is even way better defensively on top of that. And that'll probably lead into his signing. But yeah, okay, put Carolina in the mix if they can finally get over the hump. But we all know that they like to blow their load during the regular season. They work their dicks off, and then they get to the Eastern Conference Finals, and then they go limp. Like I did after going 3 rounds with the fucking flight attendant. Fuck!
Jesus Christ.
I can't wait for the next few episodes, these season previews.
Oh, baby.
So everyone, we'll let you know now.
Yep.
We've decided this year that after this episode, There will be 4 straight episodes. We're going to preview a division in each. And that will actually, the 4th episode with the final division preview will be dropping the day before the North American season starts. They're starting that weekend in about a month over in Europe. But I think Wednesday night is the opener. We'll be dropping Tuesday with our final preview of the division. So I think the past few years we've done conference, and maybe you guys get a little sleepy. You know, we're going over every team. It's 15, 16 teams now in each conference. So we're just going to do 8 an episode for the next 4, not including this episode, and that'll get you all dialed in. When are we going to talk about, I almost want to just tease it. Will we wait till the Metro preview to talk about Columbus and what we're hearing out of their biz?
No, let's talk about it right now.
Ooh.
This
I get a text.
Is fucking outrageous, dude.
So, I get a text from a player, and he goes, "Have you heard what Babcock is up to again?" And I'm like, "No."
Now, mind you, Biz, before you go, would you not say that as most people, you thought this year he's got to be different? He has to have learned from his mistakes. Did you think
would have
that?
thought that he went to an ayahuasca retreat and
With like
came
a monk.
back. He went off to hang out with monks in the middle of the forest for a year and came back a completely different, likable person. Now, I have nothing personal against Mike Babcock. I only know from the stories that I hear. We should probably get Commodore back on to hear him talk about it for 45 minutes.
Restraining order against them.
So this player who texted me said he has about 20 stories exactly like the one I'm about to tell you. And some of you have maybe already heard what he had done in the past, where he called in players from his team and he'll say, "Let me see your phone. I want to see open up your photos and I want to see who you are as a person." So the person, obviously you're getting jammed up. You have no expectation that your coach is going to be like, "Hey, I want to see your dick pics that you're sending these randos on Instagram." Okay. So the players in the past have obviously handed over their phone. They plug it in, and I think it's a video coach plugs it in, and then they bring it up on a flat screen, and he goes through the camera roll on your phone to see what type of person you are, whether you're sending memes to the boys, whether, like I said, you're sending dick pics, whether chicks are sending you. I don't know what it is that Mike Babcock is looking for in these photos.
He's like, "Oh, I should have shaved your bush for that picture."
And so this is what I'm hearing anyway, right? And this is coming from somebody in the NHL. So he gets to Columbus, and one of the first things he does is he calls in Boone Jenner, the captain of the fucking team, and he says, "Let me see the photos in your phone. I want to know the type of person you are." What the fuck is going on?
Is that even legal?
It feels like it's totally illegal.
I want to get him on the podcast to grill him about his antics as a head coach. Like, worry about the fucking forecheck. Worry about your fucking your personnel. Worry about getting the power play humming at an alarming rate so you might have a chicken dick's chance of sneaking in a wild card spot. Why do you want to see throbbing dick pics from your captain on his iPhone? I don't understand this.
By the way, if I was going into one of these meetings having heard all these stories prior, I'm putting on like Rocky quotes on my photos.
Oh, yeah.
I'm putting on like my workout routine. I'm putting on he'd strip Boone Jenner's C right off his goddamn chest and put it on mine.
Oh, yeah. You know what I would put on
my
my phone? I'd be fucking standing here in this chair with my fucking bin staring him right in the eye with me holding my legs like this.
Corneli's like, "No, let him show me my swollen knot."
I would have my knees by my ears with my hairy hoop staring him right in the face.
What's wrong with this guy?
Now, I hope this story is true, because then we look like real big idiots, but I think that Mike Babcock should come on this podcast and clear the air as to why he wants to see Pierce nipples from Instagram thoughts in his players' phones.
The tough thing is for the player, and I'm like, even Goudreau, who's just locked in there at Huge Joe for 7 more years, it's kind of, or
he's
whatever.
He's just got all jet ski videos. It's like, oh, okay. Bring in the next guy.
Sandwiches.
Bring in the next guy.
But even somebody like that, with all the security you could imagine, like, it's still, what do you do? Say no? Like, then all of a sudden you're in one with the coach. The season hasn't even started. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's just got you by the balls. It's like, new coach, I got to impress the guy. Here's my phone.
Wait, do you think he'll punish them because this leaked somehow because it got out? Do you think he'll take it out on the team now?
Yeah, and like they're gonna have a hit out on Biz for telling the story.
I love the Blue Jackets. We went there. I was ready to make them my fourth team.
I thought you
They
got
are
in
my
trouble. I
fourth
thought
team.
you
I have
got
a
yelled at.
jersey.
Didn't you got yelled at there or something? Didn't you?
What do you mean?
Somebody
Jeez,
got yelled at for like sitting on the cannon, right?
Oh yeah, the cannon.
I think that
protector.
was Pasha put his foot up on the.
No, I did.
course, that prick.
The cannon lady yelled at me because she just has to protect the cannon, and I wasn't doing it to be disrespectful. I was just doing it because I thought you could have a photo op, but that disrespected it, and then I agreed. I said, "I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't know the rules." I love their mascot. They took care of us when we were there. I'd love to go back. Is it our bar? I would go back to
Our
Columbus.
bar is an incredible spot.
I would go
Biz.
back to Columbus once every single year.
Yeah,
to
G
go to
said it
our
was
bar
top
and go to
3
a
city
game.
in the country.
It is.
Top 5, but
It is. It's the new Miami. But I don't know, man. This guy is just something else. He's off his rocker. I almost think that he signs these deals and then tries to get fired so he can just go enjoy all the money. He's playing chess, not checkers.
Yeah, I know. What did he sign for? What did he get?
I think he only got like a 2, maybe 3-year deal at maybe 2-3 million. Maybe
Okay,
maybe
still.
2.5. I mean, for Columbus, that's basically like giving him the 50% of the team. But
Biz, it was a 2-year deal for $4 million per
okay,
year.
I was close, Sonk.
$4 million per. So he got $8 million.
8 sheets. He's trying to get canned,
Sounds
man.
about
He
right.
made 50 sheets from MLSC Toronto.
Well, I
He
think it was.
he was getting paid as much as Matthews.
It was somebody said it. It was brought up like, what the hell was he doing to these poor kids at the University of Saskatchewan, or wherever the hell he was coaching? He must have been torturing those fuckers. We got to get one of those guys on.
All right, what do you make of that?
Yeah, that's just weird, dude. To say, let me see your phone. I mean, I would probably hesitate, but at the same time, if you don't give it to him, he's gonna probably get pissed off and think you're hiding something. But that is a very strange request. And as far as like illegal, yeah, man, I can't imagine that the Players Association is happy about that. If in fact it's true, I mean, that's just it's personal shit. There's no need he needs to go through your phone.
I don't want you to see my wife's cannon, so no, I'm not giving you my phone.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure Boone Jemmer's like married with a family, right?
Yeah.
I was just joking about the Instagram thoughts and him having throbbing dick pics. That was obviously not true. I didn't get that part of the story as to what was on the phone.
Let's get that on the record. Let's get that on the record.
What if his old lady sent a picture of her cans just to get him going for the road trip or something like that? This is craziness.
Yeah, well, he wouldn't see my pic. I've never taken a dick pic. Probably
no.
won't
There's
at this
just like
stage.
videos of you like imitating the guy from Silence of the Lambs. Put the
Early
lotion in the
days when I was
basket.
playing in the American League, yeah, I sent off a couple. Just rolled back the Forsey, sent the stuff.
Your
off.
hog's got to be flying around the internet.
Oh, jeez. I always got nervous of like when you fell asleep with like if you got brought a girl home and you fell asleep if like you took a picture of your soft one and it looks like a origami cock, just like a little guy, just a little
that's
shrimp dick.
Doing something.
I just got out of the cold tub. That's not legit.
Shrinkage.
I was swimming. It was in the
I
pool.
was in the
Costanza.
pool.
I was Costanza.
I was
I was in the pool.
It's a Photoshop.
Biz, you've already alluded to it a couple times already. After a baseless speculation, Austin Matthews isn't going anywhere. He signed a 4-year, $53 million extension with a full no-move clause that keeps him in Toronto until 2028. The average annual value comes out to $13.25 million. The deal starts next season. He's still only going to be 30 when it expires. Let's see. He averages 42.7 goals per season. He's never scored fewer than 34 in a season. 2 30-goal seasons, 4 40-goal seasons, and 1 60-goal season. Interestingly, the contract, $49.65 million as bonuses, just $3.35 million as the base salary. His next goal will be his 300th. But Biz, were you expecting a higher number on either money or term?
I
or is
was.
this about what we expected?
He was
Yeah?
hoping for a longer term deal. I'll tell you that for free.
You know what, Whit? I'm okay with it because if this experiment doesn't work out for the next 5 years, it's like then I'll probably be at peace with the fact it's like, okay, well, it just ain't going to get done here. He's got 5 years to make this thing work. Now, all right, like I think I've made more money in salary than Austin Matthews through his career because this guy's gotten paid. I think over the course when he hits 30, he would have made $122 million in the NHL.
And wasn't he making $775 on his actual salary the past 7 years or whatever?
I think in the first 2 years of that last deal he just signed, I think just over 15 million years 1 and 2 were paid in by bonus. Now, some people are wondering like, oh, well, like why would you want to get paid in bonus rather than salary? What's the difference? Now, bonuses are protected by lockouts. Now, I don't think that they plan on having a lockout moving forward, but players who have in years of lockouts signing bonuses, like let's say, I think Shea Weber protected himself, and all the big dogs, especially playing for teams like Toronto who have that type of money. Some teams don't, right? They can't pay you in the bonus, and they don't want to give it to you because if there is a lockout, they're not bringing any money in. They don't want to pay you out. So in this situation, it's like, it doesn't matter if there's no season. He's still getting his 15 sheets July 1. It's hitting his account. Doesn't matter. He fucking, hey, I'll hit the pina coladas on the beach with Lou Lamoriello.
I think of it more as and like shout out to Judd, his agent, who's gonna he's gonna come on the show now. He wanted to get the deal done before he came on. He wants to do it in person. We might not be able to make that work, but we'll figure it out. But it's more to me that you get the money immediately. You get it to your financial advisor.
Yeah, of course.
It's just that's the goal in a sense. Obviously, the lockout protection is nice, but it's more about like the sooner you get the money, the sooner that money's making money.
It's right. I would say
but
that
not
it's
every
more
team can afford to do this.
Correct. Well,
So I think that this will change. I think that they'll go after this in the next CBA because it technically, it really, realistically, it isn't fair to every team.
So you're going to say Austin Matthews is going to cause another lockout for owners going after signing bonuses. So is that what you're saying?
I could die on that hill.
I would say that it definitely has more to do with protecting it from a lockout than it does, but obviously getting it quicker and making it work, very smart. And the guy's made a boatload of dough. As far as what he got paid, morons on the internet will say it's a drastic overpayment. If you're going to win a Stanley Cup, you need a number one center. And when you can lock in a guy where you're guaranteed getting 43 goals a season, and if he's healthy, you're getting probably over 60. Let's not forget, this guy came into last season with like a fucked up wrist and hand. And
Okay, so staying healthy is somewhat of an issue with him, though. It's a subject that has to be brought up.
Go look it up. How many games do you think he's missed over the start of his career? I would say he's probably not missed over 50 games.
Gee, can you get on that?
I would say that there's no way he's missed more than 40 games.
Okay, fair enough. And credit to him for playing through injuries, but it does seem as he's banged up. He's banged up a lot.
So he's played last year. He played 74 games, then 73 games, 52 games, 70 games, 68 games, 62 games, 82 games.
Okay, but keep in mind,
a couple of those are COVID years.
The 52 game, yes, that was a COVID year. I believe they only played 56. Well, he's big deal. He's probably missed about 50 games. So that's not too bad for a guy who's taken the type of punishment he is and for what he brings to the lineup. We're not talking about a guy who just puts up fucking goals here. We're talking about a guy who, over the course of his career so far, has established himself as one of the most reliable defensive centers in the league. Like, and if you think I'm a fucking moron, go check out the analytics that'll back it up, and or just go watch a fucking game. He is a horse. There's probably maybe 4 or 5 other centermen in the league that you could put ahead of him, maybe not even. So he's worth every fucking penny. The deal doesn't kick in till next season. He's making 11.5 this year, which he's worth every goddamn penny, considering the cap's going to be going up about $5 million. You pay to solidify the middle of the ice. Look, I bet you, who's the GM of the Bruins? Don Sweeney?
Yeah.
He would eat your fucking cornhole already to get a fucking centerman like Austin Matthews. He would legit bend you over and pluck every fucking hair out of your cornhole with his teeth to get a centerman who's half as good as Austin Matthews right now.
He'd take the stitches out of G's cornhole.
He would take the stitches out of G's fucking cornhole and floss his teeth with them. That's how much centermen are needed in this league. We go back to when Pittsburgh won one of those back-to-back cups, and they didn't even, Letang wasn't even lineup. They didn't have any D. You need to protect the middle of the ice, and they have done so, and they've locked it in. So shout out to Judd. I actually called him, and I said, Judd, Tree just got over here. You're going to have to make it easy on him. Don't bend him over and get too greedy, and that's why they
still kind of bent him over, but
he didn't. In Tree we trust. That's a fair deal. That's a hometown discount. And for you idiots online saying he's from Scottsdale, that's not a hometown discount. It's where he's drafted. It's where he's supposed to be, and it's where he's going to stay. You motherfuckers, go Leafs, go.
Okay. I actually agree with mostly everything you said. I'm actually on the Alan Walsh train, who's been going off lately, how underpaid these guys actually are. When you see, and I'm not comparing the NFL and the NBA, I understand the revenue difference, but the percentage of money that these superstars are making in other leagues is pretty ridiculous when you look at like the highest paid guy making $13 million in the NHL, right? So in a sense, he's underpaid. Like in the true reality of what he does for an organization makes that much money, underpaid. I knew he was going to get over 13. I just think that you look at Toronto, a great team, right? With what they've done, they are a great team. They're D-stink, and their goal is a question mark. They're D-stink, and their goal is a question mark, Biz, and you know it. And you know what? You bring up Pittsburgh when they won the cup without Letang. Now, granted, Murray was standing on his head. If Samsonov can do that, I eat my words. But I think Toronto's going to light it up in the regular season. I think they're going to lose in the second round again. So we will see. We have all year to talk about this. I do think, obviously, you had to re-sign him. You had to kind of give him what he wants. It's not a hometown discount. A hometown discount would have been $11 million. He's making 11.5. It would have been 12 to open up money for other people. You know that's a fact. You know it. And the cap's going up, so maybe that goes into effect.
But he's playing this year at 11.5, and I think the cap's going to go up $5 million. So I do think that.
You think 5?
I think it's going to go up $5 million.
I think it'll go up 3.
They're paying back everything from when there was the shutdown because of COVID. This is like the final year of where they're getting fucked over because of that, and it's going to go up drastically because of how much the league's thriving. Connor Bedard is coming in. We have another McJesus basically. I think league revenue is going to be at an all-time high, and the league's going to thrive, and it is going to go up. As far as their back end, I would have said the same thing probably 3 weeks ago, but after looking into it more, the fact that they got Klingberg to help out for the power play, that's like
offense ain't their problem, dude.
But it allows Morgan Riley to focus more defensively. I think that Jake McCabe is now going to be settled in there. I think he's a great top 4. I think he's going to be great on that left side. And I think that collectively as a 6-man unit, they're not that bad. I think it's a solid decor. I'd give them a B-. With the guys they have up front right now, that's all you need, I think. And like you said, they're obviously going to need the goaltending. They got it last year in playoffs. That wasn't the issue. Going back to last thing about Austin Matthews too, is the criticism of the playoff stuff. Ovechkin dealt with it for years and years and years. They're sticking with their guys, and this core group is eventually going to get over the hump. I'm convinced of it. It's going to happen, and I'm with G. I think that this year is the year.
So, as a Leafs hater, I will openly admit, playoffs. I don't think of him as not performing in playoffs. I don't.
I'm speaking to the morons online.
Like okay. I thought you were 3 points to the moron you do the podcast with, but when I talk about hometown discount, though, it's a little less, and then all of a sudden, some of that dough can maybe go to Nylander because. You talk about playoffs, he's the best motherfucker when the playoffs come, and it doesn't seem to me as right now as he's going to be back there after next year. Does it to you?
They're $13 million over the cap heading into next season as well.
Yeah. Nylander's apparently asking for around 10 million. Somebody said north of 10. That is not going to be able to happen if they want to keep him.
But if Matthews took a little less and he lights it up and you're like, hey, he took a little bit less, you take a little bit less too. Pittsburgh, the Penguins, they did it forever.
Boston.
And I'm not somebody to sit here and like say it's easy for a player to take less money, but I'm just not going to allow you to throw around on this podcast the words hometown discount. It's not fair and it's not true.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Okay. That's a good point.
Morals, when you saw the deal, was your reaction like make sense, or was it like that's a lot?
No, I thought it was fair when I first saw it. First thoughts, I pay for my centerman like Biz talked about. Instead of a scoring winger, a guy that's center taking the draws, big body. You're always talking about his block shots, so it's not just offense. I think it was a fair deal for. I think it was a fair deal for everybody involved.
He's incredible. I'll end it with that. He's an incredible hockey player.
You know what was a fair deal was the Kopitar contract. That was a fair deal. Oh, God. That's a homer. That's a hometown discount, boy.
And the other one that was the same one was Aho that happened over the summer, which was a fair deal. Both sides happy again. Centerman. There's no free agents. You can't get a good free agent anymore. That's another reason the Matthews deal is good.
I know. Remember back in the day when it was like July 1st was so exciting. There was always big names, and now there's July 1st is a dud. Now, granted, we're blacked out in Nashville when it happens, but it's a dud now because you lock up your guys and you don't even let them get to that day. And when they do get to that day, as we'll go through the list, maybe later in the show, RA can read the list of next season's free agents. You'll notice all of them are past their prime. That's what happens. There ain't no prime guys going to UFA anymore. That's just a fact. That's how the system works.
All right, we'll get to that in a little bit. Biz, maybe Willie needs more money to pay for his corn roast. Did you see that picture of him on vacation?
He is a silly man. I listened to Sandine on 31 Thoughts or 32 Thoughts, excuse me. And he was just talking about how silly of a guy he is. He says he's one of the best guys off the ice. And I'd love to get him on the pod. Now that we got Tree living in the seat and Dubas, the traitor, the backstabber, is gone and out of off the throne in Toronto, I think that there is a possibility we could start getting some of these Leafs on, guys.
Army's Dubas' butler right now in Chicago. Yeah. He's like buttering his toast for him.
Yeah.
And Shanny's our boy. Although he did say to me, "Why do you hate our team?" I said, "Shanny, it's nothing personal, buddy. I grew up looking up to you, but I fucking hate your fans. No offense."
Wait, the words that came out of your mouth were actually, "Your fans are fucking cunts," is exactly what you said. C-word, hell of a word if you really want to announce your presence with authority.
Yeah, don't say it to your old lady, though.
No. I knew that she was going to be my old lady when she said it. She's like, "That girl's a cunt." I was like, yes. I was like, Biz has his Delta girl, but you just have to say that.
Yeah. That kind of, she wasn't dropping those words.
If a girl says that.
My cock would have fell off if that was the case.
That's my wife, Biz. Watch your mouth.
No, from fucking flight attendant girl.
People get their panties in a bunch about it. Where like when you go to Australia or England, it's like calling someone an asshole in this country. People, I don't know. It's a word. It's 4 letters. Big fucking deal. Get over it.
It is a pretty intense
Speaking
word.
of that, boys, I got 2 weeks from today. 2 weeks from today, I'll have my ball ripping through the wind in Ireland. A week trip in Ireland, finished by a trip over to Rome, my first time in Italy, to catch out Sunday singles of the Ryder Cup. So I've never been more excited in my life for a trip. We got 16 guys. It's going to be incredible. So I just imagined some Irish gray sky with some wind in your face on a par 3. 2 weeks from today, that's the Whit Dog.
Are you going to be going to Marcus Aurelius's battleground? Are you going to go check out the Coliseum?
So we are actually doing me and my buddy are meeting our wives in Rome. They're going to like London. I don't even know where they're going, actually. They're going somewhere before.
They're going to rip up your credit card.
Yeah. Oh, rip it up. I'm done. And we're meeting them in Rome, and then we're doing a night tour of the Coliseum. They got it all lit up, right? Ooh. So I'll get to see where all that action went on. I'll get to picture the Spaniard picking up the dust.
Is the night tour like the fast pass at Disneyland?
I don't know. If she booked it, yeah, it's got to be VIIIP. It's probably $20,000. I don't even want to ask.
Wait, I'll give you a little travel tip for these big European cities. You get the crush
in one of the lockers or one of the cells. The green room.
The green room for the gladiators.
Hey, pass the popcorn.
Oh, shit. What you have for us,
yeah,
Rolls?
When you go to these big cities, I don't know if I ever told you, you got to take the hop-on, hop-off bus. It's the only...
Merles,
I'm telling you.
I'm not a public transportation guy.
I'm telling you, when you're in these big cities, because you bring a beer on, you grab a tall boy, you go right up top, you sit on the upper deck, the thing moves you around the whole city. If you see a bar you want to get out, you jump out at the bar. You see the Coliseum, you jump out there. You get back in. You can't be schlepping around, walking around, or you can't be in the taxis.
Big ass black tinted out Escalade driving me around the streets of Rome.
I don't know if they don't really have a lot of Escalades over here, Ryan.
No, he's shipping his. He's flying one of those jumbo. Bree booked the plane, the jumbo jet.
It's a little different over here.
They're going to bring it over. Just so they can have the kids' car seats.
The people listening, the common man out there.
I need to remember, it's just a hop on, hop off.
hop on, hop off, because you can bring your own beer. You sit right up on the top, the beautiful weather. That looks like a cool bar. Or you want to go to that tourist attraction, you get out. You don't want to go to the one and see this. You stay on. It's the best. I'm telling you.
I can't wait to
Also,
watch one of
Biz-
those Elon Musk Twitter videos of Whit getting stabbed on a bus, just in the For You section. Whit getting
I didn't ask for
shanked.
this.
He's bleeding out. He's like, Merle's told me to do this.
I'm buying a T-shirt that just says Rome from some guy on the street. I get shanked.
Yeah.
Bro, when you told me Whit actually took the New York subway a while back, I almost shit my pants when I heard that one.
Grunelli
But-
put me in a headlock and he dragged me down there. But I will say, it's a lot easier than sitting in a car in traffic.
All right, before we go any further, here's a word from our friends at Omega Accounting Solutions. Attention all business owners with 5 to 500 employees. Were you a responsible business owner who continued to pay taxes and employ staff during the pandemic? Omega Accounting Solutions is a small business champion helping you and your business get back the money you deserve through the CARES Act. Recover the payroll taxes you overpaid as a refund of up to $26,000 per employee, even if you got the PPP loan. Learn if you are a good candidate in less than 10 minutes with a free consultation. Omega was recently named the #1 best ERC company for getting your ERC funds by Merchant Maverick, a business comparison and review site. There's still time to find out if you qualify and file your claim. Again, that's up to $26,000 per employee. So call 855-505-DAVE or visit omegataxcredits.com/Barstool Sports now. Not done with Toronto yet. The head coach that Austin's had for the last 4 seasons isn't going anywhere. The Leafs extended Sheldon Keefe with a 2-year deal. He was entering the final year of a 2-year, $3.9 million contract. He's made the postseason all 4 seasons. Merle's your boy. I know you guys buried the hatchet. Did you expect an extension for him, considering he was going to be a lame duck status heading into the season?
Well, you got to tell the original story of why you had beef with Sheldon Keefe. And
You
now,
tell this one
you're
again?
part of
I
his
don't think
fan
he
club.
has.
I gotta tell this again.
So I can tell this one. Yeah, we were in the playoffs in juniors, and we had a big line brawl going on, and me and him got squared up. And then when we went down, there was no refs to break it up because there was 6 fights going on, and he ended up eye gouging me. And I think one of the refs saw it or the video saw it, so he ended up getting suspended for the rest of the series. And game 6, I scored an OT, not a big deal. And I'm walking to make it game 7. I'm walking through the concession stand, and he tries to fight me in the concession stand because he was out of the series, so he was just trying to do anything he could to help his team. And didn't end up fighting. We got separated, and I always just held that against him for a long time. But we saw him in Nashville. Nothing a few big deal brews couldn't solve, and now we're boys, and I'm back on the Leafs train. So
Nice. I love that. I love to hear that.
yeah, but I didn't think he would get re-signed. I would have thought you would wait and see, but I guess Tree Living knows better than I do, so he knows what he's doing.
I knew nothing about him, but just from meeting him in Nashville, they could have signed him to a lifetime contract, and I wouldn't fucking care. That guy is a beauty. I would run through a wall for that guy, and I'm so happy that he's back. We got to get him on too. He is a fucking beautician. So are you guys texting pals now?
No, we're not texting pals. I text his brother's a coach in Belfast. His brother his brother was a fighter, Adam.
I played against Adam Keefe when I was over there in the EIHL when I was playing with the Cardiff Devils. He was playing for the Belfast Giants, and then he retired. I think he became a player. No. There was at one point there was a lot of fighting going on in that league, and when I got there wasn't as much. But he was a scary guy.
Why did we bring this guy?
Yeah, I played with him in San Antonio. He would just sit there before the
guy.
game and go and just meditating. He put his bandana on, war paint.
Good
was
salad
nuts.
on him, but
Yeah,
he's
he's a good
definitely
guy.
calmed down. So then he went from player coach with Belfast to now he's just a coach, and I think they won the league over there at least once. So cool place to live, and we'll be rooting for the Keefe family now.
It was Ludwig Göransson, who did the music for Oppenheimer. Got to give the guy props. He was so good. It wasn't the usual there, Hans Zimmer. But we did mention Erik Karlsson a little while ago. Just to give you a little background on the trade, he's got 4 more years left at $11.5 million cap hit. San Jose did retain some of the money. The final trade, San Jose got Mike Hoffman, Michael Granlund, Jan Rutta, and the Pens' first-round pick in 2024, top 10 protected. The Habs ended up with the Pens' second-round pick in 25, goalie Casey DeSmith, and old friend Jeff Petrie, who they did later trade to Detroit. I never realized his father was on the 84 Tigers, Dan Petrie.
Yep.
Yeah, they sent him to Detroit. He's from the area. Detroit, that wasn't the only deal they made. Huge trade they made for Alex DeBrincat, then subsequently signed him to a 4-year, $31.5 million deal. Comes out to a little under $8 million a year. The Sens ended up with Dominic Kubalik, a prospect, a first and a fourth in 24. Whit, we'll go to you for this one. DeBrincat, you have any reaction where he ended up in Detroit? Where'd you think he was going to go?
Did you read the quotes in the last couple of days? Don't know if they're real or not.
About Kaner?
No, about DeBrincat not being happy that he was playing second line in Ottawa, and that was the reason why he ended up moving on. He wasn't happy playing behind Brady Tkachuk.
Second line guy.
I mean, if that's true, it's like, dude, you got to get over something like that. I mean, granted, he'll be first line in Detroit, so I guess he kind of got his wish. All right, I wasn't that surprised because you've been hearing that a lot going in, that, you know, he wasn't going to go back to Ottawa, and kind of he fits into what Detroit needs pretty well in terms of a goal scorer. I thought it was a pretty good move. So as I call myself a Sabres guy this year, it's Sabres, Detroit, and Ottawa. Those are the three that are looking to come in as possibly you see teams drop back. I think he's going to light it up. I really do. I remember we interviewed him. He was kind of I'm not going to say typical, but he's a young guy who didn't want to say much, seemed like kind of shy. And in terms of around the guys, I guess everyone loves him. But I think on our show, he wasn't down for kind of letting it fly at all, which I understand. So he seems super, like, I don't know, quiet. I don't think he's necessarily like that, but he's going to light it up because I think that Detroit adding what they've added and trying to take that next step, more than anything, he gets those first line minutes. He's going to have every single chance to succeed that in his mind he wasn't getting in Ottawa. So I like that move. They had to do something because you got Larkin there. You got him signed long term, and we know how that went. That was kind of a long wait and see how it goes. You know what Yzerman's all about. Yzerman's no fucking around. So if he's willing to get this guy and give him that deal, you got to think he believes in him. And if he does, Steve Yzerman believes in somebody, I'm down with it.
Yeah, it definitely addresses a need. Now, they drafted that Zadina a couple years ago, like 3-4 years ago, and they thought he was going to be a prolific goal scorer. He never really panned out. So now that he's gone, I feel like DeBrincat is exactly what they needed to address. You said it. He's going to get those reps. I mean, the guy's a proven goal scorer. I mean, he had an off year last year with 27, and he had 40 the year before. So when he's playing with some decent guys, he could put the puck in the back of the net. And I look at this deal much like the Vince Dunn deal. Like what is it? 4 years at what? 7 something?
It's like 7-9 or something.
For Dunn or DeBrincat, Biz? DeBrincat?
DeBrincat.
Yeah, 4 years, $31.5 million. 7.875.
So, you know, like, I mean, I don't imagine that he's going to have another off year. I think he's going to light it up. But at least if things don't work out, you're not as pot committed, where those are the types of contracts where for goal scorers, if a couple of years experiment goes by, it's easy to shed a guy with a couple of years left. So you're not giving them this term commitment where if the gel doesn't work out, then you're good. So it's overall, I really like the signing, and I agree with you. Those 3 teams that you just mentioned, it's playoff or bust now. I know I fucking joked around about New Jersey. The future's bright. The future's bright. The future's bright. It's Ottawa, Detroit, and Buffalo. Playoffs or bust.
And I don't think all 3 of them get in.
No.
What do you guys think about the Patrick Kane to Detroit rumors? Do you think there's any validity to that? Do you think that makes sense for Detroit?
I'm biased, as I've said on this podcast, but I think it's crazy if he doesn't go to Buffalo. Crazy. I don't know Patrick Kane. I mean, I know him well enough to say hello. He might not know who I am. Might not even know I was on his friggin' team in the Olympics. But maybe he doesn't want to be in his hometown, and maybe that's a big aspect that some guys don't want to be a part of. But for me, as like an older legend in the game, going back to a team who's basically, I'm not going to say like is going to be a future dynasty, but Buffalo's a lot like when he got to Chicago, right? All these young guys, all this promise, all this future success on the horizon. Bring him in there, the local boy. Make him captain. Have him sign there. That just seems to me like it would be basically too good of a story to be true. That's probably what the problem is.
Yeah, the upside for Buffalo looks way more promising. They got Levi.
Then Detroit, yeah. I think Buffalo's upside is crushes Detroit and Ottawa's.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. And I would be shocked if he chose to go to Detroit over the hometown. But like you said, sometimes guys don't like playing in their hometown. And
especially seeing these Levi clips from summer training. Have you seen the saves this kid's making? No,
unreal.
Great. He could be out there with Ollie and Biz. Those could be the guys he's playing against. But I'm fired up to see Levi, see what he can do this year. And
I like his mental approach and the way that he answers questions in the media. Like he just seems way beyond his years.
Yeah,
Very
well spoken.
Oh, we got to get him on at some point too. We're going to be there for Chiclets Cup, so we're definitely going to have to get a couple guys for that Buffalo team going into this season.
Well, while we're on the Sabres, I got a little question for you guys. I saw today they painted the red line on the rink and they put these little white swords in there.
That's cool.
And it was really cool. I mean, but do you remember in the old days when it used to always be red and white and it would be checkered?
Yeah.
Do you know why? Do you know why they used to do that?
No.
Little tidbit for you. So back in the old days when the games were only in black and white, you couldn't tell the difference between the red line and the blue line. So they used to put a
wow.
Well, I mean, fuck, Burrows. It's in the middle of the ice. Like, what do you mean?
That's why they did it. And now the Sabres are doing it this year with these little cool swords. So I thought that was pretty funny.
Man, we got to fact check that.
Hey, check it out. Ask somebody. I thought RA would have it. I thall RA, old school guy, might have it.
All right, he's like, did you say white? What?
The fucking center line. I mean, it's not that hard. It's like not the one that's closest to the nets. It's the
think
one
about
right
the
in the middle.
TVs back then were so bad too. You never know. I don't know.
I'm buying it, Biz. I'm buying it. Murr doesn't fuck around. When he says something, he knows it's true.
Nuggets.
Yeah, the Oilers did little oil drops as well, too, Merle's. Not sure if you caught that down the red line as well. A bunch of other signs here. Yeah, someone just mentioned Sebastian Aho. Carolina inked him to an 8-year, $78 million extension. Comes out to $9.75 million AAV. They also
That's
brought back,
a hometown discount.
Yeah. Do you want to elaborate on that, Whit? I know you've kind of waffled on whether he's a
automatic.
True superstar
You know
or not.
exactly what you're getting from him. He's a 200-foot player who's going to get you a point a game. And I was actually very impressed with how he competed and he played despite them losing a couple of their superstars this year in playoffs. Like even that first round against the Islanders, he took the stick in the face, ended up scoring the tying goal to one game, and it's the only thing that hurts him from, I think, becoming that superstar player. And some people would lose. Carolina fans are going to lose it at me saying that he's not a superstar. He's like that borderline guy. I just wish he had more size so he could make, like in that Florida series, he got punished. And when you're getting deeper into playoffs, that's when the push comes to shove. But overall, man, this guy's a stud. You know exactly what you're getting night in and night out, and they got to be thrilled to get him at that rate.
Biz, even like as you say, size, like Crosby wasn't big, but he was a tank. Whereas Aho's not super tall and he's slender. So I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm not questioning his toughness.
And I would agree with you because I've long said they don't have a superstar. I think that if you list the superstars, if we did a list someday on the show, maybe we'll do it at the end of the division. If we give our superstar list, he's next, right? He's not in the list, but he's
on
just,
that line.
He's that. He's like touching the line. He just can't get. He's got his fingertips over it, but he hasn't climbed all the way over. A hell of a player. I'm not comparing him to Austin Matthews, so that's. But is he $4 million a year less better than Austin Matthews? No. So that's kind of where I'm saying, like, this is just an awesome deal. He sets himself up for life, as if he wasn't already before, and the team has a little wiggle room. So I think that when you get to a guy like that, he can also carry a team at times. I mean, I remember the game this year against Philly. He had a hat trick, including the overtime winner, I think. Granted, he's playing on an AHL team. Yeah, he's playing the Phantoms. But it was like, those are the nights you see that guy. He's so fast, little water bug. He's so smart. So I love the deal. And that was kind of such a no-brainer in a sense that I don't think he was ever going anywhere else.
Aside from his first 2 years in the league, he's basically a point-a-game player.
He's going to get you 78 to 88 points a year.
Carolina also brought back defenseman Tony DeAngelo on a 1-year, $1.675 million deal. I guess they really liked him a couple of years ago, and he left for a little bit. Capitals, they extended Tom Wilson a 7-year, $45.5 million deal. comes out to $6.5 million average annual value. He'll be 37 when the deal ends. I think this is a great signing, Biz. I mean, tremendous value. He's one of those unicorn players, man. He can not only beat the shit out of you, but he's got some nice scoring touch, some good hands too. So Big Willie style. 7 years, $45.5 million. What you take, Biz?
I think that, well, a couple things. Like, Ovi loves him. He is one of probably 10 guys in the league that like strikes fear as an opponent from a physical standpoint, where when you're like, hey boys, when Tom Wilson's on the ice, keep your fucking head up or he could put you out for 2 months with a conky. He can play on those top lines with Ovi, and Ovi likes playing with him. He's an incredible guy in the locker room. He works his bag off in the gym, and he's just one of those culture setters. Now, I'm not sure, and we're going to get to the breakdowns of the teams. I don't know where the Capitals end up. I feel like they're kind of like regressing, and they're over the hump.
It's Ovi goal chase, bud.
It's Ovi. That's fair. But if you're a Capitals fan, you know that as far as injuries are concerned, I think through the first couple months of the season, they had $40 million sitting in the press box due to injury. Oshie was in there.
The Carlson injury crushed them.
Carlson, because of the power play, right? And that's where they can really...
Yeah, and just a 25-minute guy that's just a horse.
Right. So overall, for a team that might be, kind of fizzling out and not as relevant as they once were, you need guys in your organization that are going to set the tone for the next wave and be a character guy and show them the right way, and not only how to handle yourself, like in the gym, off the ice, but also on the ice. So I think it's an incredible signing. Did you say he's a unicorn kind of RA?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
I mean,
like they just don't simply make many players like Tom Wilson anymore. You don't see many of these types of guys coming up. And yeah, he's not the guy who's going to fight most nights, but when push comes to shove, he can basically dummy most guys in the league other than the established heavyweights.
Absolute fucking man rocket to boot.
Missile.
No doubt.
Probably top 10 best looking guys. He's probably got a massive...
showing Babs his phone.
No. No.
Babs be like, can you give me a couple minutes here, Tom? Close the door.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe that's what Babs is doing.
Brandon Hagel, man. How about this? 8-year, $52 million extension he signed with Tampa Bay. He really came into his own last year. 30 goals, 34 assists in 81 games played. Merles, let's go to you on this one, man. This kid, he got drafted by Buffalo a few years ago, was in Chicago for a little bit, and he really blossomed down in Tampa.
Yeah, it's Tampa. They find all these little players and they turn them into these big point producers. So, yeah, I mean, that GM, like Whit talked about earlier, like I believe in him, and if he says it's the right deal, it's the right deal for me. And I like Tampa to make a bounce back this year that we'll get into later on later episodes. But good signing, good price for a 30-goal scorer.
That was a fumble on the Blackhawks end. Now, in fairness, like I didn't necessarily see that he was going to be as good as he was in Tampa, and he probably wouldn't have had those type of numbers on Chicago. But man, this guy, he just is all over the ice. I think the playoffs, he was one of their best players. I think when everyone saw the deal come through, they were kind of like taken aback a little bit. But it's one of those deals that, as Biz was talking about, it's really built on the cap going up and continuing to go up, hopefully, because, when you have your core locked in the way they do, they got their Vasilevsky, Hedman, what the hell am I drawing the blank on the other G-man, the Russian?
Point.
They got Kucherov, Point, and then Stammer's coming up next year. But who's the other G-man? Sergachev, right? So they got their guys locked in. It's like, now we got to fill it in. And granted, his number's a big fill-in number, but with how good he fit in there, it kind of made total sense to me. I'm more interested in how the Stamkos thing will play out. I think that with what he's accomplished and what he's done, he will end up playing his entire career as a Lightning.
Yeah.
Maybe that
take a Kopitar deal.
Okay, that's kind of what I'm thinking here. Now, that's obviously up to the player, but I would be very surprised if they don't work something out.
Around.
But I'm with you, Merles. I mean, everyone's kind of talking about all these new teams and the Leafs and then the Bruins setback. Well, Tampa's right there again. They've now had a long off season for the first time in what 3 years or so it's like I'm looking for big bounce back there. Put it this way, I'd much rather be a Lightning fan than a Panthers fan.
Oh, for sure. I could see Panthers missing playoffs this year.
Yeah, I don't know how the year's going to play out. They're a huge question mark for me. But when I look at established stars, studs, and like you don't know what's coming from Bobrovsky, Vasilevsky, you do. If you could pick an organization right now. It's like it's still Tampa by miles.
Gun to your head, I think majority of people pick Tampa over Florida this year.
The New York Rangers locked up two of their young guys for the next 2 years. Alexi Lafreniere, 2-year, $4.65 million deal.
His name's
Comes out-
Alexi.
not Alexi. Alexis.
Come on, all right.
Alex. The French say Alexi. Right. Not Russian style, French style. 2-year, $4.65 million deal comes out to about $2.3 million average annual value. He's still only 21 years old. He'll be 22 in October. They also locked up defenseman Keandre Miller, 2 years, $7.7 million, 3.8 AAV. He's still only 23
nice
as well.
deal.
Oh yeah,
That's a nice deal.
A bridge deal for Miller is incredible, and I like these prove it deals. I feel like established organizations can get away with them more, where you see all these the future bright organizations where they just keep handing over these 8-year contracts to all these kids. Hey, yeah, some of them pan out, some of them don't. But to get him locked in at that number, I would say that Keandre Miller is a top 3 defenseman on any team in the league.
Oh yeah, and I will say when it comes to those two deals, there's nothing at all similar about them besides the fact that they're 2-year deals. Because Keandre Miller's deal, as a Rangers fan, you're like, holy shit, Chris Drury, what a move, great job. The Lafreniere deal, on the other hand, is all right. Let's hopefully see something else here. And I've long talked about this since the beginning of Chiclets. It's such luck of the draw. You get first overall. 1 year it's Sidney Crosby. The next year it's Lafreniere, right? It's just like sometimes you get this future game breaker superstar Hall of Famer, and sometimes you get a guy that I think we could all agree, and tell me if I'm wrong or you disagree, that maybe at his peak, he's a 30-goal guy, 60-point guy, but this isn't one of those first overall picks that change your organization. He could completely prove me wrong, but from what I've seen, and I like RA, you did bring up he's only, 21?
21 years old.
I have
22 in October,
I don't know, guys. When we're talking
you
about
hit the
first
nail on the
overall
head.
picks, that's not what I'm thinking of. So when Miller's deal comes through, it's like, yes, we got him at that number, and then his deal comes through Lafreniere, it's like, all right, hopefully he shows something else. Hopefully he shows a little more. The Kako, not contract, Kako being there and Lafreniere being there, like one of them's got to do something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Heedle's the best one out of those three.
Just a lot of vanilla from that area right there. But I just hate when they giving up on these younger guys. Where hey, sometimes it just takes a few years to get your feet wet, and then all of a sudden, hey, maybe a spot on the second line opens up, and he gains a little bit more confidence. And like you said, if you become a 25, 30 goal guy and around that 60-point range, they'd be thrilled with that.
It's great. It's awesome. It's just not first overall. But my point being, if they had actually got like some former first and second overall players when they got Lafreniere and Kako, imagine that team. Imagine what they'd look like. Yeah. But I'll also say this in terms of Chris Drury crushing it. Signing of the summer might be Blake Wheeler. I think he's making $800. Or not, it's 800 to $1 million.
800, yeah.
So
a little bonus.
He's basically playing for free with rent.
Buddy,
and
if that
taxes
guy last year he had like 50 points, if he does that again at that deal, he could get some rejuvenation. I mean, he could have a monster year.
I feel like Winnipeg, just him and the fans were going at it towards the end, and it feel like it drained his situation. And when you're one of the top dogs too, and the team's not doing well, you're the one who's got to kind of fall on the sword. So now that he can go slide in there making that much money, he's got no pressure on him, so he could light the world on fire.
That's a good deal.
Oh yeah.
1 year average annual value $1.1 million. I guess he's got some bonuses in there, but dirt cheap as well.
I said $200,000 range. I was still wrong.
No. Yeah. But it's with bonuses though.
Yeah, it's like a base salary, $750 or $850.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's
right.
over 35.
So they'd get hit the next year if he hits some of the bonuses. This year they're only getting hit with whatever, $750 or $800.
Yep.
Yeah. Either way, hell of a side. And back to Lafreniere and what's his name, Kako. They had a real good postseason back in 22, not this past season. It seemed like they might have regressed a little bit because they really looked like they really established themselves business everyday NHLers.
Oh, they were missing them in that first round against the Devils.
Yeah,
I agree with you. They had the kid line. Everybody was buzzing. Avery was stroking them off left, right, and center. where that's why they ended up going. What they went to the Eastern Conference Finals with the kid line.
I think you're also going to see, like, no offense to Gerard Gallant, but Laviolette's in there. There was some complaining in terms of Gallant, especially in the playoffs, refusing to kind of change anything up, right? You get a new voice in there, you get a new mind, and all of a sudden, maybe these dudes do pop off. So I feel bad saying it. Gallant gets that short end of the stick in Florida and Vegas, but you've seen those teams go on to have some success once they got rid of him too.
Yeah.
We mentioned Vince Dunn's name earlier a little while ago. Seattle locked him up with a 4-year, $29.4 million deal. It comes out to 7.35 average annual value. Wait, were you surprised he got this high? I know you're kind of wishy-washy with him over the last few years when he was in St. Louis, but this is a nice little contract for the kid.
I love the deal. Last year, that kid came on like a rocket ship and just lit it up all season. He moves around so well. It's the perfect example of the new age NHL, an undersized D-man who skates like the wind that can just play well both sides of the rink, right? Like he offensively, I still consider him underrated. Defensively, no, he's not a shutdown D-man, but he's good enough to get the job done because of how well he skates. A crazy season coming up for Seattle. I'm still kind of like a Seattle doubter. I can't wait to get out there for that Winter Classic, but no brainer for me getting that deal done, seeing what he can continue to do, because I don't think they give him that deal unless they see even more in his future, right? Even more development, maybe even a bigger step, because even in St. Louis, you saw it there at times, but maybe didn't have the chance to play the minutes that he now has with the Kraken. So that deal's awesome. And he's a guy there that I think will be lighting it up this year and beyond.
I don't feel that he felt the organization trusted him in St. Louis, and he definitely wasn't getting his reps where he should have been. And, you know, with the D-man they had, maybe he didn't really fit in there. So the fact that he got exposed, he goes over to the Kraken and lights it up last year. I think during playoffs, maybe he didn't play as well as he did during the regular season. But, you know, as an organization to get a guy like that locked in, and once again, the term isn't that long. So it's not like you're taking this huge risk. But for what he does offensively, that's where the number should be, and he earned it last year.
He turns 27 in October, 14 goals, 50 assists in 81 games last year, really come into his own. One of his old teammates, Vladimir Tarasenko, went to Ottawa on a 1-year, $5 million deal. And just a few days ago, they locked up 21-year-old stud defenseman Jake Sanderson with an 8-year, $64.4 million extension that kicks in next year. Not a bad take coming out of ELC, huh, Biz, there?
No,
my twin, Biz.
But yeah, your twin, but a bigger left ear. But that's a guy that is probably going to play beyond that number. So I think that's actually a great deal for Ottawa. He's a stud defenseman there. I think where they're tucked away, he probably doesn't get talked about enough. This is Tyler Bertuzzi type deal. This is where the cap is getting jammed up. Tarasenko obviously felt that he deserved a longer term, bigger number, but considering the market wasn't where it was at, he has to go there and prove it. And, you know, they got money to spend. So if he goes there and has some instant chemistry with some of these guys up front, I wouldn't be shocked if they end up locking him in with the new ownership situation going on there. And they've notoriously been cheap in the past, but hey, they are so horny to make playoffs and start playing some relevant hockey that this could end up being a great fit. So I
think having him and Shabbat at $8 million a year is sick.
Yes, as far as the back end's concerned, listen, I like Ottawa, and I don't put them where Buffalo's at, but I definitely put them ahead of Detroit. Yep. So with that experience and a guy who's won a Stanley Cup with St. Louis, to add him into the mix and that offensive fold, it basically just replaces the Brinket, and you have far less risk, where if it doesn't work out this one year, you move on and you find the next guy. So that's pretty much all I got on that.
Also, like I'm guessing, and from what I was reading around free agency, he kind of was expecting a longer term deal. He was expecting more suitors, and so now all of a sudden, maybe a little chip on his shoulder, a little pissed off, like, oh, people are doubting me. I mean, if he's driven and he wants to play and he's healthy, he could go get 40 this year. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Biz, your dogs were busy while we were gone. Matt Dumba, he's going to Arizona on a 1-year, $3.9 million deal. They also extended coach Andre Turigny with a 3-year deal, and general manager Bill Armstrong also given a multi-year extension. It feels like they're really like getting some solid things in place here before. Well, who knows what the arena situation is, but at least they're solidifying things around the team and the front office, Biz.
Yeah, I mean, I think both guys deserve it as far as Bill Armstrong and Tourney. My only complaint with Bill Armstrong is like, he's kind of making them too good. I'd rather they not be as good. But hey, if they want to be competitive and they want to put guys in the mix where they're going to have a good product on the ice, like last year, like they should have been drafting first or second overall. That was a year where they should have been tanking and going for one of those top 2 guys. So, or even 3 guys. So I don't know. And I guess it was a little frustrating, but as far as Tourney, he has the guys completely bought in. They love him. They respect their coach, and I'm really happy for him because they took a flyer on him coming out of the Ottawa 67s in junior. And even from the small amount of time that I spent with him, unbelievable guy, and definitely deserved it. And Dumba, the riverboat gambler. I mean, we've talked about him numerous times with Minnesota. He'll be the best defenseman on the ice one night, and then next night he'll be a healthy scratch because he had a couple tough turnovers after a tough stretch. So good signing, great guy. But once again, my concern with the Coyotes is like, are they going to be shitty enough to start drafting with higher picks? I don't want this finishing fucking drafting 7th or 5th or 8th. It's rubbish. It's not going to do anything for your organization.
Tourney actually, he lets the guys look at his phone. So that's what's cool about that organization. Yeah,
nice.
He gives everyone his phone. Yeah, he's like, these are all my girls. It's cool. It's a nice setup. That's why they like him so much. I think the most exciting thing for Arizona is the fact that Cooley's going to be there. And like just getting a couple glimpses. Merle saw him in person at the Frozen Four, but stud. And it kind of goes into what you're saying, Biz, about having a high pick. I think they got him at 3rd. And he gets there. You got some other guys making big steps. You got obviously a home ice advantage, even though they're playing at a college rink. Their record there was phenomenal, right? They had a great run. They had a great run at home.
Close to 500.
So they're not going to make the playoffs, but they're going to be a team that's a real pain in the ass to play against. Whether you're playing them at home or on the road, it's like the team plays hard. They play hard partly because they like their coach, I think, and they also know that they got a lot to prove. For me, though, they're just still such a joke. They don't know where they're going to be the next year. Like to me, it's just kind of a good job last year. You'll probably be decent again this year, but like figure out where you're going to be, and I'll take you seriously. That's kind of where I'm at, Biz.
Right. We gave them a ton of shit at the draft, first for the suits that they all wore, but about the Russians they took. But I talked to one of their scouts in their organization, and he said they're both absolute studs. Those 2 big Russians they got. So you got those 2. You got Cooley coming in. The future's bright for you there, Biz.
They said the forward is like a Sasha Barkov. That's
really?
What they're expecting. They're just physical freaks. So they expect them both to just be very dominant and be able to step in at a young age because they already are like men. So, hey, if Bill Armstrong was made GM of the Coyotes because he was a scout for the St. Louis Blues and he kept hitting and he knows how to draft. So in Bill Armstrong, we trust. Let's hope that going off the board was the right call, because I think that everybody was shocked in the building when they picked that kid with their first pick.
Did you guys see? I have a blog in the hopper. It should be coming out soon. An entire junior team in Russia got caught doping.
Come on.
Shocked.
Yeah, shocking. Yeah,
Was it the
entire
gas?
team.
Did they say what they were doing?
It said illegal drugs. The strength trainer was buying them, and he was giving them out to them, forcing all the players that were playing in the games. All the players playing were doping. The injured guys were the only ones with the clean tests. And then to make it even the best part of the whole story is like the equipment manager and the masseuse tested positive too.
Oh yeah, they were just chucking weights around with the boys.
They're like, hey, Alexi, you already sharpened my skates 4 times today.
Yeah.
Shit. Edmonton Oilers gave restricted free agent defenseman Evan Bouchard a 2-year, $7.8 million deal. Comes out to 3.9 AAV. Whit, let's go to you. You're the former Edmonton defenseman. What was your take on this deal, about what you expected here?
Yeah, I think that I felt really bad. And I think a lot of us did knowing Tyson Barrie a little bit when he got dealt. That's tough. But that deal was basically made at them looking and saying, like, Bouchard can not only come into that role, but maybe do it a little better because of his shot. He skates great. He has a cannon. Awesome offensive mind to the game. I mean, it's no arguments. Nobody can chirp me. It's the greatest power play to ever exist. And he's back there kind of running it. I shouldn't say running it. Everything goes through 97 and 29. But the fact that he's able to open up more for them because of his shot, it's not like as a PK coach going against him, you can't just kind of, leave him up top. He's a distributor. Nope. Because once everyone moves over to McDavid, he's got this 110-mile-an-hour one-timer that just is such a weapon for him. So I don't think Oilers fans, including myself, have been more excited for a season since the heyday in the 80s. So much to prove. Guys who are pissed off. Guys who realized that 2 years ago.
Well, you heard what McDavid said to them after the season, right?
Why don't you let everyone know?
He said, everybody better be here by September 1st, fucking ready to go skating and in the best shape of your life. And if you're not, you fucking better look out because you're probably going to be on waivers in no time. So like, this is like last dance type shit. Like
I think it was
so
September
motivated.
4th or 5th. They were all there. And I don't know if any teams have every guy together this early because the season starts a little bit later this year. Also, I love the fact that I don't know if it's just the same for everyone, but I was talking to Hazy in St. Louis and who else was telling me that I think they're starting a little later. They got 2 or maybe 3 days of camp, boom, right into the exhibition games. So there's no longer this 10-day window of camp bag skate before the first exhibition game. It's like they finally started to figure out these guys are in such sick shape.
Yeah.
Bring them in, get the games going. There's no reason. You got 99% of the team picked before it starts anyways.
And they're throwing these little mini camps all over the place now. Like BioSteel did one in Toronto, and then they actually ended up moving it the following week. They did one in Halifax. I would imagine I'm sure Sid was at that one considering he lives there. But like they all combine all the better players, and then they get they elevate their play early on. So when they get to camp, they're like hitting their peak for the reason that you said, because like back in the day, we'd get there. It was 2 weeks of fucking 8 a.m. inter squad, 3 games. Then you have to bag skate after the inter squad game. It was a shit show. Then me and Carcillo would be fighting at fucking 8 a.m. in the morning because we were so pissed off.
But the Oilers, going back to 2 years ago, they weren't even in the same league as the Avalanche, right? They got swept. It was a no-brainer. We were there to witness it. Last year, dude, they're 2-2 going into Game 5. Aiden Hill stands on his head late in Game 5 and Game 6. Like, I think it was something where they look at it like we're there. We're right there. This is that loss that just drives you insane all summer thinking about. McDavid's coming off one of the best seasons we've ever seen in hockey. Leon, he's getting 50. Is there a bigger lock in the league for 50? I guess you could say McDavid, but who knows? 64 last year. I wonder what he ends up with this year.
I think they both have another level.
I actually think they're going to go insane again. I think they're going to go insane again.
Do you think McDavid could get 200 points in today's NHL?
No. But I think he can get 160, 170, dude.
Hater.
I do. It's hard to imagine him being better than he was last year, but dude, when you're this driven and you're at the age he's at, the complete prime of your career, like I think with what he's shown the NHL, it's kind of crazy to think that he doesn't have another level only because every single year he continues to have another level. It's almost like I'm not going to be surprised by anything he does. I refuse to be just because of what he's shown us. And Leon and him being that tight, it's going to be a special year. Obviously, I think there was like one good month of play from Jack Campbell. And granted, Skinner had a phenomenal rookie season. So that's still a question mark, though. The D is a little bit of a question mark. But with what you have up front and the season that they just went through and like how pissed off they are, I think it'll be wild to watch them this year. And cool enough, they have the most games on national TV in the U.S. Of anyone in the league. They got 18 national games, which is smart.
They crushed it with the schedule this year. Like
Yeah.
I want to watch the good players and the good teams play. I don't care if it's overkill. It's like, McDavid should be on TV every night. It's going to sell the game along with what Colorado's up there. All right. Do you have the full list? I think New Jersey's up there, Buffalo, Pittsburgh.
Toronto should be.
Yep. Edmonton has the most national games in America. 18, Colorado 17, New Jersey and LA have 16, Buffalo, Boston, Pittsburgh, and Vegas have 15. But then Calgary, Montreal, Ottawa, and Winnipeg don't have any. Of course, they're in Canada. Toronto's got 11. Vancouver's got 2. And the team with the fewest U.S. games, sorry, Biz, Arizona, they have 1.
Hey.
One beats,
I hope
one
they
beats 0.
stink. I want them to draft first. Hey, how about
Houston?
How about my Kings?
What?
I said, how about my Kings? What do you mean?
Oh, boy.
I played for their organization.
They're spending like $800,000 on the 3 goalies. So yeah, they're a great team, but
Buddy,
there's a lot of question marks
A
there.
team last year won it with their 5th string. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Last couple of years, they haven't
What are you
needed goalies
about,
to steal
Merles?
the cups.
Give me a
I
like the Kings. They down the middle. 3 guys down the middle. They got 3 down the middle, but I'm Oilers.
All of a sudden,
I'm
the
Oilers.
Pacific is the Pacific's the best division in the league now.
I got one more deal here to get to before we bring on John Nasty Mirasty. The Ducks gave Troy Terry a 7-year, $49 million deal. But boy, Trevor Zegras, restricted free agent, still remains unsigned.
Bridge
but the
deal,
big,
100%. Verbeek wants to see more from him.
I totally was going to get to that in a sec. I agree with you, Biz. But, I think the big news was he's dating someone whose name I don't know. We got to consult our millennial.
Yeah, he's a wiggle dicker now. He's a full-fledged. He was playing TikTok hockey.
Who's
now
he
he's
dating?
Dixie
one of the
D'Amelio.
Yeah, he's dating Dixie D'Amelio. She's like one of the biggest girls on TikTok.
How many Instagram followers does she have?
Well, forget the contract. Just knock her up. You'll be set for life. You could take the lowest AAV in the league.
Exactly.
Well,
how many million followers does she have on the ground?
She's got to be loaded.
Oh yeah, they got a reality show.
It says here 24.2 million followers on Instagram.
Okay, I thought she was going to be closer to 100. But I guess she's not like Bieber territory.
Merles, go back to Zegras. So where do you think he comes in at when he does sign a bridge deal like Biz said, a little longer? What kind of money is he looking at?
Yeah, I see him only as a bridge deal right now. I mean, he has all the highlight goals. He's beautiful to look at out there on the ice with his long hair. He's got the hot girlfriend, but they're not winning. They were horrible last year. So I don't think he's earned that 8-year deal like you see Jack Hughes. Do the bridge deal or even do a 1-year deal. Prove it this year when you got some better players around you. And then go hit the big deal for him. I like him. I had a lot of fun with him at the Sandbagger. We've seen his dad a few times. He's a great guy as well. So I'm pulling for that kid.
I think he's a great kid. I've kind of known him for a while now, going to watch him play at BU. And I totally think that Verbeek was kind of a bad GM to come in for him as he's a free agent in a sense of like little ball of hate, motherfucker. Probably doesn't give a flying shit if he's doing wraparound Michigan goals.
No.
He's like, buddy, I need you playing both sides of the ice. I need you in the goalie's face. I need you being a prick, and I'm not ready to hit you up with a long-term deal yet. And he's probably sitting around waiting for it, telling him what he wants, which is probably a high number as well. And he's saying, and he's got all the power right now. Nope. You're going to sign this 2-year deal we're offering you, or you're going to sit out. And the longer you sit out, it's like, I don't see Pat Verbeek as a guy who's going to budge. So for me,
they don't need to. They're in fucking. They want to finish.
They have
shitty.
They got no plans on winning anytime soon.
I just,
you know what I'm saying?
The way that, like, I love Zegras. He's fucking awesome. I think he's a funny guy. I think he's so good for the league from what he does off the ice as well. I just think if you're thinking a championship team, you're paying a guy like that if he wants a long-term deal, like 5.5. Because he just doesn't bring other things that would make me want to pay him 7.5 on a long-term deal. So if you can get better defensively and, put some weight on and maybe get to those hard areas a little bit more and add more to his bag. Yeah. So, and until he does that, like you said, Verbeek ain't going to blink. He ain't going to.
And also say, and I actually have no clue. Say if he wanted a long-term deal, he'd want like a Jack Hughes deal, like 8 years times 8 or 9.
He's not an $8 million player.
No, I agree. But in a positive side of that, take a 1 or 2 year deal, light it up like you think you can, and you'll make way more anyways.
Yeah.
So
With the cap
you're young
going up,
enough where
right.
like don't even worry about the long-term deal. If they're stuck on not giving you what you want for 8 years, then go light it up and then break the bank as the cap goes up and your team gets better. Because as much as there's not many expectations with Anaheim this year, I think they will be better. And with McTavish and with Drysdale and some other young studs around there, you're going to be able to put up numbers and then prove that money and go back to him and say, I did what you wanted. Now pay me, bitch. And then Verbeek like stabs him if he calls him bitch.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens there. We've been buzzing here, boys. I think we should probably send it over to John Nasty Mirasty right about now. Again, this is a hilarious interview. I think it's got a real old school vibe to it that you folks are going to like. So I'm going to send it over to John Mirasty. Enjoy.
This interview is brought to you by Chevy. Chevy is working to make charging very simple. We've talked about these EV machines, these trucks, these beasts, and they're doing a hell of a job at making it easy for you to charge your wagon up. With over 110,000 charging stations across the U.S. and Canada and growing, that number will be even bigger. Every day that goes by, there's another charging station that's popping up. My Chevy app, your smartphone becomes your co-pilot when using the My Chevrolet mobile app with Energy Assist. The app allows you to access vehicle information like battery status and charging settings from anywhere. The Energy Assist feature intelligently plans your routes, tells you where and how long to charge up, and gives you real-time data about charging station availability. You'll know if ones are busy. You'll know which to go to. It makes it very easy as you're traveling long ways to know how to charge your thing up. Your truck. Home charging is very simple. There's 3 different levels available. Chevy electric vehicles offer great options for charging. All of them as simple as plugging in your smartphone. Learn more at chevy.com/electric. Chevy.com/electric.
All right, it's time for our next guest. Hailing from Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan, this tough-as-nails forward plied his pugilistic trade in at least 7 different professional leagues over 14 seasons, where he racked up well over 250 fights, according to hockeyfights.com, and a handful with our co-host Paul Biz Nasty Bissonette. We'll get to that in a little bit. These days, you can catch him on the hit show Shoresy, which drops its 2nd season next month on Crave in Canada, and then it hits Hulu down here in the States in October. It's a pleasure to welcome to the Spittin' Chiclets podcast, John Mirasty. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. How are you? Thanks for having me. It's an honor.
Long
That's
time
awesome.
coming, pal. How's the summer going?
It's going good. The weather's been nice, of kind of a wet summer, but keeping me busy with all of my endeavors that I've been doing, so I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, you just mentioned you got a recent honor in you're part of the Cree tribe, right?
Yes, yeah, up in northern Saskatchewan, and my reserve's called Flying Dust First Nation. So I was just recently elected into chief and council, so it's something new. I went from fighting on the ice, fighting biz nasty once in a while, to fighting politics now. So it's quite the shift change.
You mean chasing me around the ice and bullying me is what you mean, right?
Oh yeah.
Hey, no word of a lie. Before games, Dan Bilesman would come to him. He goes, "Hey, you don't have to fight him, right?" And I go, "Yeah, but you realize that whenever I'm out there, he gets off the bench and he'll literally just skate around right beside me until I fucking agree to fight this guy." So especially in Syracuse, because that fan base loved you. Like you were easily the fan favorite, and you'd be at the end of the bench. You'd be going, "Biz, we going?" Even in warm up, skating the line, we going. I'm like, fuck off. Leave me the fuck alone.
You're making me sad. I miss those days.
And this is probably the case with a lot of guys. What you would do is you would lead with your head, and I would punch you about 3-4 times square in the forehead, and I feel like my hand was broken, and then you would just take over the fight.
Yeah, you found my trick. That's having a big bowling head. Yeah, so no. It was awesome, man. Like I said, your name gets brought up. The only thing I always say is I'm the real Nasty, not him.
Yep, I've said that too. Nasty. You're the real one.
You're making me your bitch on my podcast.
Yeah, I'm always happy to see your guys' success, man. And I had the pleasure of meeting RA down in Sudbury, Ontario. I think we went to some little shitty sushi place, and fucking guy didn't even buy my sushi for me.
Exactly.
Come on, right?
You're lucky he didn't eat yours, though.
Oh, you probably tried. Yeah.
Well, let's get into that. What was your first introduction to RA? Like, what were your first thoughts? Because you guys worked together on the show Shoresy, so you guys were in Sudbury together. I would imagine that was the first time you guys had met.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, obviously, I'm not much of a computer guy. Obviously, I've always heard of Spittin' Chiclets. I love the, I hear so much about it. People are like, oh, they were talking about you last night, and look, that's always an awesome honor. But at the same time, it's funny. I took a selfie of, it was me, RA. I think the Nolan brothers were there, and I took a selfie. I'm standing by the Stanley Cup champion Jordan Nolan, and everyone's like, "You were fucking RA." The guy's a legend in my books. Everyone, that picture I think was shared, and like, you partied with RA.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're a living legend. Maybe I'll find you a girlfriend on my reserve over here. She'll throw you around.
Ooh. RA's gonna be a chief. Hey, imagine RA with the headdress.
You gotta get a rest pass for my wife.
Yeah, so no, it was pretty cool opportunity. You have a big following, and like I said, you're the first one that everyone acknowledged. So it was pretty fun and pretty unique. With my leadership role and stuff on Flying Dust. Well, I wasn't even leadership at that time, but I work for my nation, and our emails are made public. So I get a lot of like fan email. People will send me emails or letters because they find out where my address is on online. And some lady had wrote me and said, "Hey, can you be a part of Letterkenny?" And like I said, no disrespect to Letterkenny, but I had no fucking clue what that was. And I was kind of like, I'm a fucking 39-year-old man, like, I'm not an actor. And so I went home that night, and with my wife, we YouTubed, us little guys in the reserve, we were YouTubing Letterkenny things. I remember the first thing I said is, "This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen." Like, I'm not a comical guy. I'm not, and I don't watch much TV. I watch Sportsnet and I watch, the news once in a while. So I was like, this is the stupidest shit I've ever seen. But I started going around to a lot of my white buddies. Sorry, I'm bringing the race in here, but I find that Letterkenny's kind of a middle-aged white man, redneck show, and all my buddies are like, "You've been asked to be on Letterkenny?" I said, "That's fucking awesome." I'm like, "I don't even know what it is." So then one of my buddies were at a house party. He pulls out, he has the discs of every Letterkenny season episode there was, and I'm like, "Oh, okay." So it turned out where I ended up leaving after I got that email. I went to the States to go visit family, in California. And when I'm gone, I never check my work email. So when I got back, they had asked me if I would do some kind of audition, if I would have read into a camera and had my wife film me say a few lines. And I had missed that deadline. So I wrote back out of respect. I said, "You guys, I'm sorry. I just got home from vacation. I didn't check my emails. Thank you for the opportunity, but I obviously am way past the deadline." And within 3 minutes, she wrote back. She goes, "No, Jared Kiso loves you. You're on. Can you fly here in November?" So the rest is history. I basically became part of the Shoresy family, and we flew there for season 1. And it was tough because of COVID and stuff. I don't want to get too political, but I'm kind of the anti-COVID guy. So, having to get your vaccinations and wear a mask everywhere and be it was kind of a shit show for the first season because of COVID. And but we got her done. And it was awesome. I had a couple other hockey buddies on there that kind of reminded me of the hockey family. We all would go for dinner every night, and that's kind of how it all began. And now we're regulars on Shoresy, and we're the three gyms. So I'm enjoying it.
Well, I mean, as far as Kiso is concerned, he's very laid back. So obviously with the late reply, he probably didn't care and got you in there. Was it really like that on set too, where everybody was just having a ball and, it was more of like ad-libbing as opposed to being like serious actors? So you were able to feel a little bit more comfortable?
They really accommodated us. So, like I said, we're not actors. The only acting I did was maybe if you suckered me, I'd try to draw a penalty or something. But
and then kill someone.
Yeah, but like I said, Jared's an unbelievable guy. Like I can't say enough about the guy. He loves, he's a big fan of yours, Biznasty, all you guys, and obviously RA, he brought you on the show. So, and what I really admire about him is a big promoter of First Nation people as well. So if you watch Shoresy, there's a lot of Native guys on there with, with all this reconciliation and shit that's going on. It's nice to get those people on TV and stuff. Like you had the 2 Nolan brothers, you had myself, you had the few girls on there that were First Nation background. So he's really into that. And then he used us to make, he used us a lot. Like we had a lot of input on, there was things we do from on the ice or in the dressing room where we'd say, "Hey man, that we'd never do that in a real dressing room," even like the way we hang our skates in the stalls and all that. So we had a lot of input to make it a real hockey movie. There was times where we'd have a hockey fight. He said, "Oh, I like that. I'm like, fuck you. So I would never do that in a hockey fight. That's fake." And so we had a lot of input on making it more like a real hockey fight or a real hockey game, or, believe it or not, I was one of the more skilled guys out there once in a while too.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Toe dragging people.
Actually, funny story. I don't know how much time we have, but
Well, we got about 2 hours, buddy. Buckle up.
Yeah, first, the first day we had to go practice, and it was just basically a bunch. It was like going to camp. Your first day at camp, and guys are going on the ice, and you're all kind of, oh, I'm this guy, I'm that guy, and bragging about each other. And the original fish, they had brought this young kid in from Toronto or somewhere. And I think on their resumes, when guys applied for these roles, they had to say, I played junior A, or I played AAA midget, or I played in the Western League, or I played in the American League, or, whatever, just to say you had background. So this young kid comes out, and I mean, you could tell just the way he was getting dressed in his equipment. The kid's never played hockey in his life. He gets on the ice. There's guys, like, I'm not even trying to brag about myself. I think Jordan Nolan and Brett, all guys that have played pretty high caliber hockey, and we're out there just fucking snapping pucks around, and like the big boys. And there's this kid out there he's holding his stick, and and the stick at the end of the knob's about 3 inches above. And I remember because even Keith was a pretty good hockey player. He's played some junior hockey when he was younger and stuff. So this kid stuck out like a sore thumb. And anyways, at the end of this practice, the kid got shipped home because we had to recruit one of the guys that was considered, you guys probably acted more than I. What is it called?
Extra?
An extra. We had the fish that's on our show now was actually just supposed to be an extra. So he came in, and so some other guys' unfortune became his fortune, So next thing you know, he's the new fish on the show. And I guess Brandon felt bad, he says, because when they drove up, they all came on the same bus together. And that kid was the kid that got cut was like filming everything through his whole tour. Like, I'm going up to Thorsby, and it lasted one day and he got shipped home. So I don't know if I should have said that publicly, but that was
that's okay. He gets a shout out on the pod now. This guy's getting to live the dream.
Yeah,
no talent whatsoever.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm going to try out for a hockey show, but he didn't know how to play hockey. I mean, there was only one way that was going to end. I thought you were going to say that was RA, though.
Yeah.
He's a basketball player.
I was hoping to see RA out there, though. But and then, like I said, but just going back to filming, I mean, they were so welcoming to us. They knew we were a bunch of, rookies in the acting industry. And so they were really patient with us, and it went really well. So it was just like playing hockey, man. A bunch of guys that all hung out and chit chat at night, and drank and had fun and partied. But when it came to work, we had to do a job, and we did it.
I don't think there's any surprise that they reached out to you, though. Like, you've been this character in the hockey world. Like, even the fact that you didn't get to play in the National Hockey League, like, you're a name that sticks out. You've gotten all these crazy experience. Like, you've played in that Quebec Fighting League, and we're going to get into that. You end up going over to the KHL. We're definitely going to get into that because there's actually a YouTube video I want to ask you about. But how did your hockey career begin? Like, what got you on the Blades back home in Saskatchewan?
Well, just as a young kid growing up, like any other Canadian kid, I looked up to guys like Wendell Clark and that, and just wanted to play the game. I had a couple older cousins that played pro, Leon Delorme. They were in the coast and stuff. And of course they were scrappers, but going back to my younger ages, believe it or not, you're going to laugh at me, Biz Nasty, but I was actually a pretty skilled player. That was, and even to this day, I play senior hockey with a pretty good senior team, and I'm the leading scorer when I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to focus on
That's
fighting.
That's because nobody comes near you.
Got a lot of room out there.
Fucking by yourself.
I can walk all the way. But just like being any other young kid growing up in Canada, I wanted to play hockey. My dad was a skilled player. Like I said, I played right up until about Pee Wee Bantam. I was the leading scorer on the team and had a blast. And I remember I went to my first junior camp, and my cousin Leon was coming back from pro, as the getting ready to leave. So they had the pro guys run the camp, and sure enough, 15 years old, he's saying, "Hey, that fucking guy over there's calling you a pussy. He wants to fight you." So I said, "Okay, well, I'll fight him then. I don't really care." So then I jump on the ice and I go line up against a 20-year-old tough guy of their team. He was the team captain, and I end up beating the piss out of him. So sure enough, what do you get told? "Oh, we're going to keep you. You're going to be our tough guy now on the fourth line." And so I took it. My older cousins did that too. So I ended up fighting my way up, and I had a really weird way to get to the pro ranks, to be honest. Like, I wasn't drafted into the Western League. I know I actually played senior hockey and fought Link Gates when I was 14.
Come on.
Yeah, in the Wild Goose Hockey League, we were playing, and he played.
The what? The what?
So it was called the Wild Goose Hockey League. You can Google it. I mean, pretty good, kind of like senior AAA hockey. And they brought this big Link Gates here, and everyone was terrified of him. And at this time, when I was 14, I was fighting a bit. So I said, I'll fucking fight this guy. And that's even how I got recruited into the SJHL. I fought in senior hockey because, after I'd play Bantam AA, the senior team would always be short a few guys. So they'd say, hey, Mirasty, you want to come play? Because like I said, I was one of the more skilled guys. And then, of course, I remember the one time a guy lined up beside me, and he was probably 28 or 29. And he's like, you want to go, kid? And I had a full cage because I had to wear one. And I said, yeah. I said, yeah, sure, let's go then. The senior hockey, it's sold out. The towns support it really big here. So he says, well, I'm going to fucking rip that cage off. And I just threw my helmet. I said, what cage? Let's fucking go. And I dropped him. So after the game, I'm with a bunch of guys drink. I mean, I don't even have hair on my balls yet, right? And one of the guys comes, one of our adult players, he comes, his name was Ricky Dell, and he says, John, he said, well, a guy from the other team wants to talk to you. And I'm like, fuck, is it the guy that just beat up? He's probably going to try to beat me up now, right? Because I'm just So I walk outside, and it's one of the other players on the other team has his top gear off, and his body gear on. He says, how old are you? And I said, I'm 14. He says, I've never seen a kid fight like that. He says, what do you think about coming to the Kindersley Clippers junior camp? I said, sure, I'll come. So that's how I ended up making that junior team, right? And so, and then I played in the SJHL, and then I went to the WHL, and then I actually knocked up my high school girlfriend and quit hockey and moved home, and I was going to be done. And that's when I was in the Western League. And then I went to university for about half a year, and then I got a call to go to the coast. And I said, well, if I'm going to ever try play pro, I may as well try now. And that's kind of the rest is history. I went from the coast to the American League to the senior leagues to, getting to play a couple exhibition games in NHL, which was an accomplishment for myself, So yeah, it's a wild story. I didn't do it the easy way. I kind of followed in my old buddy Zenon Konopka's footsteps.
Oh yeah.
He started telling me business. He goes, "You make sure you go after that fucking guy."
Yeah, he was the ringleader. Syracuse, it was like the old rules. It's like if you were up by 2, you kept it there because you didn't want to get out of control because they would just send the goon squad out. You and Z, and I mean, you guys had even a couple more tough guys. I want to say Brendan Sugden,
Dorsett. No, Sugden was the year before me, Dorsett, and then we had Tom Sestito and Derek Dorsett, Tom Sestito, Zenon Konopka, myself. We brought in Segroy a couple times.
Skrozy, the real
deal, yeah. Yeah, so
I remember playing Syracuse, and Terrian would be like, "Fucking Konopka, stay away from fucking Konopka," just losing it about it because he was always yapping. Professional talker. He was a great player though, dude. Guy could snap it back on faceoffs.
He would start scraps in like our men's league skates in the summer. him and like Bieksa would be going at. It was a fucking shit show. But I was gonna ask you, Mirasty, like you grew up on the reservation. Like, is that what instilled a lot of toughness in you? Like, were you fighting like at the schoolyard? Like what?
To be honest, I mean, because I'm actually half white. My mom's from California. She's to the government, I'm 100% full-blooded Indian because there used to be a law back in the day when a white woman married an Indian man, she became treaty. And it was vice versa for a woman. If an Indian woman married a white man, she lost her treaty rights. So to the Canadian government right now, my mom, who's a pure white, blonde-haired woman, is a status Indian. And to make it even more funny, my parents eventually got divorced. If my mom goes and married another white guy, she's pure white, he is pure white, but because she's got that 6-1 treaty, whoever my little half brother would be could be treaty too, and it would be a pure white kid. So that government really fucked up back then, right? So my story being is growing up, I never really fit in because when I lived down in the city with playing AAA hockey and stuff, I was always the Indian. But when I was up in the north on the reserve, I was always he's a little white boy, So I never really fit in. And like I said, I wasn't really tough until I got to be about 13. My dad put me in boxing at about 13, and then around 14, 15 is when I toughened up. And it's kind of funny because growing up, I lived way in the north, and a lot of those native kids would always pick on me. And now when I go up there and see them, they're trying to kiss my ass because I hold a grudge for a long time. I'm like, fuck, you don't come talk to me. You bullied me in school. So yeah, so it's I've had a pretty different upbringing, growing up. And same thing. I grew up, my mom's family in California they own a multi-million-dollar company called GCX Corporation. So, and then I, come to my reserve where I have poverty and people that can barely pay their power bill, right? So I've it helped me to where I am today to be in leadership because I know what it's like to go buy a $2,000 bottle of wine in the restaurant, but I also know what it's like to not be able to even put groceries in your fridge, right? So I kind of have both visions, and it really helps me. So it's kind of prepared me for what I'm doing now. So I think it's a good gig that I have.
So, as Biz mentioned, your name kind of like lives in folklore. Like I think part of it's Nasty Mirasty, the bowling ball head, and a lot of guys we've talked about, like Biz, even like the anxiety with fighting, but you never you enjoyed it, huh? Like it was almost something like you weren't ever afraid. You were almost like, I can't wait to fight tonight.
You gotta make sure you throw good looking. If you threw bowling ball in there, say the good looking too. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I love fighting. I mean, it was an adrenaline rush. I'm a big adrenaline guy. Like I want to jump out of planes, and I used to love your helicopter show you did, Biz Nasty, with that stupid song. And remember where it dumps water on you? What was that?
Yeah. No, that was the ALS, excuse me, ice bucket challenge.
Yeah. But that whole thing.
Hey, come with me now.
After I heard that song, watching your video, I downloaded that song because I like that song. But like I said, I've always liked adrenaline, so I love getting into a fight and even being scared shitless. Believe it or not, when I'd go line up against big guys, like yourself, Steve McInerney, guys, my trick was to throw my gloves off, even if I was scared, because once I threw my gloves off, I'm not going to sit there and pick my gloves up and say, I'm just kidding, right? So that was the biggest trip. When a big guy asked me to fight, my automatic response was just throw the gloves off, because then once you throw the gloves off, you're fucked. That's where we got to go. So I love it. And then I kind of get a kick at a lot of these guys that even on some of your guys' podcasts, that say, I'll fight anyone or any time. But there was times where I fought those guys and we had really good fights, and I'd be in the penalty box. Okay, next shift, we're going to go again. And they'd say, no, done. So when I hear them on podcasts saying, yeah, I'll fight anytime, I love it. All those guys are full of shit. They didn't love it as much as I did. So, that's awesome. But yeah, like I said, I fought a lot of guys, and I mean, I hate the question when guys ask me who's the toughest guy you fought, because whoever has
a question.
Yeah, well, whoever has the balls to throw the gloves off in front of 10,000, 20,000 people, I mean, that takes balls. So I'm not gonna. There's guys obviously I didn't like out there. I liked less than other guys, but whoever has the courage to throw the gloves off, it's a tough job. Biz Nasty, it for a fact, right? So it's everyone's got my respect at the end of the day.
You ever bite off more than you could chew in a couple fights?
Fuck no.
Oh shit, I got one now. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some tough boys. I remember in junior, Jim Vandermeer.
Oh, buddy, he is
that
sneaky.
Family.
Oh,
he's
God.
so undercover though. Like I remember he was a big captain, defenseman, and he didn't have 300 minutes like I did, right? But I remember, hey, let's fucking go, let's go, and he's like, kind of fuck off, kid, because he was a 20-year-old and I was like 16, and I remember we fought, and I mean he didn't beat me, but I remember just getting hit by him. I was like, holy fuck, that guy hits hard, and there's a few guys that hit like tanks, McIntyre was another guy that hit fucking hard. I think if that guy would have got a mean streak when he was 21, 22, they'd be talking about him like he's Bob Probert, because that guy was tough, and I think I could say I've been hit a lot, so it was a rough one.
Was it okay for you to move away from home when you started playing junior, and like you ended up going to the Dub? Like, were you like, did you get homesick at all? Did you fit right in?
100% I got homesick. I think that's the lack that us First Nation kids have. We're so used to our home reserves. When we leave to a big city, it's like a culture shock, right? So I remember calling my dad crying at 16 years old saying, Dad, I want to quit here and I want to come home, and all my dad would say is, no, there's nothing here for you. Stay there. And now I look back on it, I thank him, right? Because it kind of put me on the journey that I went on. So so of course it had its ups and downs, but at the end of the day, even when I had the birth of my 20-year-old son, that's 20 now, but it made me want to quit because I wanted to come home and, didn't want to be that deadbeat dad that just knocked up his girlfriend and leave. So I actually had quit home, and it was my dad that said, you got to go set an example for your son and stuff. And so that's kind of what pushed me to keep playing and keep doing what I did, just to say, be as an example for my kids is basically what pushed me, So.
Did you have any native role models that kind of help show you the ropes, like a Jordan Tutu or something along those lines?
Fuck Jordan Tutu. I don't like that little fucker.
Oh, no.
It's just a story of my first preseason game. I didn't like him, but of course there was, guys like Gino Ojcik, who I actually ended up fighting when I was 20 years old in an Indian tournament. I looked up to Gino, and I looked up to Chris Simon, who I ended up becoming friends with playing in the KHL. So yeah, definitely, Sandy McCarthy's another guy that, those First Nation guys you look at and say, well, shit, they did it. I'm going to try to do it too, So yeah, no, definitely those guys played a pivotal role. And I hope I could have kind of did that to some of the younger kids my age, because like I said, there's a lot of skilled guys up here that are First Nations, but they're just too scared to leave, or they're too scared to train. They don't have that direction. Because I'm in, like, when I used to walk around in Meadow Lake, I'm a big, strong guy and go to the gym every day. And guys would always say, holy man, look how strong he and big he is, But then I go to an NHL camp and I'm probably in the worst shape there because guys are so lean and fit. And, and growing up on a reserve, I didn't have the opportunity to go and travel to the city and skate every single day. And, so it was a lot harder for me. And then having a young kid at a young age, I kind of had to stay home all summer and be a dad. And so I couldn't leave and go, train for 2 months in the big city where the ice was, because we don't have ice all year round. We only have ice till the end of April, and then basically we box or play hockey play roller hockey. Maybe that's the closest thing I'd do. But yeah, no, it was a journey, and I wish I could do it again.
You brought up Chris Simon and playing over them in the K, and I know I mentioned it earlier. So like, that you played on a team over there that was famous for having all fighters, and you guys would just beat the shit out of teams. From my understanding, your owner was a lunatic, and he would come in the locker room with an AK-47. I might be putting a little bit more salt and pepper on this steak than I have to. How did you end up going to the K, and just talk about your experience over there, because it seems like it was a wild one.
Oh, I loved it. You hear all these negative stories about guys not getting paid enough or whatever. But to be honest, I have stories we could be here for the next 4 hours. I tell you.
Perfect.
We never had any. I've made probably double what I was supposed to make when I was there, because I got bonuses for, when I flew across the ocean to fight Josh Gratton. People don't know about that story. When my daughter was born, I was given a big metal plaque that's solid gold. And when I fought that Evgeny Artukin and beat him up, I got a big bonus for that. Like I walked away with probably at least $100,000 in extra in cash from Russia. So I had no complaints. It was awesome, getting to play with Panarin, that's part of the story that you're probably going to ask me about the video Biz Nasty was,
so we got a lot of directions we can bring this. How were you originally recruited to go over there, and did you befriend that crazy owner? Can you talk about this guy a little bit?
Oh, I don't care. I'll talk. I talk about Jimmy Galante. I talk. I was with the Hells Angels. I was with the Italian Mafia. I was with the Russian Mafia. I don't really give a fuck. But yeah, no, I actually had a couple opportunities prior to that year, but it was there's probably the years I was fighting you, Biz Nasty. I had a couple calls, but I still had that dream of trying to make the NHL, and Columbus was, believe it or not, promising me stuff. And even the next year when Z went to Tampa Bay, they were trying to take me there too, and I was too comfortable in Syracuse, and I didn't take some chances that I should have took. But so anyways, the 1 year is when Anaheim took over in Syracuse. They kind of fucked me over, which is a whole nother story, because there's emails I could show you from the NHL brass that were mad because I was too popular. They didn't like the idea that I was taking fame away from their draft picks and stuff. So that's when I kind of got fucked around in Syracuse, and they sent me to Fort Wayne, and I just kept going because they were paying me. I was making a good AHL salary, and I said, I'll go anywhere. I don't care. I'm not going to fight though. I was kind of being a hardhead like that. So then the following years, when I said, okay, well, I'm going to go to Russia. And just ironically, one of me and my best friends, Jeremy Yablonsky, was going there too. So I thought, well, what better way is it to finish off my hockey career going to play with Jeremy, So that's basically what it came down to. But I was offered a couple of years prior to that, and I just kind of, like I said, I still wanted to chase that dream. And now that I look back on it, I wish I would have went a couple of years earlier, because I ended up making NHL money when I was there, right? So, but that's kind of how I got to Russia. And then once I got there, that's a whole nother story.
Yeah, like when you first landed, we're like a culture shock, obviously, but who did you meet? I don't know if we had.
It was Hennessy. Hennessy was on that team.
Yeah.
Okay, and they met him at the airport with a bunch of AK-47s.
For another year.
Well, I can't remember. Shit, we're going back 10 years now, but I remember landing. We had to go to Riga, Latvia first, because we had to wait for our visas or whatever to get into Russia. So me and Yablonsky were in Riga for probably about I want to say 2 or 3 days just waiting. And I remember thinking, fuck, this place is awesome. Cause I don't know if you guys have been to Riga, but Riga's a nice European city, brick brick walls and brick streets and, nice clubs and nice hotels. And so I remember I got welcomed to Riga. I'm like, I'm going to love this. But then, when we finally got shipped to Moscow and then to Chekhov Vitas, and I was like, well, this place is a dump, but, long story short, I have so many stories about over there, but I remember being in Chekhov after Riga, and we, in Russia, there's no NHLPA, so there's no rules they follow. You skate, work out, fight, and that's it. That's your life and sleep. And about 3 weeks in, I remember they said, you come to, it was about 4:00 in the afternoon. I was sleeping, having a nap, and some big guy come and knocked on my door, and he's like, I opened up. I was naked, so I think I wrapped a towel around me. And this big freaking Russian guy goes, downstairs, 5 minutes. Boss man wants you. So I kind of didn't even know this guy. He's got a machine gun hanging on his arm. So I went and sat in the bed, and then not even 3 minutes later, my phone rings, and it's Yablonsky. And he's like, now, yeah, that guy came to my room too, And he's like, well, what do you do? I said, well, fuck, he's got a gun. Let's go. Anyways, long story short is we go downstairs, and when we walk downstairs, there's this big entourage of vehicles. It's just like the movies. There's, a cop car and a cop car, and then there's a couple SUVs. And so we walk up, and this little guy gets out, and he's just a little midget, and his name was Sasha. It was the boss man's son. He's like, hello, my father loves you guys. And his father's the owner. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. He's like, yeah, we're going to bring you to the village. It's called, it's this village that about 20 minutes out of town where his father lives. So anyways, long story short, we get in the vehicles and we follow this entourage out to the village. And when you get up, it's just like the movies, they have these guys with dogs and mirrors that walk around the cars and, make sure that there's no bombs or anything. And then whatever, we get let through the gate. And there's a Siberian tiger in a cage, and there's horses over here. And I remember going, where the fuck am I? And whatever. So we pull up to the main cabin. And this place is like the movie. You ever guys watch the show Cribs, where, you see all these famous people? Like, this place should have been on Cribs. There was everything everywhere. So we pull up, and then all of a sudden this little Russian guy comes walking out with a drobe on, and he's naked under the drobe. And he's just a little short guy. Like, I'm short and he's shorter than me. And you guys probably know this. I got a guy, and I'm the kind of guy now, if I look at somebody, I could tell if they're tough by just looking at him. And I could tell when I looked at this guy, I'm like, I'm not going to fuck around with this guy. He's just, fat, weathered and big ears and just mean. But he ends up coming and he gives me a hug, and he's like, I'm boss man. But he didn't speak English, right? He just said, I'm boss man. I love you. And he hugged me and, hugged all of us boys. It was the first time we ever met him. He's the reason we were there. And long story short is we drank like rock stars every night, or every that whole day. We were here, and here. And so we're sitting there watching all this stuff go on, and we're shit faced. They're pulling out machine guns, we're shooting, and we're drinking. One thing there is you don't drink, you don't ever party with women, eh? Like, young hockey guys want to see women, but the men drink and women are for after. So 4:00 in the morning comes by and we're loaded. And Sash's like, okay, you guys got practice tomorrow. You better go home. So they drive us home, and he says, there's a gift for you at home when you get back to the hotel. And I'll leave it at that for now.
My God. Jesus Christ.
So
the Russian fembots got sent over. Right?
That's just one out of about 10 stories. There was,
you mentioned having to fly across the pond and then fight Josh Gratton that first game. What was that?
Well, that's not the first game. Well, what happened was about a couple of months, because Gratton, there's a backstory. This Gratton had played for the team I was on now, right? But he had moved to Astana, Kazakhstan. And I was kind of his replacement, me and Jeremy because actually both Chris Simon and Josh Gratton went to Astana. So then me and Jeremy went to Chekhov. So there was a big game coming up against Astana. And then that was the first game. Because like you said, there wasn't many tough guys in that league. And I didn't like it because I love fighting. And, you almost had to fight my own teammates to get into a fight against the other team because there's, but anyways, so there was my wife had our daughter Ava, and at that time I remember my wife was going through that postpartum thing, right? So I was in New York visiting my wife. I flew back, and then about a month later, my daughter was about a month old, and my wife was having a hard time coping with it. So I asked the boss man, I'm like, listen, my wife's struggling. Is there a way I can fly home to go help her for a week or whatever, just to get her back on her feet, and then I'll come back? And he said, well, there's a big game on, this was like Monday or Tuesday. He says, there's a big game on Friday. He says, but we have Kip Brennan, we have Yablonski, yeah, we have Tarnowski. We'll be okay. You can go. So they let me fly from Moscow. I flew home. And this was probably like a Tuesday night or a Wednesday, because you got to remember there's a 12-hour difference, right? They're always ahead of us. So I landed in Syracuse because my wife was finishing her schooling there, and literally got there at like supper time. We went out for supper. We went home. I couldn't do the deeds because she was, 9, or she just had a baby. So I was just basically cuddling with my wife and, trying to help her. And she was happy that I was home. And then about 3:00 in that morning, I got a phone, because we used to use Skype. That's how we'd communicate when we were in Russia. So my Skype was going off at 3 a.m, and it was Yablonski. He's like, Johnny, you got to get back. And I'm like, well, why? What happened? He says, did you watch the news tonight? Because that's when Kip Brennan and Yablonski got that big league suspension. Remember when they got so he says, we're done for Friday. We can't play Friday. Like, you need to get back here because they want Josh Gratton to get fight. Like, they want you to beat up Josh Gratton. I'm like, well, fuck, man, I just landed here 8 hours ago. I just had supper with my wife and went to bed. He's like, it doesn't matter. Sasha's calling you. Answer your phone. So I hung up on Jeremy. Well, 3 minutes later, my Skype rings again, and it's Sasha now, that young boy that speaks English. And he's like, hey, Johnny, you hear what happened last night? You got to get back to Russia. And I'm like, fuck, I just got here from Russia. I just flew 13 hours on a plane. It doesn't matter. You got to be back here. So I'm at 4:00 in the morning. I'm on my computer looking for flights back to Russia, because I have to be there by Friday, but it's already Thursday in Russia. And so I finally find a flight, but it's out of Rochester, New York, and I was in Syracuse. So I had to find someone to drive me from Syracuse to Rochester. I got on a plane in Rochester. I had to fly to LaGuardia. When I got to LaGuardia, I had to fly to Warsaw, Poland. And then when I got to Warsaw, Poland, and that's another thing. I called Sasha. I'm like, Sasha, because I'm a cheap fucker. I'll admit it. I'm like, this flight's like $8,000. I'm not going to pay that. He's like, just book it. Just book it. Don't worry. We'll make it up to you. Just book it. So I booked the flight. So anyways, when I got to LaGuardia, the big trip is going from LaGuardia to Warsaw, Poland, to, because that's across the pond. But when I landed in Warsaw, it's Friday afternoon now, and I missed my connecting flight to Moscow. So I landed in Warsaw. I said, Sasha, I tried. I made it to Warsaw, but I missed my flight. He says, doesn't matter. You got to get here. So I went and talked to those, the service place. So they ended up getting me on a flight from Warsaw, Poland to St. Petersburg. And then from St. Petersburg, I made it to Moscow. So I landed in Moscow at like 5:30 p.m. And you got to remember, it's in Moscow's like New York City, right? On a Friday.
The traffic is like
it's
out of this
insane.
world.
So anyways, I get to the airport in Moscow. Sasha's like, leave all your stuff. We'll get it later. Just get in the vehicle. There's vehicles outside waiting for you. So I run outside. You got to remember, I've been up for 24 hours now. I flew across the Atlantic Ocean to New York, flew all the way back within 2 days. And now but there's a league rule in the KHL that you have to be in warmups. You have to set foot on warmups to play in the game. So I get to the rink literally at like 7:15. The team's on the ice warming up. And I've been up for 30 hours. And I remember running in, and Jeremy and them are helping me get dressed. And because I got to get on the ice and do a couple laps. So I get on the ice, do about 2 laps, come off, and I fucking faint. And they're like throwing water on me. So then Andrei Nazarov was and Alexei Zamnov.
Oh yeah, we know Nazarov.
So I get called into the office now, right? I'm like, okay. So they call me in the office and like, how you feeling? I'm like, how the fuck do you think I'm feeling? I've been flying I flew twice across the Atlantic Ocean. And I said, he's like, okay. He starts giggling. He's like, well, you know what we want you to do? And I said, yeah. I said, first shift, get me out there. So sure enough, opening faceoff, Josh Gratton starts the game. So I look at him and I jump on the ice and I look at Gratton. I'm like, let's fucking go. And he doesn't want to fight. But he doesn't know what I've just been through. Like, I've been just flying for the last 40 hours. And I'm like, no, let's fucking go. And whatever, we end up fighting. Like, I kind of force him into it. And you can watch the video. I dummy him pretty good. His eyes are completely, And then after the fight, I go back to the penalty box. I go to the penalty box, serve my penalty, go back to the box. I sit there for another 5 minutes. I look at Nazarov. I'm like, I don't want to be here. So the minute I seen Gratton get on the ice again, I jumped on the ice because there it's a 2-fight rule. So then a second fight, same thing. I just fucking open, it's a good fight, but I definitely got the better hand. So I was kicked out of the game. And then after that, I went and partied up with the boss man up in his suite for a day. And long story short, they flew me back to New York for 2 weeks with pay. And I got about a $80,000 bonus to cover all my expenses and harass.
Jesus Christ.
So yeah, so that's always probably my best.
That's a fucking story.
Yeah. So people
Holy.
watch the YouTube videos. Oh, that's a good fight, but they don't know the story behind that. Like I literally flew back and forth across just to do that.
When we're talking 80K bonus, are we talking the duffel bag nonsense? Was that happening all the time?
Just wads of hundreds like this. I used to play them on my bed and take pictures and send them to my buddies. Just like that Evander Kane. Remember the picture when he's in Vegas and he has a stack?
Oh yeah.
That's true. That's how you were. We got our direct deposit, but on the side you'd get big wads of hundreds.
So for you then, like what would you do? Did you have a bank there? Would you just hold it at home? Like when you traveled back after the season, were you traveling with like 600-700 grand in your baggage?
Oh, I'd carry. I don't think I ever carried. That wasn't that much of a big shot, but I'd carry. I think the most I brought was about 100 grand.
If you need any help with TSA agents to get shit through, RA knows a bunch of them.
Did you guys get in like a street fight that year or something?
Yeah, what's the story? By the way, for everybody listening,
give me some chips then first.
Talk about the wrong door.
Yeah,
for those Russians.
What's the YouTube name of this fight so people can go see it on YouTube? Is it still up there?
I think you just put Mirasty Oblonsky wedding party, and that or which one are you talking about? Are you talking about the wedding party one?
That's okay. Well, there was multiple.
Well,
you had a couple off the ice there.
Believe it or not, that was the innocent. I was actually innocent in that one. We were in. It was in preseason. We were up in Magnitogorsk where Fedorov was playing, and I remember because the reason I say that is I remember the boss man wanted to pay me to go beat up Sergei Fedorov, and I said absolutely. I mean, I grew up. I that was one of my favorite number 91. Detroit Red Wings. So I said no, I'm not going to do that. But anyways, we were up there, and that's when I fought that Evgeny Artukin. And after the fight, I remember Nazarov was pumped, right? Because I kind of pummeled him, and he's like, "You Canadian guys, we've been hard at it for about a month now. You guys go and have some fun. Go out and go to the bar and whatever." So this was a Sunday night, and I remember. So we went for supper. Had a vodka over there's like $10 a bottle, so like you can you live like a rock star. And so we went for supper, then we went bowling. And I remember, we haven't really seen women since we've been there. We were at camp the whole time. So I remember us saying, well, hey, let's go. We went bowling. I was like, hey, let's go to this club. There's a big club. It opens at midnight. Let's go check it out. So we're like, okay. So we left there at about 11:30 at night, and it didn't open till midnight. So, of course, me and Yablonsky kind of stick out like sore thumbs. I usually have a big mohawk, and, I was a bigger guy with black eyes. So right away, this big crowd that's waiting outside realizes who we are. And these ladies come and were like trying to take pictures with us. Like they were just being fans, but they were there with the wedding party. So it was the women that were dressed up in the wedding dresses were the ones like taking pictures with us. But then the guys didn't like that. So sure enough, a big crowd inflicted and pushing and shoving was going on. So I instantly, because I grew up on the reserve, I know what happens, if there's a big crowd. So I went to the back of the crowd so I can watch. And I remember it was Kip, Brennan, and then we're all arguing back and forth for about 10 minutes. And I kind of just stood out of it. And then sure enough, punches were thrown, and then Jeremy ran in, and then about 3 guys jumped on Jeremy. So, of course, that's my buddy. So I run in there, and end of the story, we end up knocking about 5 or 6 guys out. And I remember stopping. We didn't even get into the club yet. I remember stopping and looking, and I was scared because there was guys laying on the ground shaking. And then those women that were taking pictures were like, looking over them like they were scared that they were. And I was thinking, fuck, like, what if we kill one of these guys? So all those guys took off running because the cops were coming. And of course, I'm the fucking slow guy. So I run a little bit, but then I hear the cops. So I stop because I don't want to get shot. The cops come and they cuff me up. Right. And I'm like, fuck it. I don't speak a word. I've only been in Russia for like 3 weeks. And I'm like, I don't speak a word of English, Russian. And these guys don't speak a word of English. So like, what do I do? And luckily that little Artem Panarin come running back because he was like a young 18-year-old at the time. And at that time, didn't even speak English very good. And he just comes up to the police. He's like, Mirasty. He kept going like this, tough guy. And so he looks at me. He's like, money. And I said, well, yeah, I got, so they let me take my wallet out of my pocket. And I think I had like 400 or 500 American. He's like, give. So I gave those cops that money, and fuck, they let me go. So that was our Russian wedding story. And then about a week later, it's called the KHL TV. It's like Sportsnet News here. For the next like 2 weeks, this video went viral all over Russia and the US. And, but they made it sound like we went to a wedding and picked these fights. Like we were the innocent bystanders. And so it wasn't really a wedding. There was a wedding party there that we ended up beating up the guys, but it wasn't like we crashed a wedding or anything like that.
The YouTube is called Mirasty and Yablonsky versus Drunken Russians.
Yeah, so that's probably one of the more popular stories over there. There was another time where our boss man beat up a cop right in front of me because that cop had originally pulled me in. Me and Jeremy used to go like on a weekday if we were feeling sore. We'd go out to the Russian Baza, the village, with our boss man, and we'd go get massages and we'd eat and drink and just they'd kind of try rejuvenate us. So we went out there and we're having shots of vodka, and when we came home and they used to give us a little rental car that we had. And so when I was driving home, I had a few shots of vodka, but I wasn't hammered, right? So as I pulled into our because we lived at a hotel, I pulled in. I used to always do this little. I'd pull the brake and park kind of cool, like the Fast and Furious.
Yeah,
so I did that.
Italian job.
Yeah, I did that. But there was some cops watching me do that. So right away they come over and they fucking arrest me for it. And then they're like, but back there they don't have like breathalyzers. So he's like breathing. He kept going like trying to blow at me, and he wanted me to blow on him. So I'd blow, but I didn't want to blow too hard because I did have vodka, right? So I'd blow. And then he'd go like this, yeah, and he'd take like a syringe and put it in he was like this, right? Because that means you're drunk, like putting a needle in my neck. And I'm like, no. And he's like, yeah, you're drunk, he was telling me. So whatever. So they cuffed me up and put me in the back of this cop car, and they let Jeremy go. So meanwhile, Jeremy went inside and called Sasha and said, hey, Sasha, the police have John, like come and help us. So I was in that police car for probably about an hour, and the cops were drinking beer and like just having a good time. And then sure enough, about an hour and a half later, the entourage pulls up and Sasha gets out of the car and he starts talking to these police. And he's like, so he comes and sees me. He's like, John, do you have any money on you? And I said, yeah, well, I have lots. Cause I used to keep all my bonus money in my safe in my hotel room. He's like, okay, well, you have to go get, he says, go get I think it was like 30,000 rubles. I needed to pay them 1,000 American. So he says, go get money in your hotel and then bring it back down. So I went up and got my money in the hotel, came back, and I paid the cops off and they let me go. But to add to this story, about a week later, me and Jeremy are in this restaurant we used to go to. We were smoking hookah, the cheese. I don't know if you guys been there. We were doing that.
I love that.
And then Sasha pulls up and says, my father wants you guys to see you. So we get in this vehicle and we drive about a block away in a back alley. And we get there and it's the fucking boss man has that cop that was being a dick to me on his knees. And he's like, he wanted to show us.
Like, don't kill him.
Yeah, and I was like, no, it's okay. I paid him. They fucking beat the fuck out of him right in front of us. So it's like, I can't remember if Jeremy was there or not. It was me and somebody. But anyways, he beat up this cop right in front of me. So that's why when I work with a lot of these youth around here now, and these guys act like gangsters, they're not fucking gangsters. These Indian kids around here. So I try to be a role model of these kids here. I tell him, I said, I've seen gangsters where the police are scared, so don't tell me you're a gangster. So yeah, it was shit like that would go on all the time. And we could probably have a second episode here.
No, this is amazing.
Yeah. So I've lived a pretty wild one, and that we haven't even hit Danbury yet, or even Sorel Tracy when I played in Quebec.
Yeah.
So,
did you dabble with the Russian gas at all?
No, that's one thing I get asked that. I've never touched the Russian gas. I did walk in one time. I remember who it was, but they had some big bag and they were shooting. I don't know what it is though. I don't know. But all I remember.
So I went through the roster of that VTS team, and the leading scorer that year, that Anisin, I played with him in Sochi. I went over for a year.
Yeah.
That guy, one time he got a player of the game against Astana, and then like his buddies came in the room, and all of a sudden he's waving around a handgun. I'm like, holy, he was crazy, that guy.
Oh,
he
yeah.
didn't speak any English. He spoke no English, but I remember he was funny, just like his mannerisms and stuff.
Yeah. Do you ever play Danny Markov? Remember Danny Markov?
No. The best Markov story I heard is when he's on the Flyers and he got on the bridge in Philly going the wrong way.
Or there's a video in Russia of him fighting cops. He was driving what are those expensive cars? The Royce Royale or
Rolls Royce.
Yeah, he's driving one of those and gets pulled over, hammered, and he's fighting the cops with his handcuffs on. Yeah, and then the reason I brought him up is because he used to smoke every day in between periods. Like he'd have, and I guess when he was in Toronto, they had a smoking room for him because he'd go smoke cigarettes while he plays, and because he was our captain that year. So it was it was a funny, wild year.
Unreal.
You just mentioned Danbury. We got to go to that. How did that all come about, meeting AJ and his dad, and how you ended up playing for that team for a couple of years?
That just prepared you for Russia. It was, it was calm before the storm here.
Yeah, it was pretty quiet there, to be honest. It was, or not quiet, sorry. I was young at the time, so I was still kind of like a young, quiet kid. And I just finished my first year in the East Coast, and it was the year of the lockout year, that 04-05. And I actually had a really good rookie season in the East Coast. I had like 300 and some minutes. I fought a lot. I don't think I really lost a fight that year. And I was actually supposed to go to camp with the Blackhawks. And so we're talking about that. Yeah, we went to Quebec first. So sorry, I got so many places I'm going here. But I was supposed to go to camp with the Blackhawks, but that year there was a lockout year. So I ended up going to Norfolk. And Norfolk wanted to sign me, but they wanted me to go play in Greenville. And I went to Greenville, and I fucking hated it. I was coming from Bakersfield, where it was kind of like Syracuse. Beautiful arena, tons of fans. They loved me there. I had a girlfriend from there now. And so when I went to Greenville, I hated it. And then I had this Quebec team call me and say, hey, we had drafted you in the first overall. And I'm thinking, who the fuck would draft me in the first overall? And the guy didn't even really speak English. And anyways, I was one of the top drafts in this Quebec league. And so they said, oh, well, we'll give you $2,000 a week and you don't pay for anything. So I thought, okay, well, I'm making like $600 a week in this Greenville. I'm going to go to fucking there and make, $2,000 and make a lot of money and have fun. So that's why I went to Quebec, and I went to Quebec for a while, completely ran by the Hells Angels. And then I had broke my ankle. So then Danbury was calling me. So they ended up bringing me to Danbury because I wanted to get real good medical attention for my ankle. And so I ended up going to that's how I ended up in Danbury. And I told them, I said, well, I'm injured. And they said, no, you still come anyway. So I ended up going to Danbury. And you ever watch The Sopranos? I mean, that's exactly what it was. We'd go to these, I remember we'd go to like a dinner in New York City, and they'd come in the dressing room and they'd put a list up. They said, okay, we're going to this 5-star restaurant in New York. Who are you bringing? And guys like Garrett Burnett would put like 2 strippers on there, and guys were bringing, and I mean, you're talking about like, these were high class, expensive restaurants, and it was just a free for all. I mean, we did what we want. No one would fight us. I didn't really enjoy it because we had 6 or 7 heavyweights, and every other team had like 1. So we'd be playing paper, rock, scissors, and trying to get into a fight. And you guys know how much I like to fight, and I didn't really get to do that because there were so many of us. Right? We had Ruben Nadir, we had Garrett Burnett, Stephen Pete, Frank Bialois, the list goes on. So it wasn't really where we just bullied people.
Had any of that, the stuff towards the end, were you there when that happened, or were you there during like the glory days aspect of it? Because when I
was there more during the glory days, because I know like they ended up subpoenaing a bunch of players, and I know Brent Gretzky was, I think, one of them. There was a few other guys, because guys were making in the coast, you're supposed to make what, 30 to 40,000 a year.
Yeah.
And we were making anywhere from 200 to 500,000 a year, and we weren't paying for anything. So it was quite we were living in New Fairfield, Connecticut, which is one of the richest counties in the U.S. And we were living in these houses, these cabins that we were supposed to be paying rent for, but we didn't pay rent for them. They were paid already. And then we were getting checks to pay the rent. So, I mean, that's all the money kind of just built up that way. Like, it was different. I think on the books, I probably made like $300 a week, but my wife got a job working at the trashing company, where she had to call people if they had outdated bills, like if they had outstanding bills. All she had to call and say, hey, you have an outstanding, and she would get paid like $1,000 a week just to do that for the 2 hours that I was at practice. So yeah, it was. Holy shit. To be honest, I've watched that documentary and it doesn't even do it justice.
How cool, really?
It was way more wild than that. The documentary doesn't even explain how bad.
Who was the guy? Who was the guy with the cigar in the documentary? He was like the equipment manager, right?
That's T-Bone, yeah, Tommy Papacello, yeah. T-Bone. Yeah, it was quite the wild experience. I was there for a couple of years, and then went back to Quebec for a while, and I was going to quit. In Quebec, I was going to go home. I actually took a coaching job, and that's when Columbus Blue Jacks had called me and said, "Hey, we want you to go play in our affiliate, and then maybe bring you up here." So I went from playing in the Quebec Senior League to going to an NHL preseason game, which I thought was a pretty cool road. Most guys get drafted and play in the American League for 10 years or a few years, and then work their way up. Where I was playing senior hockey, and then the next year I was, playing the Nashville Predators.
That Quebec Senior League, I think a lot of people don't really know about it. Like I know from what I've heard that it was like a fighting league, but there'd also be, I mean, it wasn't just fights, right? The guys are still playing the games trying to score, or are we looking at like 10 fights a night in that league?
Yeah, that first year I was there, I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I've played in a lot of the good leagues, and that LNH that year of the lockout. I mean, there was guys that played in the NHL, there was guys that played in the American League. So I mean, those teams would kill an East Coast team back then. In that year, because you had your top two lines were guys that played NHL, AHL goal scorers. Then your third line was usually like your AHL heavyweights that could play a little bit. And then your fourth line was like meatballs that were 6'7" and 280 pounds. And like, so yeah, it was wild. And sometimes I love fighting, but sometimes I thought that was a little too much for me. Like, I love a 3 or 4 good heavyweight fights a night, but sometimes it was like fight after fight after fight after fight. And it's like, and I always said the quantity was there. Like there was a lot of fighters, but like the quality, like the guys that are in the NHL or the AHL, like, like the Gillies and yourself and, Steve Mack, and like those guys are way tougher, but it's just over there were so many of them. So it's like, you're being headhunted all the time. So I liked it, but it kind of got to my head after a while too, just always having to, it wasn't a hockey game they were going to watch.
It was a show. It was a show, the way that you guys would dance around. Like the videos of you and Steve Bossy going at it. There's a compilation video. I think you guys fight 8 or 9 times. Yeah. Now you're not related to him either. You guys do know each other, right?
Well, we're just like you and I, man. We had fights and there's respect there now. And now that we're older, like I said, even Frank Lassard was one of the guys I couldn't stand on the ice. But even to this day, like now I'll write him and say, hey buddy, how's it going? It's nice to have that. But when I said there was guys I didn't like and there was guys that I liked as friends, Frank was one of the guys I just couldn't stand. But when I see him now, it's so same thing with Bossy. Like, I mean, back then I couldn't stand him either, but now him and I have the utmost respect for each other. In fact, I better not tell it, but he might make an appearance on Shoresy.
This Bossy one I'm watching right now, January 6, 2006 is insane.
They're all like
this. This is absolutely insane. Like you're hitting each other in the face square 15 times.
If you watch at the end, he has to feel if his teeth are in his mouth still because it was bloody. I remember I was all cut up on the side of my head and it was wild.
So like were the teams there also ran by the mob? Like, how was all this money being thrown at these players? Because they were, in some cases, they were flying guys in. They didn't even have to practice. They just have to come for the weekend, like the 2 games, and they'd give them like, $3K cash a game.
Yeah. Well, towards the end of my career, when I was living at home, I actually, that's what I was doing. I was just living in Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan, and I was flying there every weekend. And I had a job in Meadow Lake. But yeah, it was, I mean, I used to get treated pretty good by the boys, like, but I've never been a guy to kiss ass. If you treat me good, I'll treat you good. If you treat me like shit, I'll treat you like shit, right? So, I mean, when I'd go to the bars, they were always trying to recruit me to come and, work for us all summer. And, because I always had that image. I'd always had black guys, that mohawk. I was always, weightlifting and big. And so they were all over me, but they used to actually, after that fight, you just watched after that fight, I come and they said, we're going to start giving you a bonus. So I used to have I used to call him a little bitch guy. He would come and give me an envelope of money on top of my salary. Like I'd get paid weekly from the team, but this guy used to come to my house and give me a envelope full of money. And I'd have to count it in front of him and then sign and say, I got this much, because he was too scared, because he was giving me like an extra $3,000 a week, but he would give it to me, but I had to make sure that I received it. He wanted my signature, say, yes, I gave it, because if I would have called and said, hey, I didn't get my money from that guy, then they'd go after him, right? So, there was a lot of shady dealings going around everywhere. So, I actually, believe it or not, was going to be a cop, and I got to go do those lie detector tests. After I was done my hockey career, I didn't know what I wanted to do, right? So, it's really hard to pass any of those lie detector tests, because I've seen so much bad shit. I've been involved. I used to go to parties with the Hells Angels, and I remember looking outside and seeing the cops drive around. And I'd go up to the guy, and his name was Serge. And I'd, hey, Serge, I said, I got to go. I don't want to be caught with you guys partying here, right? Like, I'm not a Hell's, And he just started laughing. He goes, oh, they're on my payroll. That's my private security.
No. We're in trouble.
Yeah, it was. Maybe I'm saying too much on the show, boys.
No, it's
No,
okay.
your career is insane.
I think they'll just watch your fight videos and they'll stay away. I
Yeah,
think you can
and
get away
then,
with whatever.
So there was all those stories there. I mean, going all over the place. I can go on and on.
Would you say that Syracuse was probably the most enjoyable part of your career, those 4 years? I really felt that you were like an icon in that city.
Yeah, Syracuse is still a home to me. I have friends there that are lifelong friends. Anthony Lamacchi owns a car dealership there. Guy's old enough to be my dad, but I mean, when I was there, treated me like gold. He took me under his wing, gave me free vehicles. I mean, I was set up so good there. I used to go to bars and restaurants and have parking spots left for me. So I was really treated really well in Syracuse. And yeah, so I'd have to say I had my best time. And it was a home, right? Like I could almost stay there the whole summer and I was kind of the guy who could hook guys up. The Time Warner had me on the big billboard on the freeway. So I got free pay-per-views. So the boys would come to my house to watch the UFC fights. And yeah, so I was treated I was treated really good there. I love that city. And like I said, the next year after my very first year with Konopka and all them, I was offered to go to Tampa Bay with Konopka, but I didn't think that I was going to be in the NHL, in Tampa. I said, they're going to sign me to a two-way, but I'm going to be stuck in Norfolk making, $80,000 a year when I can go to Syracuse on a one-way AHL deal and make $160,000 a year. So I turned Tampa Bay down to stay because I was so comfortable. But, you never know. Maybe if I would have went to Tampa with Z, maybe they would have gave me a few more games up and I could have, proved myself. I don't know. I mean, but I don't regret anything. I had a blast.
Oh, I love how you brought up the UFC because you actually fought a couple times in the UFC.
Yeah, I tried it. That was a different experience too. But I kind of got fucked there. I never trained MMA in my life, and they basically signed me to a 3-fight deal. They said that we're gonna let you and Bosse fight 2 fights against other opponents, and then the third fight you're gonna fight each other because we were such a big draw in Quebec, right? And they said we're gonna give you a nobody. You're just gonna stand in there and brawl with them. And so I didn't really train for the groundwork, and fucking the guy right away fucking shot at me and took me to the ground. So I spent the whole 5 minutes rolling around the ground and gassed myself, where they gave Bosse his first fight was a guy that was eating Chinese food in the fucking dressing room before the fight. And the kid was beat before he even stepped into the octagon. So I think I got kind of fed a bad deal there because, of course, when it was in Bell Center, right, the Montreal Bell Center, and of course, when I was fighting, they showed my height. They didn't show me giving Bosse a licking, but they showed Bosse giving me a licking. So that they kind of set me up where I wasn't. They wanted it to build it around Bosse. We were in Quebec, right? So, but I think I kind of got the shitty end of the stick, and I didn't know how to prepare. Like for hockey, we'd go home and have a pregame nap, and we'd do a skate. Like I think I kind of gassed myself up even warming up for the fight because I've never done it. I didn't have a guy that did it before to train me either. So I just kind of. I think I was already tired before the fight even started because I hit the pads too long. So
like you were going in like it was a street fight.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like there's so much more to it, I guess.
Yeah, but it was like I said, it was awesome. I loved it, and you got to see like that Patrick Cote that fight there. You got to see George St. Pierre was there, so I got to be part of that. And it was really neat. And it was a pretty big show. It was at the Bell Center. I think pretty much sold out and. Was a big show.
Just wish they would have gave you an opponent like Yablonski's first opponent. I watched. He looked like he drank a case of beer and had Chinese food before that fight. He was
a Russian cop.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Like I kind of got against a guy that was a black belt in jiu-jitsu, and like I always thought we were going to stand there and throw, and fuck right away he shoots for me and throws me to the ground. So I spent a minute, and he didn't even choke me out, but I was just You're blowing so much energy to get off the ground, and so I was gassed. Yeah, but it was still an experience, though. I don't regret doing it.
John, I mentioned in the intro. Excuse me. You and Biz had a bunch of fights. How many times did you guys actually scrap? I think at least 5 or 6. 4? I think on YouTube.
I think three or four, maybe 4 or 5. I don't know.
You broke my nose the one time, and then your guy's announcer was all over me. So it was.
You could hear on the broadcast. You mean?
No, like afterward, like when on the YouTube.
Yeah, I watch it too. Yeah, he gets blown away. I heard that.
And even like people were telling me after the game, like, oh, the broadcast radio announcer was all over you. But what happened was classic. You led with the head. I punched you like 3-4 times. My hand was broken, and then you end up you broke my nose. But when you get that nose break and your eyes water, so buddy, if I didn't tie you up and call the refs in, like you would have pounded my face and I wouldn't be able to breathe right now. So fuck that radio announcer and fuck you for breaking my snout.
That's Bobby McElliott. He's now the radio announcer for the Blue Jackets. He's a good buddy of mine. He was probably just trying to pump my tires.
Yeah, for sure he was. For sure he was. Oh fuck. Yeah,
those were some good ones. You guys also had old Dennis Bonvie. I remember that. Those were always fun ones too.
Oh, Bonesy's one of the best. You must have had some battles with him.
Oh, we did. But I remember my very first game. It was maybe my very first couple games in the AHL, because I just come from the Quebec League, so no one's going to intimidate me, right? Like, because I remember I'm in warm-ups. I'm not even doing nothing. I'm just skating, and he comes up to me at the red line in warm-ups. He's like, "I'm going to fucking kill you," and I was like, "I just come from the Quebec League." I said, "You don't." There's guys that are 10 times your size. I said, and I threw my gloves up, said, let's go right now. And I think I kind of chilled him out because he's probably not used to, like, in Quebec. I mean, we used to have bench brawls and warm-ups every couple of weeks. So when he was trying to chill me up, I thought he felt that it was going to intimidate me, but I'm like, okay, let's go in. But yeah, Dennis was always an honor to fight that big guy. Cause growing up watching him fight, and he's a same thing, a guy that mostly played in the minors, but he sure got a big name for himself. So, and he can fight.
He was a smart fighter. He was smart too. Like I remember him teaching guys on Wilkes-Barre, like tying up. Like he wasn't just in there throwing. He would. I've seen him do it, but he also was pretty good technically. I always thought. Yeah,
I know Dennis is a good guy. Just seen a thing of him on Facebook just the other day.
Yeah.
He was so good technically. He would always like grapple with the jersey, but if you ever looked at his fingers, they looked like Michael Jordan's fingers. They were all going in different directions. Oh, his hands are just a nightmare. And when he would tell stories, he would use his hands, and you're just like so distracted by his fingers pointing every which way. No offense, Bones. He taught me everything I knew as a fighter, and he was a great role model. And as you guys said, one scary man. Is he in the AHL Hall of Fame?
I think I heard that. I know they raised his jerseys because I have him on Facebook and I follow a lot of stuff. But yeah, he still lives in Wilkes-Barre from what I understand, and he seems to be doing all right. And last I heard, he was doing some scouting though for Chicago or someone. I'm not sure.
Was with Boston and Chicago so far. I don't know. I think he's probably with maybe Chicago still, but yeah.
Another guy I got to run into just recently, I actually never met them before, was Scott Parker and Eric Goddard. We were in we went to International Ice Wars we did it in Cheyenne, Wyoming, and two other really good guys that I really enjoyed meeting was over there. So yeah, he's a big man, that Eric Goddard.
Oh my God.
I got to play with Gods. We saw him in Nashville actually right after the draft. Great guy. He was a tough prick. Holy shit.
He just had those long arms, and he was able to get those punches through, and he wasn't really ever that jacked. He was more lanky, he could just coil those punches, man. He'd be in and out like a fiddler's elbow. I was going to ask you, throughout your entire like crazy career of all these places you've been, what would you say is your craziest hockey story? Like, have you ever told it? Or have you already told it on this podcast? Or were there other ones where you were like, oh shit, I never even told this one. This was the craziest thing.
Honestly, it sucks we're doing these podcasts because after we talk, I'll say, fuck, I forgot about that time. But I mean, hockey story-wise was probably that first year in Syracuse when we were the shittiest team in the league until Christmas. And that was the year Konopka was our captain. So we went to Chicago Wolves, and they were in first place at that time. Remember the rink where we'd come out the same sides?
Yeah.
There was just all there was the Zamboni cement entrance, but between us. And we ended up having a bench brawl in warm-ups against the Chicago Wolves, who were in first place, and we were in last place. And I remember we won that game. We ended up winning like 5-0, which was amazing because we were the shittiest team in the league and they were the best. And so we went home, and it was about Christmas time, and they said, okay, if we win 5 games straight, we're going to because I used to wear a mohawk, right? So they said, okay, if we win 5 games straight, the whole team's going to shave mohawks in their head, and we're not going to wear buckets and warm-ups. Because remember how only the veterans were allowed to wear the buckets? So of course all the young guys were gung-ho about that because they want to show their flows off in the warm-ups. So we ended up winning after that Chicago game. We went 5 straight. We won, and so we all went out on warm-ups, no buckets, mohawks. Act like we were studs. So then we said, okay, if we win 10 games in a row now, what are we going to do? We had to set goals, right? So, and I remember, so we had to set these goals. And then I remember we said, okay, well, the next time, if we win 10 games in a row, we're going to go out for warm-ups with no helmets and no shoulder pads. So I remember sure enough, we won 10 games in a row. So our 11th game, when we were supposed to go with no shoulder pads, no helmets, it was in Cleveland. It was in Lake Erie, Cleveland, Ohio. And that's really close to Columbus. So all the Columbus brass was there, like Howard Dolgan and all those guys. So they caught wind of this. And I remember and me and Z, like, even though I was a rookie, I was still kind of like one of the leaders because I was an older guy and tough guy. So me and Z got called into the office, and it was Howard Dolgan. And I'm just an AHL minor league guy. I'm not used to talking to an NHL GM. And all I remember him saying is, he says, if you guys fucking let those young rookies go out there with no shoulder pads and no helmet, you guys are fucking done. And he's like, Derek Brassard's only 170 pounds soaking wet. What if he falls in the boards and hurts himself? He's our first rounder. And I'm thinking, holy fuck, like, I'm not going to piss these guys off. These guys are the NHL brass. And so we walk out of that room and I look at Konopka. I'm like, fuck, what are we going to do? Fuck him, he says. We're going to still go out. So we go out for warm-ups. Everybody, no shoulder pads, no elbow pads. I look up at the press box. We see those guys just freaking out. What the fuck? So whatever. Long story short, we ended up winning, I think, 26 games in a row.
What?
And we had, yeah, that was the year we finished. Because that's the year that we were shitty when playing you guys. And then we ended up coming back the second half. And I think we finished second or third in the league. Like, I think we were first and then we went to, we had to play the Manitoba. Oh, and then this is a funny story. So with Konopka, so he told them, oh, fuck them. We're going to not listen to them. We're still going to win no shoulder pads. So then we make playoffs, right? We're the hottest thing in the league right now because we won 20 some games in a row. And so Z calls the NHL gets a hold of the Columbus and says, well, you guys didn't make playoffs, so you should let us use your airplane for our playoff run. So we fucking flew the Columbus Blue Jacket plane from Syracuse to Winnipeg because we had to play the Manitoba Moose. And then at that time, by this time, we had the reputation like we were the slapshot team, right? All we did was live off of our toughness. Because I remember the rink was sold out in warmups because we'd always fight in warmups. And so we're in Winnipeg, and they did this big article. I think it was with do you remember a guy named Pierre Cedric Labrie? I think Pierre.
Oh yeah, yep.
Labrie, kind of not really a tough guy, but he played the role a little bit. So they did on the front page of the Manitoba paper, Winnipeg Press or whatever it's called, this big article how he's saying he's the new tough guy for the Moose and no one's going to come. And Winnipeg wasn't, the NHL team wasn't there at this time, so they were like the biggest thing there. And he's like, yeah, we're not going to come in by Syracuse and get pushed around. I'll fight anybody. So Z pulled his crazy slapshot antics and gave that article to the trainer and said, make sure you bring us on the ice when we're warming up. So we're in the middle of warm-ups, warming up and doing the horseshoe and all that. And Z goes over the bench and grabs a newspaper and he goes to the center ice and he starts reading the paper. And he's looking at Labrie and he's like, Labrie, you're going to fight anybody? He says, okay, I got Mirasty first. I got Brissett. And they had like late Rick Ripien, and they had a pretty, middleweight tough guys class there. But I remember like right in the middle of warm-ups, reading a newspaper in the middle of the ice. And I was thinking, fuck, this is like right off Slapshot. So
yeah,
we had some wild times.
Oh, that is so fun. Too bad Z can't read. They're probably like, hey, pump the brakes, buddy.
He just reads the papers.
Yeah, that's fucking awesome.
That same year we were in Syracuse, like the coach had no control of us because we were winning. We would literally go to the rink and practice for 20 minutes and then we'd go party. And I remember one time there was this young goalie got called up from the coast, and he was just happy to be with us. It was like, and we were sitting in the bar drinking. He says, hey, and Z is a pretty strong drinker. Like he likes like that wild turkey and all that shit.
He gets pickled.
Yeah. So anyways, this young kid comes up to me and he's like, hey, I want to buy you guys a shot. So, the kid's looking up to us. So he buys us a shot. And then the kid tries to walk away and Z's like, no, get back here. We're ordering more. So then he orders a whole bunch more. And we're doing these shots. And all I remember, that kid couldn't do him no more. And I remember he took a shot and he spit it out. And Z caught him. So Z grabbed him and fucking had his neck. And he was telling this kid he's going to kill him, right? You don't spit a vodka shot that I paid for. And it got so bad that all the bouncers come around. And I had to tell the bouncers, I was like, back up. We're just teammates. We're just fucking around here, right? But I remember that kid almost shit his pants because Z was mad because he had spilt that shot on Z. And Z's like, if I buy you a shot, you fucking drink it. So he was a really old school, he always talked about old John Brophy, the John Brophy stories.
Oh my God.
I think that was his living idol.
Yeah, we have a guy, Walshy from Boston, who came on and told probably one of the most iconic stories ever told, where Brophy threw like a hot lava coffee in this like rink rat's face because he kept bumping into the room, telling the guys how much time was left on the clock. Yeah. And then after the game, the cops were waiting for him, but Brophy was across the street and called the guys and was like, "Hey, I'm at the gas station across the street," just so he could avoid going to the clink.
Yeah, I heard all those stories. The one where he stuck his arms in the Gatorade so he looked like a clown. He had different, like a red Gatorade and a blue Gatorade, and he went out and was waving his stuff at the refs and got tossed for that. So I heard I don't know the guy personally, but I heard pretty much every story out there.
Well, buddy, this has been awesome. I don't know if you had anything left, RA. This has been a treat, buddy. Some incredible stories and a heck of a career. I was shocked to see that you only retired as of last year because you played one game.
Oh, that's a whole nother story. I don't know. You must remember Killer Kaminsky used to play. He's a little bit older than us. Kevin Kaminsky, name ring a bell? He now the SJHL. So I've created a pretty good relationship with him. I send him players and stuff, but he had called me and asked, he says, "Hey, can I have a favor of you?" And I said, "What's that?" He says, "My buddy just is a part owner in Binghamton now. It's that really shitty league what's below the SPHL.
There's one below that? Oh,
like
God.
Federal one? Is it
federal? The FHL, Federal Hockey League. And so anyways, he's like, "My buddy just is a part owner here. Is there a way he can sign you just to create waves online?" And I said, "Yeah, sure, whatever." So I signed a contract with this team where I'm not going to play a single game. And, I'm an old man now. I'm not going to go play. And whatever, it ended up kind of getting the relay effect, because all of a sudden all these people were like messaging, "Are we paying? We're going to buy season tickets and all this." Because Binghamton's pretty close to Syracuse, right? And people are going nuts that I'm going to go play in Binghamton. I'm like, well, I can't. I'm not going to play. I just did it for a kind of like a promotional thing. Long story short is, it's okay. Well, we're going to pay you a big amount of money. You're going to fly here and play one game. So I flew to Binghamton and played one game, but the game's so different. I mean, I felt like I was playing with my kids. My son out there was kind of hard when they want me to play tough and mean, but every kid saying, "Hey, can I get a picture after the game of, Jersey?" So I couldn't I'm not going to be an asshole to some kid that's looking up to me. Right. So it wasn't the same. So I did play one game, but I do play back home. We have a pretty solid senior team. It's nice because I get to play with my son, who's 21 now, or 20. So that's
awesome.
So it's him and I play in a line, and we have some fun. And Dwight King's on there, and same with DJ King, and maybe I don't know if you remember Mike Siklinka. Yeah, so we have a pretty tough, skilled team here with senior hockey. So
is there a lot of fighting in that?
No, there's maybe 5 fights a year, but I don't fight. Yeah. I just.
You score.
I score goals. How does that sound? I score goals, but it's hard because I still have that mean temptation. So if we're losing or something, I want to run somebody or playing with my son. My son hates it because, he's my baby. So, there's a guy that kind of took a dirty run at him. So I ran in there and I said, "You fucking touched the wrong kid." And, next thing I get is my son yelling at me, "Dad, I can take care of myself." But it's natural instinct, right? That's my boy. So he could probably beat the kid up himself too, but I want to be there to protect him. So I have a hard time. So I maybe have to call her quits now. But if he plays another year, I said I might play one more year.
That's awesome.
But I got to serve a 5-game suspension though. But luckily, I don't know if I'm supposed to say this, but I have to leave for a few weeks or about a month or so for this the next season of Shoresy.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna start the season anyway. So I'll just tell the boys to throw my name on the roster. I'll serve my penalties, and when I come back from shooting season 3 of Shoresy, then I'll be able to play. I'll be eligible.
So season 2 is coming out when end of September here.
Actually, I think we're releasing it. I'm allowed to say this. We're releasing season 2 is being released today. It's not being released, but season 2 is being advertised that it's coming out September 30th.
Yeah. I get it. Yeah, September 29th, first 2 episodes will be on Crave Biz, and then it doesn't hit the States until October for the people at Hulu.
And then, so it's starting September 29th. It's going to be opening up, but we'll be doing season 3 starting this fall, I think in November, December. So I'll miss the first part of the hockey season and serve my suspension. because I'm a
Buddy,
bad boy.
we're happy for you, especially that you got a lot going on post-career, because I know sometimes, when things slow down and you don't have a lot going, sometimes you might get in your own head, but it's great to see, all that effort you put in on the ice is starting to pay off it as well, man. And good luck as well with the reservation and helping out there and in that new leadership role as well.
I appreciate it, guys. It's awesome. Yeah, I enjoy it.
No, thank you for coming on. This was awesome. Some great stories and hell of a run you had, man.
Yeah, it's been a good one. We're not done yet, though. You might see a few more videos on YouTube. RA, we'll have to get you back on the show, and me and you will go to the bar in Sudbury.
Absolutely, yeah. I'll be up there season 3 whenever we do it. I'll be up there. We'll have a couple cocktails. Looking forward to it, my man.
Yeah, let's
Absolutely.
do it.
Well, this was a blast. The listeners are going to love it. And thanks a bunch. We'll have you back for part 2, man. You probably got about another 1,000 stories to tell.
We missed about a good 70% of them, but I appreciate it, guys. And I probably should get running too. I got an appointment I got to be at.
All right,
okay,
See you, bud.
Huge thanks to Nasty Mirasty. What an absolute character. Biz, man, I couldn't believe how many times you stepped up to each other. Well, I think you just had like 5 or 6 fights I noticed on
I didn't have a choice. He
hockeyfights.com.
skated around the ice chasing me
He's
until
an
I fought
animal.
him.
He's a legitimate animal.
I told the story during the interview. Dan Bylsma, hey, you don't have to fight him. It's like, oh yeah? Well, then he's going to be breathing on me all game with his rabies.
Absolute character. He plays one of the gyms on Shoresy. By the way, Shoresy is going to be hitting Crave up in Canada this month, and then it'll be on Hulu next month. So keep an eye out for season 2 with yours truly, Terry Ryan, Nasty Mirasty, and a whole bunch of other folks. So, all right, gang, a lot of guys retired since we last met. We won't be going to be able to spend too much time on each of them, but Patrice Bergeron, obviously the biggest name of the crew, future Hall of Famer. David Krejci, Jonathan Bernier, Kyle Hagelin, Curtis McElhaney, Nate Thompson, Jonas Donskoy, Mike Delzato, Andrew Ladd just announced his a little while ago, Kyle Soderberg, and Sven Bocci. So you guys, I know we played with a handful of these guys. Which one of these guys outside of Bergeron do you think is probably the best or the most known, or any of these other guys have a shot at the Hall of Fame, you think?
No.
Krejci guys.
I'll say that, yeah, Krejci probably sticks out to me most, and I think being around Boston, that's kind of obvious to everyone, but always played second fiddle to Bergeron for good reason, but was always there. And when they won that Stanley Cup and he led the playoffs in scoring, I'm pretty sure he did. Correct me if I'm wrong, you Bruins guys, but he was just always so reliable. And I think part of it is that I know teammates of his who just love him. And like, I've met him a few times, just like such a friendly guy that was always okay with not being the number one guy. And just showed up like every single season. He was, I don't think he was ever at the level of Sebastian Aho, but when you talk about knowing what you're going to get, he was right there. And maybe Bruins fans will disagree with me on that. I just mean kind of as a game breaker, but so silky, always on the half wall. I just think of him like little head fakes, making plays that just made it seem so easy to him while not being the best skater ever in his career, but constantly creating chances with his vision and his fakes and kind of his eye for the game. So a fantastic player. And then the other guy I think of right off that list is Andrew Ladd, who was just today or the other day, he retired. And I mean, man, when Chicago came in and got that first cup at 2010, and, he was one of those casualties, right, that had to move on. And unfortunately, all these guys who had to spend time on the Thrashers, poor Army, those poor bastards, just a horrible experience playing hockey in Atlanta. But he went and did it after being that Stanley Cup champion. And then wherever he went, he was just a leader. Everyone relied on him and just knew that, like, when you're dealing with him, it's a guy who's won. It's a guy who was a part of that insane World Junior team the 85 birth years had for Canada. Always kind of a top-end player growing up. And then as he moved on in the NHL, everywhere and every year that went on, like, was just really good in his role. As we talk about guys who can't change their game once they're not a first-line guy, like, he was always able to. He went up and down the lineup, played with grit, was tough as shit. Perfect playoff performer, Stanley Cup champion. So a lot of guys had hell of a careers on that list you just said. But when you mentioned two that came to my mind when you said the names, it was those two.
Yeah, Krejci, as far as points per game in the playoffs, he's got to be at the top of the list or one of the top guys for Bruins in the history of their organization. He's almost at like a point per game. So he was so clutch for them. But as far as all the guys, we've had a few of them on the podcast, but Man, it's hard. It's hard saying goodbye to the game you love. It's such a shock to the system because you're so used to showing up to the rink and being around the guys the whole time. So that whole list, we wish these guys well and whatever the future holds. A few of them we actually have lined up to come on the podcast. I believe Del Zotto, we're going to be interviewing tomorrow. I know we're recording this on Sunday and this comes out Tuesday, but I think we got him locked in for Wednesday at 5:00. And then I'd love to get Andrew Ladd on as well. He had an amazing long career. So to every guy you just named off, man, best of luck in the future. And definitely sad day hanging them up.
Krejci had 1,032 games played in the regular season, 786 points. And in the playoffs, 160 playoff games was a shitload, 128 points. So definitely stepped it up the bigger the games were. And in 11, when they won it, 23 games, 23 points. So an awesome player. Second round pick too.
So what is that? Probably a 0.85 points per game. Like to do that as a second liner, that's just coming in the clutch.
A special congrats also to Nate Thompson. He's a friend of the program, just a great guy, probably one of the most beloved teammates in the league over the last decade or so. So congrats, Nate. Job well done. Merles, before we get to you 1 sec, Chris Chelios, his number 7 is going to be retired. Chicago, actually, I shouldn't say Chicago. Eddie Vedder, the Pearl Jam concert the other night at the United Center. He confirmed my earlier report that the number was in fact going to be retired. He brought out Chelios during the concert, let the whole crowd know. So congrats to Chelly. I guess it was Rocky Wirtz, one of his final wishes that someday they would retire Chelios' number. So congrats to Chelly. And
what a way to find out, huh? The fact that he didn't know.
Yeah, yeah, because I had heard like a month before. And then I didn't put it out till the other night when I got confirmed they were going to announce it during the show. But
some insider you are.
What?
Why didn't you break the news?
I did. That's what I'm saying. I did.
I know, but you said you knew a month ago.
No, I knew a month ago, and then the concert wasn't until last week. So I checked back on my source, and he said, "Oh yeah, they're going to do it tonight, which is Friday." So I put the tweet out Friday, late in the afternoon, and I guess it was still a secret going into the concert. So fortunately, Chelly's not a big Twitter guy. Otherwise, he'd have another reason to want to punch my head, and like he did back in the Igloo fucking 13 years ago. So
I thought it was cool that he said he didn't know or didn't think he was anywhere long enough to have his number retired, just because, he had these amazing runs with Detroit and Chicago and Montreal, but it was kind of all staggered a little bit where he didn't have the 15 years in one spot. But if I think of Chris Chelios, I actually, even though he didn't win a cup there, I do think of him as a Blackhawk. So it's pretty cool and makes sense to me. That's where the number will hang.
Atlanta Thrashers legend as well.
Yep.
I played against him when he was with the Thrashers. When I was with the Coyotes. He would get booed notoriously in Chicago. They thought Chicago fans thought that he stabbed them in the back when he ended up going to Detroit.
Well, they used to have such a heated rivalry.
Right.
It's changed so much since the divisions and the alignment. But I didn't know he ever got booed there.
Oh yeah, Panger was telling me one time he got on the mic. I don't know what event it was or something, and they were just giving it to him. Yeah, and he was like, I think I hit him close to home.
Hometown boy.
Yeah, he was a little rattled. So I think that for it to come full circle like this is probably a very, very special moment for him. But I agree with you. Every time you see those pictures, I do picture him as a Blackhawk.
Yeah, legendary player, no doubt. Merles, back to you. We got a little tennis action going on here. Get us up to speed with the tennis world.
The Prez, Dave, he was all over this girl, Arnie.
What a mush he is.
Sablanka. He's all over her. It is unbelievable. He's all over this girl. He gets her to the finals. He's betting on her the whole time. I guess she
invited him to sit in his box, I think.
Yeah, invites him down to the box and everything. And I just think it's a funny story, and it relates to us because if you look up her longtime boyfriend, I don't know if they're married or what they do in Belarus, but is our old teammate, Konstantin Koltsov. You remember Koltsy?
Unreal. The
Quadzilla.
The quads out of a lab.
Talk about Russian
Quadzilla.
gas and doping. But he was the first round pick the year I was the second round pick.
Dude, he in a straight line, it was like McDavid. He wasn't great at like turning and going fast while turning, but when you got that guy in like a straight line, it was nuts.
Remember how he used to pump his arms too?
Yeah. Horrible guy to have to do laps with because he would just make you look
training
foolish.
camp, I got stuck with him a couple times. We would do the laps
Take the
around
piano
the net.
off your back, Biz.
Yeah, exactly.
He wore the white skates too, made him look even faster.
Yep.
What a guy! He was a good guy though. He had a little bit of English, but when he did talk, he was a character. He was a fun guy to hang out
I watched the final because I was really into the U.S. Open this year, and that Coco Gauff though, what a phenom! I didn't know that she actually turned pro when she was 15. She beat Venus at like Wimbledon or one of the majors when she was 15 years old. Continued to get better and better and better, and then for her to get her first major or Grand Slam, whatever it is in tennis, like in the U.S. What was cool is the video that came out after when she was 8 years old. She's at the U.S. Open final and she's dancing to that song like Friday. What was that?
Call me maybe.
Yeah. Call me maybe. Kind of a fire jam, not
It's a
gonna
fire
lie.
jam.
But she's dancing around to it 8 years old, and 11 years later, she's U.S. Open champion. So that was pretty cool. And you know, she can thank Portnoy because the minute he hopped on the Sabalenka train, you knew she wasn't
No,
winning.
that's not true. He hopped on her train earlier than that in the semis.
Yeah, but she's number one player in the world. She's obviously like gonna win.
Oh,
matches.
I thought she was number 2.
No, but tomorrow she'll take over number 1.
Oh, okay.
Sunday, NFL kicked off. I should say last Thursday, the NFL kicked off. Sunday, obviously, the big day. We got to make some predictions on the Super Bowl. Actually, Biz, I got to go to you first. You've always been a Packers fan, but Aaron Rodgers left, signed with the Jets. So are you still a Packers guy or a little bit of loyalty go to the
Packers,
Jets?
but I am very dialed into the Jets. I want to see how Aaron Rodgers does there. I like Aaron Rodgers. I think he's great for the game. He's an interesting cat. I know Grinelli thinks he's a fucking dweeb, but
Do you, G?
Oh, he's all over him all the time.
No, not anymore. I think he's done a really good job at like rebranding his image. And I just watching this recent Hard
That's how to
Knocks.
stick to your guns.
When did he fuck up his image? When he was telling the fucking Packers, the clown show there, to draft receivers and put guys around him because they have.
I agree with all that shit. I agree
Okay.
with all that. I would just say that I didn't think he was a winner before. When you compare him to Tom Brady and say that he was better than Brady, I would just say I didn't agree with you, and I thought he was a loser.
That as far as skill and as an individual, I think that he was a better player than Brady. And I know that he doesn't have the championships and the team surrounding him, but I think that if he was in Belichick's system, he wins just as many Super Bowls.
The buzz around here, though, Biz, is very, very high for the Jets and Rodgers.
Yeah,
I think they're gonna fucking embarrass themselves. I don't think that they'll be horrible, but all these people saying like Jets to the Super Bowl.
What do you think their
They're
record
the
is?
Jets, dude. They're the Jets.
Well, there's 17 games now. Do you think they finish better than 9-8?
I do.
Yes. But I'm saying, and I'm not even saying they won't make the playoffs. I just think for people to say the Jets are going to win the Super Bowl is blasphemous. They're the Jets, dude.
Hey, the Patriots used to be the Jets way back in the day. I mean, you know what? I mean, they were the laughing stock of the league for ages, man. Sometimes it's just going to turn
and
around.
they did it all through drafting. It wasn't through like bringing in the 38-year-old superstar QB and all of a sudden they won a title. Like it was all based. First of all those Patriots titles at the beginning were defense based, and then Brady became a superstar, and then like obviously the next 3 it was mainly him. Also, still good defenses. You just can't tell me that you're bringing in a QB and all of a sudden like this joke of a franchise while being better. To me, they're not Super Bowl contenders. By the way, the Packers are putting a beating on the Bears right now, which is great.
I'm happy for that Jordan Love. And I will say the Packers do a great job of drafting quarterbacks and then developing them where they don't rush them into play. I mean, Rodgers sat out, I want to say 4 seasons when Favre was there. And then finally in the 5th season got to play. Jordan Love, I believe, same number. He had to sit out 4 years waiting for him, and it was time to move on. So I'm happy that the Green Bay has a guy that they can trust now moving forward. And then Rodgers gets to go to New York and try to create his own legacy there. So it's a cool storyline in the NFL, and the NFL is just a juggernaut. Everything they do,
That's crazy.
It's insane how the franchise values seem to be doubling every like 4 or 5 years.
I actually enjoyed the commercial they made clowning on the NFL is scripted thing. Did you see that?
Yeah.
They had them all sitting around, and then Kirk Cousins pops in with the chain on and no shirt on. Like I guess that's like the first time I've ever seen the NFL like laugh at themselves a little bit. Where I enjoyed that commercial, but yeah, it's like as the NFL began again, it truly is so nice. My wife's like, "How happy are you? There's football on again." I'm like, "It's just great." And I'm even more into college football. Like as each year goes on, I kind of get a little more and more. What I've been doing is like last night watching Texas, Alabama, I'm just like seeing who the studs are. And then I go to their Wikipedia where they played high school and I go to their Instagram. I'm pretty much like a stalker, but I'm more interested in like now they're making so much money. You see kids doing the ads on the Instagram. It's just different for me. But football being back is phenomenal. I think the 49ers are sick. If you remember, they had McCaffrey playing QB in the NFC final with all the injuries. So the 49ers for me are the team to beat.
I like college football with these transfer portals and this whole thing they got going on in Colorado with Deion Sanders. I didn't realize that was his kid.
He's sick.
He is filthy.
Shadur, is that how you say his name?
Yeah.
Have you been watching the games or just kind of catching the highlights?
I watched against Nebraska on Saturday. I didn't see the first one when they beat TCU, but his son, like he's not just like a runaround guy. Like he sits back, he can sling it too. I think he had 5 touchdowns the first game, maybe 3 or 4 last game. But it's the kid Travis Hunter, who was the number 1 recruit in the nation, plays both sides of the ball. And Deion got him to go to Jackson State when he was still there. So obviously he goes to Colorado. And I think the kid was going to Jackson State no matter what for 1 year before moving on because he has 3 years till he can get drafted anyways. But then first week against TCU, he has over 100 yards receiving. He had an interception. Actually has a pretty cool clip. If you haven't seen it, I don't even know how to find it. Just Google, I guess, Travis Hunter, TCU fans. But he's walking on the field and like all these students from TCU are like overrated, chirping him, stuff like that. And then he had one of the sickest interceptions on the goal line right in front of where these kids were chirping him as he ran on the field. And then the guy who has the video, it went viral. He like turns around and like gets the video of all the fans, like just bummed out. And you just hear somebody say, "Who said it to him? Who said it to him earlier?"
But just the scenes from Colorado the year before and what
1-11.
And they committed what $28 million to Deion Sanders. He's making
that
5.5,
they didn't have,
and they didn't have it yet. So just the ball to put your balls on the line like that from the AD perspective to turn your whole program around in 1 year by bringing Deion Sanders. And I think this changes everything moving forward to these new school coaches. Like all of a sudden now, Nick Saban is going to be interviewed every week with Pat McAfee. So
really?
Yeah, he understands. He sees it, right? He's like, okay, Deion Sanders is putting his face everywhere, making it a fun atmosphere, and like everybody's getting all this attention. Obviously, these players are going to see more financial gain from it, from these NIL deals. So not to say when you go to Alabama, you're not capitalizing anyway, but you have to stay ahead of that stuff from a recruiting perspective. So Nick Saban's now becoming a little bit more candid and doing all these interviews on a weekly basis to kind of keep up with the new norm. This is the new norm, boys. These guys are going to be making just as much as the guys in pro.
This leads in actually, ironically, to a little news from myself in which you're looking at a member of the Boston University hockey staff right here, Ryan Whitney.
What?
And wow. I don't know how much. We're gonna have to figure out what I'm able to do. But good friend of mine, Chris Bork, who works for the Maple Leafs, he also last year started as a coach of. I believe he's a skill coach, but he's working with the team. So Jay Pandolfo was nice enough, and I still have to go in and talk to him and see what I'll be able to do. But you want to be on Chiclets. You want me to talk about you nonstop. Come to BU because I'll do that. The Boston University Terriers, who are going to have a monster season. Actually, incoming freshman who's draft eligible this year, Macklin Celebrini, who I think will be the first overall pick, was at the BioSteel camp. Only 2 non-pros were at that camp, himself and Lade Hudson, the Hobie Baker favorite defenseman for BU. So an exciting season for Terriers, and for me to get to be around the team, even if it's once a week, going to the games. I don't even know if I can go on the ice, but I can't wait to get around the guys. I love Pando. I love Chris Bork. Joe Pereira is the assistant. He's a hell of a recruiter.
Tickets to the Bean Pot?
Yeah, and we could even maybe sell them, Biz, if you're looking for a little extra income, and maybe I could sneak in with my coaching pass.
I'm coaching Rafi's team, the 10-year-olds, and now you're fucking coaching college hockey.
So I'm so fired up. I can't wait to get around the guys. I'm hoping to get on the ice. I don't know like when I can go in, like I said, but BU hockey, watch out this year. It's going to be a wagon.
You just committed a kid that I coached a few years ago in 07, Zach Morin.
I saw that we got Zach. Yeah. Stud.
I didn't know you were
Big
involved on that. Yeah, he's huge. Quebec Frenchman.
trying to get Horkoff's kid, Sean Horkoff. Shout out Will Horkoff. Hork's son's starting at the national team development program under 17. So I met Hork when whatever it was, 2010, and Will was like Ryder's age. And now he's 6'5". He's an absolute beast. He's looking at Michigan State, BUBC. He's a monster. So that's another guy we're trying to hunt down. But it's exciting for me, at least.
Wait, you mentioned Jay Pandolfo, and I'm not sure if I've ever told this story on Chiclets before, but Jay lived right down the street from me growing up. So anytime he'd come home, anytime I'd see that Porsche Cayenne pull into his driveway, every single summer, I would run over there and ask for an autograph. I'm talking from when I was, 6, 7 years old, all the way up. And one summer, every year it was the same thing. He'd kind of just hand me like a previously signed picture and kind of tell me hey, all right, we talk for 10, 15 minutes and I'd kick rocks. But one summer, he was like, hey, Mike, do you want to come out back and I'll shoot some pucks with you and show you a few things. And he brought me out back of his house, and we shot pucks for like 2 hours. He shot me how to like have a better wrist shot, told me like all these different ways to train better. And I was such a little kid, but it made such a difference to me at the time. And I don't know if I would still be sitting here today if it wasn't for Jay Pandolfo doing that, because that is what made me fall in love with hockey so much more and continue to play.
What happened with the training?
He's like, dude, you might want to chuck some wrist curls in the mix.
Yeah, I gave up quickly on that. Didn't really listen on the training
He's
part.
like, I would probably just take up producing.
Yeah, get into audio editing, buddy. It's not going to work out with hockey.
Don't worry. ESPN New Hampshire's calling your name, G.
Whit, I saw it this weekend. It happened in Dubuque. Kirk McDonald's the coach there. He pulled his goalie in the overtime to make it the 4-on-3. Maybe you can be the first guy to do it in a college game at the highest at the high level.
I say it's a Pando, they lose, and all of a sudden I'm fired.
Yeah, you're the new head coach because he gets canned.
So also, so I think Chris is because Chris only played his freshman year at BU, Chris Bork. I think he's in the process of being back in school, trying to get his degree. I left after 3 years, but I basically have 2 years left. So if I'm going to be around school, there's discussions in the Whitney household
Billy
about
Madison
me getting a
over
degree.
here.
Oh, that's what happened over this summer.
Melon.
I was driving Ryder one morning, and he's like, you never graduated from college. You need to graduate from college. I called my wife and said, are you fucking kidding me? She started dying. She's like, I wondered if he's saying anything to you. I'm like, you're shriveling.
Can't remember who he sat with at lunch, but he can remember that you didn't graduate from college.
Yeah, no shit. And I'm like, by the way, everything you have is because I didn't graduate from college. So why don't you settle down there, Ryder?
Yeah, or I'll shave your head. I'll shave that nice salad of
He's
yours.
like,
Make
I
it
look
look
like you, Dad, you ugly pigeon. What?
Boys, got a couple more things before we wrap up here. A little gear grinding action. We've been a weekly special, boys, since you guys were away. We're doing a weekly Grinds My Gears, brought to you by BigDealBrewing.com/finder. Find out where Big Deal Brew is near you. And last week I saw a video of Las Vegas. It just people fighting in the middle of the strip, man. And what's grinding my gears, Biz, is just how much Vegas has let itself go. It just like dropped off. I know it's still like a marquee city, but the last few times I've been there, man, it's just so much trash of every stripe all over the place. I saw a video the other day. 3 hours it was taking people to check in at the Rio.
It's a joke.
And you know why? They had nights $7 a night. So what kind of people you think you're gonna get $7 a night? All riffraff, dude.
People like you.
Absolutely, but like last time I would say I felt unsafe, but my head is way more on a swivel than it ever was out there. Like if you look around on the strip, there's never like police there, like actual police. There's casino security. There's just been a lot of like violent incidents and shit going on. The whole resort fee things that they soak people for. I don't know, man. I love the city, but it just, to me, it's fallen off. The customer service is terrible. Now, say what you will about the Mafia. They knew customer service back in the day. They always took care of their big players. 100%.
I think you're right. I think it's these big corporations are coming in, and then all of a sudden, like, not personality, like any sort of.
They're not personable.
Yeah, it's more just like you're just a number. Like they're just crunching through the numbers. There's no sort of relatability to like the people who are staying with you, helping them out. It's just it's such a corporation thing now that, I mean, you've been going there a lot longer than me. But when Merle's Merle's went before me, but when Merle's brought me the first time, it was definitely noticeably different within the hotels and within like how people help you out. and now it is just such a grind when you're over there.
It's
Yeah,
a
absolutely.
trashy place
Crippled the
already.
whole time.
I had a Vegas phase, and like you legit have to pay me to come back. Only way I go back is for work.
Exactly. And you know, it was at the end of Casino with the movie that came out like 20 years ago. Like basically when Wall Street took it over, man, that's when the customer service went out the window, all the perks went. I will say though, that giant sphere that they just opened, that thing looks pretty cool, man. It's pretty wild.
Yeah,
Have you seen it,
Lundqvist
Piz?
ended up going for a tour there.
Yeah.
It's insane. They spent, I want to say they
billion.
spent, over
Easily.
$1.4 billion to build this thing. It's a concert venue where it's like this 360 experience. You can like the sound system is incredible. Obviously the visuals are out of this world, and they even like pump smells into the audience as another one of the sensory experiences. So this thing that they built is something like it was the owner of the Knicks who built it.
Oh yeah, MSG. Yeah,
MSG
James Dolan,
built
yeah.
it. Dolan did.
He
Yeah,
hates
but-
us.
They do, you know, I don't know what the easy answer is, but they got to clean some shit out because people go elsewhere, man. They're going to spend their dollars elsewhere, like Nashville or something. I think that's a comparable city just for the party atmosphere because I follow a couple sites on Twitter too, at Las Vegas locally and at Vital Vegas, and they give you a lot of stories you don't see in the mainstream press. There's a lot of shady shit that goes on out there. So yeah, man. Grinding my gears this week, Vegas, dropping the ball, dropped off, let itself go. Brought to you by BigDealBrewing.com/finder. And one last note here. We did lose a couple of major losses from the music world, Whit, since we last met. Jimmy Buffett, Robbie Robertson, who was from the band, and Sinead O'Connor all passed away. Any of you guys have any, memories or affinity for any of these artists? Whit, go to you first.
No, but Sinead O'Connor, nothing compares to you.
Oh.
Just an all-time hit. And actually, when I was on the Minahan show with our little sabbatical this summer, we were singing it together. And then I think she died the next day. So
Wow.
it was very
Talk about an
bizarre.
all-time mush.
Yeah, no shit. Jesus Christ. But I think that song will forever be a great jam. It's just a slow, almost a sad song.
Oh, yeah.
But I love that. Jimmy Buffett, I was never really like a fan of his music. There's a couple songs I really like, but I just respected what the guy did with his life as a businessman. I mean, Portnoy wrote a blog about it that
Awesome blog.
and I never knew that he had made himself into a complete brand. The Margaritavilles, the merch, all of the people who kind of thought about having a drink. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Like it was all Jimmy Buffett related. So from everything I read after his passing, seemed like an awesome human being. Wasn't a huge fan of the music, but holy shit, what an amazing kind of run that guy had in turning himself into, I'm guessing, RA, tell me if I'm wrong, one of the richest musicians of all time because of what he did with his entire brand.
Wow, really?
Oh, yeah. He monetized everything.
Somewhere online said he's worth like 500 million.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's over $1 billion, to be honest with you. But I mean, hell of an artist. Actually, the song "Boat Drinks." I don't know if you ever heard the story behind that. He was staying in Boston, early '70s. He was at Daisy Buchanan's, hanging out with Derek Sanderson.
He's a billionaire.
The bar that
Is he?
yeah, the bar that Sanderson owned back in the day with, and he was hanging out, and he was like stuck in Boston for a couple days, and he ended up like leaving Daisy's, went back and wrote the song "Boat Drinks" about his stay in Boston, hanging out with the Bruins at Daisy's way back in the day. Robbie Robertson, Merles, are you a fan of the band at all? I know, no.
No, I got nothing for you. I'm
the
not a
old-
music guy.
I'm the old fogey. One of the best concert docs ever, The Last Waltz, Scorsese.
Unreal, RA.
So freaking good, man. Even if you don't know them, you listen to some of their songs, you're like, oh, okay, I do know some of their songs. So great shit from the band. Oh, by the way, with Sinead O'Connor, the Nothing Compares to You, Prince wrote that song originally?
Wow.
I
Yeah.
didn't know that until Minahan told me before we started singing it together.
Since we're on the musician topic, I've been enjoying that Zach Bryan's new album, and he's actually dating one of our coworkers, Brianna Chicken Fry. And then he ended up just getting arrested. So he's all over the news right now. But his album was, I think every song was in the top 20 of the top list. So his whole album was in the top 20 of all the songs downloaded via streaming. So
I got to
You
check him out.
He's-
I know a couple of the hits, but I haven't seen the new album or listened yet.
So let's just throw a sneaky banger out there. Although it's not sneaky, it's with the Lumineers lead singer, Spotless. That's one of the tunes on the album. So check that one out. And then the other one was with this Musgrave chick. Here, let me get the name of it.
Casey Musgraves?
Are you rocking these songs while you run and work out, or are you more high tempo when you work out?
I don't listen to music when I'm running. I focus on my breathing. I do all nasal breathing. It's
Are you thinking of I Remember Everything with
I Remember Everything with Casey Musgrave.
Yeah, that's
what
a
a track that is.
Running
Biz,
without
the house.
music or a podcast is insane.
No,
I
dude,
know.
I focus on my breathing.
I was talking to Keith Yandel about this. I'm always listening to something. Like, I swear to God, I never, it's almost bad in a sense, but I don't want to be alone with my thoughts. So I have something playing at all times, whether I'm in the car, whether I'm shaving at the sink. Like, I'm always listening
Maybe
to something.
that's why I'm fucked up, is I'm always in my thoughts.
You thinking of running without anything in my ear? Like, I could collapse right now thinking of that. Like, throw some like fucking white noise in your ear or something for me.
I'm listening to my honker.
If I could be in your brain, imagine his brain while he's running. He's like, Chiclets Cup, gotta train. How the Coyotes gonna
No,
beat
I'm
the-
legit
oh my
just
God,
thinking
Toronto's
about
gonna win the Stanley Cup,
inhaling
but
and
I
then
love the LA
exhaling.
Kings. Oh my God, Delta flight attendant.
Don't forget to breathe.
She's a private flight attendant, not for Delta. You're thinking of the diarrhea Delta flight. You're thinking of the Granelli flight to Europe. Boys, that was a great first pod back.
Yes.
Missed you guys. I love this job. We love you fans for listening, and we cannot wait to kick this season off. But before that, the season previews.
But I got one more thing for you. I don't know music, RA. I know a little bit about hockey, but I know how to gamble. I'm 1-0 on plays of the week given out this season on the podcast.
Let's go.
And I got another one for you. Let's just call it the Pink Whitney play of the week. Since I got my Pink Whitney shirt on. Swedish League starts Thursday. Skellefteå 3-way -150. Let's go 2-0.
Let's go, baby.
Back in the game. Love all you guys. Thank you so much for listening as always. What a season we're going to have. We got the previews. We're ripping into this season, getting going. I'm going to be live from Rome in a couple weeks. That'll be a fun episode. Can't wait to start again, even though we just did. But love everyone. Love you guys. Happy to be back.